If everybody wants to take their seats, we'll get going here in a minute. Hey, Dave. On policy 24, I was going to ask to take it out of order. NEC 502 really pertains to policy 24. Yeah, that's
Just so you know, most of the presentations are only going to be on this screen. That's the way that it's set up.
because I think that's what it's designed. Policy 24 means. That's all.
Whatever you feel.
Okay.
Thanks. Hi. Okay.
Hop along Cassidy there.
Hop along. Right. I know. Sorry. Neither do my socks.
All right, good morning. So I'm going to call to order the meeting of the Nevada Board of Wildlife Commissioners for Friday, November 4th. And I'm going to ask Commissioner Walther to lead us in the pledge. Thank you. And if the department could take the roll.
Chair Cavilla,
Here.
Vice Chair Rogers,
Here?
Commissioner East,
Here.
Commissioner Keel, Commissioner Barnes, Commissioner McNinch, Commissioner Wise,
Here.
Commissioner Walther, Commissioner Perini.
And Commissioner Perini is out of the country in Canada right now, so. And then I'd like to ask the cab members in attendance to please announce themselves.
Jim Ray, Washoe County Cab.
Jacob Thompson, Clark County Cab.
Joe Green, Persian. Wood Nelson, Lander. Kevin Carr, Douglas. Middle County. Goodwin. Good to be back.
And I guess any cabs on Zoom? No? Okay, with that, we'll go to agenda item number 2, approval of agenda for possible action. The commission will review the agenda and may take action to approve the agenda. The commission may remove items from the agenda, continue items for consideration, or take items out of order. And I guess before we get going, I have 2 items. I would like to take item 7C out of order, Commission Policy 24, because in relation to the junior hunt. I think we want to discuss the Commission General Regulation 502 first. I think it'd be more applicable to discuss that first before we go to Policy 24. And then also we have a typo on item number 16 where it references the next scheduled commission meeting. It says November 4th and 5th, 2022, and that should actually be January 27th and 28th, 2023. So those are the 2 items I had. What's that? Commissioner East.
Am I on? There we go. So where are you putting 8B, if I may ask?
I guess it's kind of the flavor of everyone. I don't know if you want to do it right after we look at 502 or after, whatever.
Yeah, okay. 7C,
Okay.
I guess, yeah, okay. That's,
And those are just my thoughts. I don't know if everybody agrees with that or, okay.
okay, that's fine.
Any other commission comment or questions on the agenda? Okay. Seeing none, any cab comment on the agenda? Okay, any public comment on the agenda? Any public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll make a motion to approve the agenda as presented with item 7C being at the call of the chair and with the noted dates of January 27th and 28th for item number 16.
Okay,
I'll second it.
okay, I got a motion by Commissioner McNinch, second by Commissioner Barnes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries with Commissioner Perini absent. Okay, agenda item number 3, approval of minutes for possible action. Commission minutes may be approved from the September 23rd and 24th, 2022 meeting. Any comments on the minutes? Commissioner East.
I guess I'm the one that looks at this stuff. So, yes, if you'd go to page 14, under the litigation report, the third line down, it looks to me like there's some words missing. It says whenever there's an appeal to of any case. So I'm not quite sure what that was supposed to, what the words were supposed to be there, but maybe the DAG could help us out there. Maybe, yeah.
Hello. I think it would just appeal of any case.
Appeal of
Just
instead of
remove
to.
To in the comma.
Got it, okay. And then, thank you. And then on page 15, under item number 7, the fourth line down, the commission, there should be a space between commission and that. And then on page 19, under item number 12, the second line would present, just remove the word of in that second line in that first paragraph, this commission regulation. And then on page 21, I just wanted to clarify, and it doesn't have to be changed in the record, but I was not advocating for additional doe hunts. I was advocating for us to educate families about the doe hunts when they have a youth involved in a hunt unit that has a doe hunt. I'm not advocating for additional doe hunts. I just wanted to make that clarification. And that was all I had, Chairman.
Okay. Any additional comment from the commission on the minutes? Seeing none, I'll take it out for cab comment. Any cab comment on the minutes? Okay, seeing none, I'll take it out for public comment on the minutes. Okay, see none in Reno. Any public comment on Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the commission.
I'll go ahead, Mr. Chair, and make a motion for approval of the minutes from the September 23 and 24 meeting as presented with the noted changes.
Okay, so we got a motion by Vice Chair Rogers, second by Commissioner Walter for the approval of the minutes. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Perini absent. Okay, we'll go to agenda item number 4. Member items, announcements, and correspondence. Chairman Cavilla for informational. Commissioners may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. The commission will review and may discuss correspondence sent or received by the commission since the last regular meeting and may provide copies for the exhibit file. Commissioners may provide hard copies of their correspondence for the written record. Correspondence sent or received by Secretary Wasley may also be discussed. And I didn't really get anything. I think we did get some correspondence out of Clark County regarding a person that was not happy with the department in relation to the wild horses. And you just have to remind everybody the department really has no sway regarding the wild horses. So I know the department has a copy of that email, so that's all I really had. The other members' items or correspondence? All right. With that, I will close agenda item number 4. Go to agenda item number 5. County advisory boards to manage wildlife. Member items informational. CAB members may present emergent items. No action may be taken by the commission. Any item requiring commission action will be scheduled on a future commission agenda. Any CAB items? Don't see any. I don't think we have any CABs on Zoom, right, Megan? Okay. All right. With that, we'll close agenda item number 5. Go to agenda item number 6. Reports informational, Department Activity Report, Secretary Wasley and Division Administrators. A report will be provided on Nevada Department of Wildlife activities.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I will kick this report off, and then we'll progress through the respective divisions. So I'll start off. I know at the last commission meeting in September, we talked about One Health being the theme for AFWA's annual meeting. Just like to point out, yesterday was the One Health Day. So there were several organizations, agencies, entities around the world acknowledging and celebrating that. I know Commissioner East had requested a copy of the white paper that was referenced. It's undergoing final state-provided edits, and AFWA will soon share that final copy, and when that's complete, we'll make sure that the Commission receives a copy of that white paper. I had a meeting along with other state leadership and leadership from federal agencies recently with Congressman Amodei. Congressman Amodei brought the ranking member of House Natural Resources Committee, Arkansas, Congressman Bruce Westerman, to Nevada to discuss a myriad of issues that included sage grouse, Lahontan cutthroat trout, wild horses and burros, NEPA-related processes, and drought and wildfire, among a few others. The Director's Office has been fairly busy responding to multiple requests from the Governor's Office in preparation for the upcoming legislative session as they prepare to address the state's ongoing vacancy challenges. The Director's Office has also been keeping up with multiple public records requests. I had the opportunity to give some opening remarks at the 6th Annual International Human-Bear Conflict Workshop in Lake Tahoe. The workshop was well attended with great engagement, and there's more to come on that in the report from the Game Division in particular that I'm aware of. Also had the opportunity to meet with Principal Deputy Assistant Secretary of Lands and Minerals Management of the Department of Interior, Laura Daniel Davis, on the Aviquame National Monument. The agency shared our priorities on the importance of continuing the ability to have access for the purpose of hunting, maintenance and construction of guzzlers, and to do wildfire or other habitat restoration activities in any area where such a designation may occur. Newly appointed Deputy Director Jordan Gauchert welcomed her second baby boy, Grant, on October 12th. Both mom and baby are doing quite well. Jordan will be out for a while on maternity leave, and Nancy Camarena, formerly the administrative, there's kind of a domino process here as Bonnie left and Jordan ascended into Bonnie's position. That left a vacancy behind Jordan. Nancy was just offered and accepted that position to fill in behind Jordan. So Nancy Camarena will now be over the fiscal services section. Management analyst Kaylee Musso recently returned from the National Conservation Leadership Institute that was held at the National Conservation Training Center in Shepherdstown, West Virginia. She now joins Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae, Diversity Division Administrator Jen Newmark, Fisheries Division Administrator Chris Cruikshanks, and myself as NCLI Fellows, helping the department to share sound leadership practices, especially during times of such unprecedented change. Following regulations were approved by the Legislative Commission on the consent agenda and are effective as of September 27th. R050-21 CGR 501, the tag transfer regulation. This was the regulation revising provisions governing the transfer, return, or deferral of a tag. This regulation authorizes someone to transfer their tag to an organization under certain circumstances. Staff knows that one of my pet peeves in grammar is a misplaced modifier. So this says under organizations under certain circumstances, but really the certain circumstances needs to modify the someone. So we'll continue to point out misplaced modifiers, especially where they have some humor value. R072-21 CGR 505, first come, first serve prevention of unfair advantages. This is a regulation establishing provisions for suspension for unfair advantages. This regulation authorizes the department to suspend an account for unfair advantages while using the first come, first served program. For example, bots that have been discussed by you all in the past. And lastly, R045-22, CGR 507, the petition process. This was a regulation revising the provisions relating to petitions for regulations. This regulation clarifies the petition process for both the petitioner as well as the department. And that concludes the department activity report for the director's office. And I'll turn it over to Game Division Administrator Mike Scott.
Good morning, Commission. Cody McKee for the record. I'm not Mike Scott, but he's asked me to read the game division activities. What we've attempted to do is coalesce information from all of our staff, supervisors, and field biologists and bin it into respective programs. So I'll get started. The 2022 black bear season was closed on October 10th due to harvest limits being met. 16 bears were harvested during the season prior to this early closure. Human-bear conflicts are continuing within the western region, with ongoing issues resulting from continued access to anthropogenic food sources. I don't know if that's changed with the change in weather. The 6th International Human-Bear Conflict Workshop was held October 16th to 20th in South Lake with 290 registered attendees. Presenters on human-bear conflicts attended from several states as well as internationally from countries like Slovakia, Canada, India, and Japan, among many others. This conference would not have been possible without the assistance and coordination of Carl Lackey and Heather Reich, our bear specialists. Topics discussed included conflicts with 5 of the 8 bear species found across the globe and human interactions with an emphasis on education and conservation. Monsoonal precipitation receipts have improved range conditions, allowing sheep to move off of water sources, altering their summer distribution. During fall surveys, poor lamb recruitment, likely due to drought conditions prior to those monsoons, was observed throughout much of the southern range, varying from 10 to 24 lambs per 100 ewes. Bighorn herds in Lincoln County experienced slightly higher production, with recruitment ranging from 20 to 28 lambs per 100 ewes. The Santa Rosa California Bighorn Test and Removal Project occurred August 2nd to the 5th. This was the 3rd round of testing in the Santa Rosas for bighorn that are actively infected with Mycoplasma ovipneumoniae, or MOV for short, with the goal of restoring the bighorn population to its once abundant and healthy, vibrant status. 22 bighorn were captured and tested in 5 subherds. Funding was provided by the Bridges Trust Fund, managed by Dan Cabela, as well as Endow's Wildlife Heritage Trust account. None of the captured bighorn were positive for MOV, and we likely only need to find and remove 2 to 3 more bighorn that are actively shedding this disease. A great deal of preparation and coordination is ongoing with the Department of Defense and Department of Energy for conducting the 2nd round of test and removal on those ranges in early November. This involves the Nevada Test and Training Range, the Nevada National Security Site, and the adjacent Stonewall Mountain and Bear Mountain complex. The impacts of the disease event, first detected in 2014 on the NTTR, are one of the worst documented in Nevada for causing the most lambs to die of pneumonia during their first 2 months of life for 8 consecutive years. So this occurred over 8 consecutive years. Finally, for bighorn, Staff Specialist Mike Cox is stepping down as chair of WAFWA's Wild Sheep Working Group. Since 2016, he's been a half-time WAFWA and a half-time Endow employee. He has one more substantial project to complete for the West-wide Wild Sheep Initiative, but he is looking forward to refocusing on bighorn restoration efforts here in Nevada. Department staff completed an aerial elk survey in Unit 231, which coincided with the rut. We hope to obtain a more accurate bull ratio and calibrate our abundance estimates of elk in Nevada within this unit during the hunting season. Movements are common between Utah and Nevada, and our winter survey results are difficult to interpret because of the complex movement dynamics occurring between these two states. As expected, elk were difficult to find due to heavy tree cover, as well as abnormally warm daytime temperatures. A total of 114 elk were observed over these 2 days of survey, with a resulting bull-to-cow ratio of 47 bulls per 100 cows and a calf ratio of 60 per 100 cows. In cooperation with Conservation Education Division, Game Division staff launched a social media campaign highlighting elk in Nevada. The event included several videos and photos generating a tremendous amount of interest from social media followers, a Facebook Live conversation with game biologists discussing various aspects of elk biology and management, as well as a Nevada Wild podcast with special guest Randy Newberg, who's the host of Fresh Tracks TV. Contractors also completed a 1.4-mile exclusionary fence in northern Steptoe Valley. Elk damage fees were used to fund the construction of this fence, which is designed to prevent long-term depredation issues. Department personnel have received observations of 45 moose since August. Annually, we experience an uptick in observations coinciding with the fall hunting seasons as well as the rut. Based on distribution of observations and our understanding of movement dynamics, at least 14 bulls, 9 cows, and 3 calves are likely to be unique individuals. Also, our summer field investigations of moose determined each of our 7 radio-collared cows had calves present, and one of those cows had twins. All of our metrics continue to suggest that our moose numbers are increasing here in Nevada. The Mule Deer Oversight Committee the Oversight Committee for the Mule Deer Enhancement Program met on September 21st to discuss project proposals for the upcoming fiscal year 2023. The committee reviewed approximately 140 pages of proposals and ultimately sent the ranking criteria back to the department to re-rank and prioritize projects based on regional priorities and available funding. Department staff has met and will bring forward a new plan and set of criteria for the committee to review at the next Oversight Committee meeting on November 2nd. Mule deer captures are anticipated later this fall to collared deer in northwest Nevada. This project is ongoing and part of the Washoe County Mule Deer Enhancement Program. Fencing materials have also been placed with the use of an Endow helicopter for spring protection projects supported by the Mule Deer Enhancement Program in the Western region. Department personnel continue to conduct annual postseason pronghorn surveys. It's too early to determine any significant trends in population trajectories or statewide trends in recruitment. The department is also finishing up the final phase of a large-scale migration study of 2 pronghorn herds in northern Washoe County and northwest Elko County in Management Area 6. Data has been collected from radio collars in the field and should be published in a final report with the USGS corridor mapping team sometime in late 2023. There have been some recent developments on the 2022 Greater Sage Grouse Land Use Plan Amendment, which is expected to be completed in June of 2024. The BLM announced a schedule for completion management issues that will be addressed in a preliminary range of alternatives. In brief, the management issues include, but are not limited to, adjustment to habitat management areas, including sagebrush focal areas, mitigation strategies, application of habitat objectives, fluid mineral prioritization objectives, renewable energy development and associated transmission, disturbance caps and impacts of predators, livestock grazing and wild horses. There are 5 alternatives that have been proposed, and that includes no action, and adopting management actions identified in the 2015 plan, highest degree of preservation possible to the extent consistent with the BLM mission and their other laws, adjust habitat management area boundaries and include areas of critical conservation concern to protect grouse habitat, alter HMAs, but do not include ACECs. Sage grouse wings were collected during the 2022 hunting season and will be analyzed at the annual wing bee scheduled for December 13th. A podcast on the chukar forecast and general chukar hunting expectations for the 2022-2023 hunting season was conducted on October 12th and released on October 14th. The podcast had approximately 1,500 plays, with the average listen time to completion of the segment about 80%. All indications were that the opening weekend of chukar hunting was lucrative for many upland game hunters. The Western Quail Working Group meeting was held in Pocatello, Idaho during the week of October 3rd and was attended by game biologist Matt Jeffers from the Eastern region. A letter of request for a source stock of these birds was recently sent to the Colorado Division of Wildlife. The request was for 15 to 20 males to be released in the Bull Run Basin of Elko County. And I apologize, I didn't print the last page of the Game Division activities report. Could I phone a friend really quick and see if someone could help me out?
I'll be your friend.
Thanks, Tony. I appreciate it. I apologize.
Yeah, there was really only one remaining thing. Just clarification, the last item that Cody mentioned, he talked about the Western Quail Working Group meeting in Pocatello, and then talked about a letter of request for source stock. That letter of request for source stock was for Columbian sharp-tailed grouse. And so the letter of request for source stock for Columbian sharp-tailed grouse was recently sent to Colorado Division of Wildlife. And that request was for 15 to 20 females to release in the Bull Run Basin of Elko County to inject some genetic diversity into the existing population. The existing population were birds from Idaho, from the Curlew National Grassland area in southeastern Idaho. So this population supplementation from Colorado could inject some genetic diversity in the existing population and increase the sustainability of the population. And the last item that Cody didn't print was just a couple sentences from the Wildlife Health Program. Wildlife Health has been focused on implementation of CWD sampling for elk and deer hunting seasons. 4 CWD stations have been manned during the 3 busiest weekends in October. And in addition, a hunter self-sampling program is being trialed and is ongoing. And that concludes the Game Division report. Thanks, Cody.
Thanks, Tony.
Good morning. There we go. Good morning, Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae. In the Habitat Division Technical Review Program, as previously reported, Endow continues to receive unprecedented number of energy project applications under the Energy Planning and Conservation Fund and the Fund for Recovery of Costs, the AB 307 from 2011. In the last 2 years, 75 energy program applications have been received, accounting for approximately 39% of all energy projects since 2011. Applications received in 2022 account for nearly 20% of all project applications ever received under the program. An energy siting tool, in order to better participate in energy project planning, NEPA processes on public lands, the Endow's Technical Review Program has partnered with the Nature Conservancy and received federal funding to develop an online energy siting GIS tool, incorporating wildlife and habitat data with available energy infrastructure data. Habitat Conservation Framework. The department recently hosted an interagency meeting on the development of the Habitat Conservation Framework and associated sagebrush habitat plan. The focus of the meeting was the Nevada-centric threats and values that should be added to the recently released WAFWA sagebrush conservation design to prioritize landscapes. Endow and the Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team will be hosting local meetings across the state in early December to receive public input relative to their thoughts on the type of information that needs to be incorporated or considered into the prioritization process. The Vegetation Project Monitoring, Endow's Land Health Assessment Program fielded 2 vegetation crews for the 2022 field season. Each crew is comprised of 1 crew lead and 3 technicians. In total, the crews collected 192 terrestrial plots and 25 riparian/wetland plots on 13 project areas across the state. Project areas and data collection focused on wildfire restoration areas, wildlife management areas, wet meadows, with active or planned restoration projects including the Western Martin Fire, Eisenhood WMA, and project areas within the Middle Rock Creek and Nelson Creek areas. Stopover habitat within Area 10 was also targeted for data collection to assess habitat quality. Drone monitoring pilot project. Habitat GIS staff recently tested a drone monitoring program to assess the feasibility of monitoring project areas utilizing these technologies. So far, utilizing drones to assess recovery of riparian areas post-fencing appears to be promising, and it is a probable that supplementing upland monitoring with imagery from drones will prove beneficial. Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team. The Sagebrush Ecosystem Technical Team will be holding its bi-monthly Sagebrush Ecosystem Council meeting at the NDOW's headquarters on November 30th, 2022. Main topics for discussion will be updating the strategic action plan and demonstrating the appropriate GIS layers to prioritize mitigation and guide conservation efforts. Additionally, a short-term solution to the habitat quantification tools such as a multiplier to account for disturbances that result in population losses will be discussed. Shell Egan acquisition is still in process, and we're working to finalize that, as well as another project that you'll see this afternoon on the field trip. So still a lot of things going on with acquisitions. Any questions?
Commissioner East.
There we go. Over the last week, Alan, I saw a post on the fraternity Facebook page that talked about the Brightline West high-speed rail project, and maybe there's a reevaluation coming for that. And they're asking for some mitigation measures for bighorn sheep that are adjacent to that, maybe doing an overpass. What's the status? Are you aware of this?
So thank you for the question, Commissioner East. We are aware of it. We have not received any official communication relative to it at this time. As far as we know, there has not been any process started as far as through the BLM NEPA process, which is typically where we comment.
Okay.
And we haven't had the project proponents come to us yet. But oftentimes we may see project proponents come in front of a NEPA proposal with something like this. If they have concerns over wildlife impacts, they may come approach us initially.
Okay.
But oftentimes it just comes as part of the NEPA process.
Will you keep us kind of apprised of the
Yep.
timeline or situation?
Yes, we will.
Okay, thanks.
You bet. And with that, I'll turn it over to Conservation Education.
Good morning. Chris Vasey, Conservation Education Chief for the record. I'll start off with our events, recent events. We too attended our staff attended the International Human Bear Conflict Workshop in State Line. The workshop brought together biologists, wildlife managers, and educators, communicators from several different countries to discuss best practices, reduce negative human-bear interaction. Our staff hosted several podcasts in conjunction with the Oregon Department of Fish and Wildlife podcast host. These podcasts were recorded on site and three of the events featuring speakers. On our education front, Nevada Knockout, our most popular classroom program, has been rolling for the last 5 weeks. The program will wrap up mid-November. We had a record number of classrooms sign up for participation this year, 188 classrooms with around 7,500 students. We'll be featuring the Knockout on social media this year, as well as starting the last week in October, which we have already done. Southern Region Conservation Education staff teamed up with a group of Blacks in Nature to provide a kayak outing on Lake Mead. The event participants had a blast, and we look forward to more partnerships and opportunities for these events moving forward into the future. On our outreach, the Nevada Wildlife Discovery Trail is an effort and highlight opportunities for people and discover, learn, and view wildlife in Nevada. Conservation education staff will be meeting with leaders from multiple agencies and organizations to begin the first steps in getting the Nevada Wildlife Discovery Trail in motion. This meeting will help invite individuals learn more about the trail and what our goals are and how we can work together to achieve these goals and plan the next step. Recently, NDOW conducted a statewide survey of Nevada adult population to learn more about people's opinions and values and as it relates to nature, wildlife, and time spent outdoors. and of personal health. Since its conclusion, the conservation education staff has sought opportunity to share that information with others, and most recently presented some of the findings to Nevada Office of Minority Health and Equity and the Lander County Conservation District. Chronic wasting disease messaging campaign is currently running statewide with specific messaging to tag holders and hunters going out to state. We're doing a digital campaign as well as some geo-marketing through on our state borders. The end of October is time to celebrate. We did our celebration with Bat Week. We had bat education posts up on our Facebook and Instagram throughout the week of October 24th through the 31st. Bat Week is our annual international celebration of the role of bats in our environment. And then Conservation Agency staff supported at University of Nevada, Reno by helping broadly distribute the UNR press release highlighting the newest report outlining exactly how much hunting helps support Nevada's rural economies. And I'm here for any questions you may have.
I don't see any. Thank you.
All right.
Good morning. I'm Jen Newmark. I'm Wildlife Diversity Division Administrator. Wildlife Diversity is pleased to announce that Jess Brooks has joined our division as our new partner staff specialist. There's Jess there. Jess hails from the Conservation Education Division in the Southern region, where she served as a conservation educator for the past 7 years. She'll bring capacity to our division to develop and implement citizen science projects and new volunteer opportunities, build lasting partnerships with other state, federal, and NGOs to implement our state wildlife action plan goals. And she's going to assist our division in developing division-specific information and education programming to help citizens connect with their Nevada wildlife resources. She comes to us with a wealth of experience and expertise to help build up this portion of our division, and her infectious, positive attitude and enthusiasm is a welcome addition to our team. We have one other vacant staff specialist that focuses on implementing the State Wildlife Action Plan, and we're currently accepting applications for that position. In late September, biologists from Wildlife Diversity and the Habitat Division conducted a 4-night small mammal survey targeting pale kangaroo mice at the Crescent Dunes Solar Facility, which is located just outside of Tonopah. The goal was a preliminary assessment of project impacts approximately 10 years after the site was constructed. So 3 sites were surveyed inside the heliostat field, and another 3 sites were surveyed in nearby undisturbed habitats outside the facility. A total of 56 small mammals were captured, most commonly the little pocket mouse and Miriam's kangaroo rat. We did catch 1 pale kangaroo rat that was outside the facility. At transects inside the facility, there were a total of 25 captures, while there was 31 captured outside. So we'll be doing a more thorough analysis this winter, comparing those results, and then also a comparison of the pre-construction to current now. And I just want to take a quick moment to acknowledge Crescent Dunes staff who made their facility available to us and allowed us to go in. And I actually got to pretend to be a biologist for a little bit and go in and do some of the surveys, and it was really, really interesting. So we appreciate their partnership. In October, staff wrapped up almost 6 months of small mammal surveys in the Elko area. These were focused on documenting dark kangaroo mouse, which is another species of burrowing desert rodents that are tied to sandy soils. This is a collaboration between us and the BLM Elko District and Great Basin Institute. The goals of the project were to better understand small mammal distributions and habitat associations in northeastern Nevada, as well as to develop and test the best protocols for these types of surveys. A 3-person field crew was able to trap 14 sites, leading to 80 unique kangaroo mouse captures, which was an unexpectedly high number, which is great news. This is a BLM sensitive species, and it's also a Nevada species of greatest conservation need. And then finally, on October 11th, the Bristlecone chapter of the Audubon Society and the Nevada Department of Wildlife led a birdwatching field trip to the new Argenta Wildlife Management Area and we had participants from Elko, Winnemucca, and Battle Mountain. We saw a total of 163 birds of 23 species. The field trip added a few new species to the existing list for the WMA, including ferruginous hawk and Woodhouse's scrub jay. The wildlife management area has now been nominated to be a bird watching hotspot on eBird, which is an online birding community and database of bird observations. And with that, I'll stand for any questions.
I don't see any. Thank you.
Morning, Chairman Cavilla, Commissioners, Chris Cruikshanks, for the record, Fisheries Division Administrator. Our fisheries biologists statewide have been busy wrapping up 2022 field survey activities before fall kicks in and the temperatures turn cold. That might be a little outdated, also outdated. In relation to this, sort of our last field activities in northern Nevada for the field season, our annual surveys of the Truckee River and the Walker River. We did the Truckee River survey last week and the East Walker survey this week. I'll have some numbers and some data for you probably at the next meeting, but initially numbers, despite drought conditions, distribution, abundance, and fish numbers were remarkably high. They looked really well. Most notably, rainbow trout in the Truckee River, their body condition was remarkable, completely off the charts. So that was really good. From our aquatic invasive species program, all seasonal AIS inspection stations have been closed for the season. AIS personnel have shifted their duties to permanent stations in southern Nevada, which will remain open for the fall and winter boating seasons at Lake Mead and Lake Mojave. AIS and fisheries staff participated in a 2-day multi-agency and jurisdictional rapid response exercise in Elko concerning a scenario if quagga mussels were discovered at Wild Horse Reservoir. Many situations and responses were discussed, including increased sampling, decontamination procedures, and prevention techniques. Preventing the spread of quagga mussels in Nevada remains our primary goal. From our fish hatchery front, hatchery personnel are wrapping up the busy fall stocking season and getting mature fish off station. Most recreational fisheries throughout the state have received their fall allotment of hatchery trout. Due to ever-dropping water tables and increasing challenges in water delivery, headquarters staff has been researching efforts to move our hatchery facilities onto partial reuse aquatic systems, or PRAS. These systems are used extensively throughout the West and would allow for partial reuse of hatchery water, thus conserving water use in the future. From Native Aquatics and our sport fish program, headquarters staff at Fisheries recently completed annual work performance reporting requirements for all federal grants. Native Aquatic staff is currently working with DATS personnel to convert all data collection in the Fisheries Division to a digital format. Related to this effort will be a standardized data collection protocol for field personnel, as well as a Fisheries Division database that will be tracking occurrence, distribution, and abundance for all aquatic species statewide. Our sport fish coordinator has recently updated the statewide fishable waters maps and is in the process of updating our Nevada Native Fish Slam program. From the Eastern region, recent survey activities have been completed at a number of streams and reservoirs for a multitude of species, including Lahontan cutthroat trout, Bonneville cutthroat trout, and Newark Valley tui chub, among others. Fall survey of Wild Horse Reservoir resulted in impressive numbers and sizes of largemouth bass, smallmouth bass, wipers, and trout. The trout included bowcuts, tigers, and browns. Most notably on this was that numerous juvenile yellow perch were documented at Wild Horse Reservoir. This is a positive indicator after the big die-off of perch that we had there this past spring. Electroshocking survey of Cummins Lake in White Pine County resulted in the documentation of 4 to 5 age classes of northern pike in the reservoir. Recently discovered in the ponds on the Steptoe Valley Wildlife Area, which is connected to Cummins Lake during high water periods. eDNA surveys are currently underway to determine the extent of the species on our management area. From our southern region, a partial fish kill was documented at Beatty Pond in late September, resulting from high temperatures and low oxygen. Subsequent survey work revealed largemouth bass and bluegills still present in the reservoir. A tournament sponsored by One Bass, which is Western Outdoor News,
was held at Lake Mojave in September. Improper fish handling and transport techniques resulted in the loss of a significant number of tournament caught bass. An investigation by the Law Enforcement Division was initiated regarding the death and subsequent disposal of tournament fish. A recent fall count at Devil's Hole resulted in 263 Devil's Hole pupfish, which represents the single highest count at the hole since 2003. Ironically, a Sea-Chee event occurred at Devil's Hole the following day as a result of an earthquake in Mexico. It initially appears the damage to the algae on the shallow shelf was minimal, but spring counts should indicate if this holds true. And from the western region, fall electroshocking surveys were completed at many western region lakes and reservoirs such as Squaw Valley Reservoir, Hinkson Slough, and Hobart Reservoir. Sport fisheries revealed healthy populations of all species with little ill effects from ongoing drought conditions. Fisheries Division personnel were recently notified of a large downed tree that had punctured a hole in the water delivery ditch for Little Washoe Lake. Quick coordination with NDF ensured the tree was removed and the ditch repaired prior to the October 15th start of the water season. And native aquatic species surveys were completed at Martin Creek for western pearl shell mussels and at Soldier Meadows for desert dace. Both species, which are species of conservation priority in the swamp, were found in abundance at each locality. That's all I have, and I'll be happy to take any questions from you.
Yeah. Chris, when you talked about what type of event happened at the Devil's Hole?
It's called a Sea-Chee event. Devil's Hole maintains an underground, it's still a mystery, an underground connection with southern Mexico and the Yucatan Peninsula. When Mexico receives earthquake, we see significant activity in Devil's Hole where the water will slosh back and forth. If you have a minute, go to YouTube and search Devil's Hole. It's happened a number of times in the past. One time when we were, we had some folks there doing a survey, and you'll get a earthquake in Mexico or the Yucatan Peninsula, and the water sloshes back and forth in Devil's Hole, and it's violent. And what that does, just at the top of Devil's Hole, is what we call the shallow shelf, which is only in about this deep of water. That's where the Devil's Hole pupfish perform all their spawning and feeding activities versus the other 99% of the hole, which is just sort of where they swim about. But that shallow shelf on top of Devil's Hole is critical for spawning and feeding. And when you get that water sloshing back and forth like that event that's on YouTube, it completely submerged that shallow shelf, and it basically just scoured it. So it really causes problems with spawning and feeding.
Yeah, thanks.
But if you, like I said, if you guys get a chance, look at YouTube for Devil's Hole, and it's pretty remarkable.
Yeah, we had a great presentation from one of the biologists when we were in southern Nevada a few years ago. So yeah. It's really good.
Thank you. Just one question. You were talking about the surveys in Cummins Lake. I'm just curious if you have noticed any changes in survey numbers of trout, as an example, as a relation to the increase in northern pike.
Not yet. We would expect that in the future. And as a person that used to manage Cummins Lake, it comes to a sort of a critical mass, and it'll happen really, really quickly once you get reproducing northern pike numbers, and once you get that adult pike population to a certain level where they start eating, it happens pretty quickly. But no, we haven't seen a reduction in trout numbers or bass numbers. We haven't seen a real effect yet, but we do anticipate that.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
All right. Thank you.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Data and Technology Services Division Chief. The Hunt and Licensing staff completed the draft of the 2023 big game application dates for the commission regulation that will be presented to the commission in January. The reintroduction of the Swan Draw was a success, resulting in 817 total applications. 103 of those were non-resident applications. 714 were resident applications for the 650 available permits. Staff have also collected licensing equipment from 6 of the licensing vendors that have not been meeting the minimum sales requirement to retain selling licenses on the department's behalf. Preparations have begun for the 2023 vessel registration period that opens on December 1st. We just received all of the aquatic invasive species and registration stickers. Staff are working in conjunction with Con Ed to get a reminder postcard out to all vessel owners by the end of this month. Fall is typically our slower time of the year, so licensing staff are taking this good time to work on administrative tasks, like the licensing retention schedule that has been updated and is going to the State Records Committee here in November. Also been working on internal policies and procedures that are being updated and sent out to staff. We had 2 members of the licensing staff visit Lincoln, Nebraska for the annual AFWA CBMA conference, where they attended workshops with a combination of other states to discuss topics including teleworking, licensing vendors, duplicate customer accounts, requests for proposals, vendor agents, recruitment, retention, and reactivation, or R3 as we refer to it, among a variety of other topics. The Geographic Information System staff are working on Vegetation Health Assessment Database project in conjunction with the Habitat Division. They're also working on updating Survey 123 forms for the harvest check-in and abandoned mining forms. And finally, our information technology staff have ordered all the equipment and computer replacements for the year and are preparing to start the replacement cycle. And with that, I will take any questions that the commission might have.
Commissioner East.
Thank you, Chairman. Kim, the minimum requirements, can you tell us what those are and maybe why they're not meeting those on the licensing?
I will refer the minimum requirements to our vendor liaison, Ali Medina.
Okay.
Hello, Alejandra Medina for the record, Data and Technology Services. The minimum record by NAC is 100 licensing items per year.
100, okay. And so they're not meeting those in maybe some of our rural communities?
Some of our rules are not meeting them, but I have left it up to the rules to see if they find need in selling licenses. So no rural office has been stripped from their selling abilities. They've been contacted and asked if they see a need, and most have said yes. These have been more populated cities such as Las Vegas.
So the 6 have come from the more populated areas? Oh, okay.
Correct.
Okay. All right. So I'm assuming it's just easier to get it online in some of our more urban areas.
Correct.
Okay.
And some of the issues that have arisen have been defective equipment as well, and
Okay.
that's kind of led to lack of sales. But we are in the works of looking for more vendor equipment in the future.
Okay, thanks. I just want to make sure we're accessible to everybody. That's all. Okay.
course. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any additional questions? All right, seeing none, thank you.
Good morning, everyone. Mr. Chairman, Commissioners. Chief Game Warden Mike Maynard for the record. In our report, wardens in the Eastern Region investigated a self-turn-in wrong physical characteristics harvest doe shot on an antlered tag. The individual was cited, meat seized, was allowed to keep the tag and continued hunting per our internal policy, and investigated a wrong physical characteristics pronghorn self-turn-in where the horn ear length was borderline. Individual issued a warning as well. Game wardens in the Eastern Region investigated a report of a dead bull found in Unit 091. He found a bullet near the rear of the bull. The 091 bull season had recently ended. It was likely a wounding loss with a failure to adequately pursue. Wardens investigated separate reports of dead bulls in Units 078 and 077, determined to be rut mortalities. Wardens have begun investigation on a cow elk shot in 067 during closed season. Cow was found by a game biologist responding to a caller mortality signal. Game wardens in the eastern region made a camp contact that turned into a large case where individuals obtained an Area 10 early tag and proceeded to hunt Area 6. One deer was harvested in Area 6 during this time in an incident that has been determined to be a premeditated act. Charges are pending in that case. Wardens received information of potential unlawful kill on the Ruby Marsh Refuge. Upon information gathering, it appears the deer may have also been harvested after legal hours as well. An investigation is ongoing. Eastern Region wardens completed a deer decoy operation during the early Area 10 rifle deer hunt. No violations were observed, but it did garner attention from many hunters. Wardens assisted Utah Department of Wildlife with seizing a buck antelope in connection with a case, and Idaho Fish and Game by interviewing a suspect who lives outside of Elko, and they are investigating for residency fraud. All Southern Region wardens conducted saturation patrols during the rifle deer opener in the Tonopah and Panaca areas. Southern Region wardens patrolled the U.S. Open Fishing Tournament on Lake Mojave and are investigating a claim of illegal guiding, multiple reports stemming from a local meat processor, and multiple self-report issues. Wardens in the Western Region have kept busy responding to many urban wildlife calls with foraging activity at its highest point in the lead up to winter. Western Region wardens worked Lahontan Valley Bird Dog Club with one citation issued for releasing birds without bans, investigated a landowner complaint of a hunter trespass associated with a deer hunt on Humboldt County hay farm. Hunters were warned, and also investigated potential closed-season bobcat trapping with no confirmation of illegal activity at that time. Southern Region wardens investigated a vessel incident at Lake Mead involving a swamp bass boat and responded to and assisted an individual who dislocated his shoulder while operating a PWC, personal watercraft. Eastern Region has received its long-awaited new patrol vessel, the first modern aluminum-hulled patrol boat in the region. Western Region wardens assisted Pyramid Paiute tribal police officers by putting them through Nevada Department of Wildlife's nationally certified law enforcement boat operators course. Public safety wardens assisted NPS on a traffic stop, resulting in NPS arresting for a DUI, made a traffic stop and cited a high-speed driver near Battle Mountain, and stopped out on a motorist assist with a flat tire on their ATV trailer and got them back on the road. In headquarters, 2 game warden captains and the boating education coordinator attended the National Association of Boating Law Administrators annual conference in Manchester, New Hampshire. Game warden captains conducted an interview for Game Warden Lieutenant Western Region. Congratulations to new Lieutenant Jason Jackson, who will be taking up his new residence in Fallon, Nevada in late January. Lieutenant Christy Knight will be Jason's command mentor and retain command of the Western Region until such time as Jason is ready to transition. The Chief Game Warden and staff held a meeting with the Director's Office, DPS, NDI, Chief Investigator, and the Governor's staff officials regarding the Goshute Tribal request for law enforcement assistance on their territory in eastern Nevada. And finally, I will be retiring the week of Christmas. So it's been a pleasure serving with you all, and I stand for any questions.
There we go. Well, congratulations, and thank you for your service. I didn't realize you were leaving so soon.
Thank you.
I do have a quick question for you, and I think this issue's come up before. I think you mentioned it at the start. You guys cited an individual that shot a doe or a cow on a bull or a buck tag. Was that correct? But they still get to hunt that bull or buck tag, right? We don't, even though they shot the wrong sex, their tag is still valid and they can still hunt.
Correct. And for explanation, for those of you who may not be familiar, this is an internal process largely in how we handle enforcement. If we cannot give the meat to somebody who doesn't have a lawful tag to possess it, so we seize that. But we don't do field justice where we seize their tag. That's another process for that. And the mere fact that they committed a wildlife violation, which they will be cited for, but not yet convicted, is not grounds to seize a tag or to prevent future hunting activity. So we have legal obligations to be fair to that individual, and that's how it's still a pending misdemeanor. It's not a confirmed conviction.
Got it. And then I guess we did have it's my understanding we had a fatality last weekend in a hunting party in Northeast Nevada. Is that correct? And I'm just curious, was that in the field or at camp or at the pickup or?
That's still under investigation. Anytime there's a fatality, it's considered a homicide, and they need to determine the appropriate disposition, and that falls to the county sheriff's department. In this case, it was Elko County, and they're still investigating that. So we can't release details on that, but I believe there's enough information out there to suggest that it was in the field at the time, yes.
Okay. And congratulations on your retirement, because we won't see it when we come back in January. So.
No, you will not.
Mr. Rogers.
Yeah, just a quick question. In previous commission meetings, you had reported on staff and that we had lost a couple of game wardens in certain areas. Just curious from a staffing perspective and a staffing update where we're at on replacing any of those game wardens that have left.
I believe we have 2 that are going to be graduating the academy within the next couple of weeks. Next week, I believe, is their graduation, if I'm not mistaken. That would fill 2 positions out of 10 vacancies. The recent promotion of Jason Jackson to lieutenant, which he is now in that position, means there's another vacancy. So I believe, and I could be wrong on this, we're looking at 9 vacancies currently. So it's still fairly significant given that our full staffing is 35 officers in the field.
Any additional questions or comments? Okay, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, if I might just kind of bring this agenda item to a close, I'd first like to thank Chief Maynard for his service and congratulate him for his pending retirement. He's set us up incredibly well, despite the vacancy challenges that have plagued law enforcement, not only in this state, but across the country and state wildlife agencies. He's built a great bench, and we have a lot of great people in headquarters, in the field, in supervisorial, as well as field positions around the state. So I wanted to thank Mike and congratulate him publicly. So thank you for that. Speaking to the vacancy issue that Vice Chair Rogers brought up, Chief Maynard mentioned that you have 35 field wardens with 10 vacancies. This has been kind of a standard level of vacancies in our agency, in Law Enforcement Division in our agency, which is approaching 1/3 of our capacity. And I just want to try to achieve some awareness of just how small our agency is. And when we begin to look at the average area of coverage for Nevada game wardens and compare that to game wardens in other states, other western states, adjacent states, we'll see a ratio of 1 warden to every 300 to 400 square miles in Nevada. That's upwards of 1,200 square miles. So it's about 4 times what the area when fully staffed. And then if you lose 1/3 of that capacity, then that goes up significantly. And the reason I want to share that for a couple of reasons, but last legislative session, I think there were some well-intentioned bills that didn't necessarily recognize some of the capacity challenges that the agency faces, one in particular pertaining to roadkill, and it had ascribed particular responsibilities and burdens, if you will, to the Law Enforcement Division in particular. So when we look at the fact that we already have, when fully staffed, 4 times the area per officer, and then we look at prolonged vacancy rates that approach 1/3 of our staff, and then we look at adding additional responsibilities into those 35 people, it becomes a significant challenge to meet the expectations, fulfill the public safety charge, and I just want to highlight that. I'll have conversations with some of my peers around the country, and for example, Texas Parks and Wildlife. When Florida has a hurricane and Texas decides to send some boats and some wardens to provide public safety assistance, they will send more game wardens than the Nevada Department of Wildlife has employees. Texas Parks and Wildlife, Florida Fish and Wildlife Commission, they have roughly 1,000 commissioned officers in agencies that are 3,000 to 3,500 people. And again, Nevada Department of Wildlife sits at 256 full-time employees. So if you hear concerns about that capacity that the agency has, it isn't limited to law enforcement, but it's across the board in each and every division. And if you hear conversations in the upcoming legislative session about trying to add to that capacity, please understand that it isn't empire building, it's simply mission fulfillment. So again, thank you for your service, Mike. Congratulations on your retirement. And lastly, biologists are notorious for making simple communication more challenging by using words that people don't understand, like a Seachy event. And I want to give Crookshanks a huge shout out for coming up with a new word, numerous juvenile. I'm going to add that to my vocabulary. Thanks, Chris. Thanks, Mike. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, with that, we'll close agenda item number 6A. We'll go to agenda item number 6B, litigation report. Deputy Attorney General Craig Burkett. A report will be provided on Nevada Department of Wildlife litigation.
Thank you, Chairman Cavilla. One of the reasons I enjoy working with our director is he'll mention things like misplaced modifiers, which only nerdy lawyers like me geek out on usually. So thank you for adding that to the discussion, so we lawyers can have something to talk about. I apologize. I had promised to have a discussion on water law issues, and I know Commissioner Barnes was particularly interested in that, but we got waylaid by other issues and had a lot going on this month, but we'll talk about that next month. So just two items I want to talk about, though. So we have had some advancement in the case we took to trial in February. I know I've talked about this a lot with you all, but we have received a cost award from the court to the department in the amount of $12,000 for our defense of that case. And we have a hearing November 15th, which will discuss our request for attorney's fees roughly in the amount of $80,000 for the defense of that case. So we'll have that hearing in a couple weeks, and we'll let you know what the result of that is. But we do have cost payment coming from the plaintiff now in $12,000. So the additional issue is we have received a brief on the Russell Collard, your suspension, your upholding of the department's suspension for 3 years of Mr. Collard's master guide license, or I guess he was a sub-guide. We have received his brief on that. We are preparing our answering brief to the district court, which we shall, I think it'll be filed on the 17th or before the 17th. If any of you want to see the actual documents, you're welcome. I'll provide them to you if you're interested in seeing them. They're public documents. Anybody can see them. But you are, most of this stuff I imagine you're not interested in seeing, but if you're interested in seeing the briefs, we'd be happy to share them with you. And with that, I'll stand ready to answer any questions.
Any questions? Commissioner East.
Maybe this is masochistic, but I would like to see that brief. My blood literally boils when I think about that hearing. So I think I would like to see it if you wouldn't mind sending it over.
Understood. We'll share it.
I have one other question, Chair. I guess I look at this report and I think, gosh, there's so much that's just sitting out there. And I'm just wondering, where are we on the number one on your report, U.S. et al. Versus Truckee Carson Irrigation District et al. I mean, the last kind of known date there is the 22nd of February from this year. And I'm just curious, I guess some of these just feel like they just sit.
So the water law cases are going to sit.
Okay.
Water law, famously in Nevada, especially ones as complex and complicated as we're dealing with, are going to continue to go on and on and on. I think the public trust doctrine case, there's an expectation of about 20 years that the entire litigation is going to take. Because of the complexity of all the various water rights issues, including, Mason Valley and the, all the different parties who have interests in it. It's incredibly complex. But to tell you the truth, the very first item has to do. The only reason I haven't closed it yet is I can't track down a lawyer in Idaho to basically say, look, we're done with this, right? This preceded me. I've been here for 4 years. It preceded me, and I can't seem to track down the lawyer. So that one is really probably could be dropped. But the water law cases,
just take time.
And you'll see some of the subfiles on the water law cases. Those are yearly water master issues where we're allocating and adjusting the rights the department has to certain water rights.
Okay. All right. Yeah, it's been on here since I think I started.
Yep.
So-
Yep. And it will
All right.
be. The first one, unfortunately, we can get rid of soon.
Okay.
I promise.
All right. Thanks.
Any additional questions? Are seeing none. Thank you, Craig. All right, we'll go to agenda item number 6C, Predation Management Fiscal Year 2022 Report. Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson. The Game Division will present predation report per Commission Policy 23. The department shall prepare an annual predation management status report detailing results of the previous fiscal year's projects. This status report shall be presented at the last commission meeting of each calendar year.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. In previous years, I have been scolded for not warning the commission when my presentation may take the better part of an hour. So I don't know if you want to take a bathroom break or you want me to go.
I'm seeing yes, so let's take a 15-minute break and thank you for the warning. If everybody wants to start heading towards their seat, we'll get going again. We've got a lot to go through today. Our field trip will be in headlights. I don't know. Do I need to read that? I don't need to read that agenda item again, do I?
You might,
Okay.
because you're opening it back.
All right, let's get going again. So we're on agenda item 6C, Predation Management Fiscal Year 2022 Report. Wildlife Staff Specialist Pat Jackson. The Game Division will present the 2022 Predation Report per Commission Policy 23. The department shall prepare an annual predation management status report detailing results of the previous fiscal year's projects. This status report shall be presented at the last commission meeting of each calendar year.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. So I have a PowerPoint presentation today that I'm going to go through, talk a little bit about the $3 predator fee and the ways we can expend those funds. We did have a shortcoming this year, so I'm going to dive into that and what happened, what we're doing to remedy it. I'll go over the various projects that we implemented in 2022. And then towards the end, we have 3 outside presentations. 2 will be here and 1 will be in Zoom. It's my hope, for the sake of brevity, we can hold questions until the very end for everything, but it's ultimately up to the commission if you'd like to stop presentations and ask questions. So the $3 predator fee, which you can see is in NRS 502-253, we are now generating a little over 900,000 annually. Every time our sportsmen apply to a big game or turkey tag, they pay a $3 fee known as the $3 predator fee. And we've seen those applications go up. Henceforth, our revenue for this fee has gone up. With that, we are to provide the Nevada Department of Agriculture with $14,000 in administrative fees. The remainder is intended to be allocated for various predator projects within the annual predator plan, which you'll be hearing the next rendition of that at the January meeting. And then it also can be used for staff salary. And then I always emphasize that it's a unique fund in many capacities, not the least of which is it doesn't revert. So whatever we don't spend one fiscal year remains in the same account and is available for expenditures in future years. And these are the 3 ways that we can spend those funds: the management of predatory wildlife, control techniques, and an understanding of predatory wildlife, and then also the protection of sensitive species. And so our budget summary in fiscal year 2021, or I'm sorry, this should say 2020, we generated $797,000, almost $798,000. And so according to NRS and that 80% mandate, we needed to spend just around $637,000. And then this most recent year, we spent $480 and some change. And so that's the 60% of the total and 75% of the mandate. We had a shortcoming of just over $156,000 or $157,000. And so to talk about the challenges as to why we ended up there, there's 3. We're all familiar with the COVID-19 pandemic, unprecedented. This year, it wasn't as much of an obstruction as it was the year prior.
What? We're all familiar with the COVID-19 pandemic.
And then also, we're growing a program with USDA Wildlife Services, and so that growth had some setbacks, and I'll elaborate on that. And then we also just have some own internal NDOW hurdles. So I'm not going to elaborate on the COVID pandemic. We all went through it together. It's nice, by the way, to be here in person instead of sitting in my office on Zoom. Some other challenges working with Wildlife Services. This was the first fiscal year that we had worked with Mark Ono, the new state director, for a full billing cycle. They had a vacancy for their Eastern Region supervisor this entire fiscal year. They were also extremely short-staffed around the raven removal season. They had some technicians either quit early or not start, and then one of their full-time employees retired at the beginning of that, who was also intended to do all of that work. And then they also were not able to buy quite a bit of field equipment that we had agreed to do their work because of their own contracting challenges. And then within NDOW, We set a high bar for lion contractors. We redid those contracts about a couple years ago and set some deals where folks could not guide in the same areas that they worked. And so we got pretty small pool of applicants and currently only have one contract with a lion specialist in the state. He does have sub-guides, but we're limited there. We've had different changes in field staff, and so their understanding of the resource and the predation challenges set forth are unique area to area. And so we've worked through that. And then just expenses are a moving target as far as what's available and what we do and whatnot. And then there's also just a finite amount of ways to responsibly spend these funds. And so moving forward, I really want to emphasize the growing collaboration and adaptive program that we're building with Wildlife Services. I had lunch with Mark Ono, the state director, 2 days ago to talk about this, and he is on a chukar hunt, regrets he can't be here now, but said that he would be happy to come at the January meeting to elaborate on the work that we are doing with Wildlife Services and the very staff that he's currently employing and the program that he's building. I'd really like to talk up Mark Ono and how collaborative he is in working with us and attending our meetings and getting his field staff to meet ours. So I suppose to say good things are coming, and then it seems like the pandemic's over. I sure hope it is. And so with that, I'll go on to various projects. So Project 21 in the annual predator plan is the removal of common ravens to protect greater sage grouse. This is the shortcoming that bothers me the most. Common ravens are migratory bird protected under the Migratory Bird Treaty Act. Currently, working with the Fish and Wildlife Service, we get a depredation permit for 2,500, and so that's a pretty big shortcoming. You'll see a presentation towards the end of everything today on a collaboration with a different project we're doing with the USGS. Ravens are a problem for greater sage grouse nest success, and this is the one that I take the most personally. So I just want you to know that it's a goal to get up and remove as many ravens as possible. And so you can see that we had quite a bit allocated for that. We do expect to have an increase in our depredation permit this year, and so that's why that number on the left, 175,000, was so big for this year, and we do expect to be able to spend substantially more funds on that for this upcoming sage grouse nesting season. And we recommend continuing this project into the foreseeable future. 2201, this is the proactive removal of lions to protect California bighorn sheep in hunt units 011 and 013, and we work with both Wildlife Services and private contractors to do this. We only removed one mountain lion in that immediate area. There were other units outside of 011 and 013 that we removed several, which I'm sure contributed to an overall impact, but we were able to more or less match this budget. And the populations of sheep in both 011 and 013 are fairly static, and we recommend continuing this project until population viability of the local sheep is reached. 22074, this started out several years ago as a proactive lion removal and has transitioned into monitoring for lion predation. We now think we have about 25 animals, and we haven't had any non-predation events since 2016. And so now we're spending $3 predator fees to monitor these populations, purchase, deploy, and maintain GPS collars. And then with a different pot of money, we're also testing for a MOBI. And so in this year, we purchased and deployed a handful of GPS collars, and you can see that we met or exceeded this budget as well. And we recommend continuing this project until population viability is also reached within the predator plan. Project 37, the big game protection of mountain lions. This affords the department opportunity to act quickly across the state where mountain lion predation may be limiting any big game species. And so, and then it also allows for the assistance of sheep reintroductions and releases. And we use both Wildlife Services and private contractors. And so with that, Wildlife Services in fairly short order removed 4 lions in 051, 1 in 021, and 3 lions in 014, and then a private contractor removed several lions across the state. And so we recommend continuing this project as long as funds are available, as it allows us the opportunity to respond quickly. Project 38, similar to Project 37, big game protection for coyotes. This is one where, other than a little administrative efforts for Wildlife Services, we did not implement this year, and that was because of the aforementioned challenges in working with Wildlife Services. Project 40, this is a fairly long-lasting project. It's in hunt units, or Area 14, predominantly Hunt Unit 114, and we've collared 13 doe deer since January 2017. To my knowledge, none of those collars are currently on air, and we work with Wildlife Services to remove both coyotes and at times mountain lions in Hunt Unit 114. And this year they were able to remove 77 coyotes and 4 coyote dens. They do this predominantly with a helicopter, and so that hourly cost adds up really quickly. And we recommend continuing this until the mule deer populations reach population desired trajectory as defined in our annual predator plan. And so Project 41, this is the first project that I'm talking about that would be considered non-lethal. And so this is a collaboration with the USGS, and it's the first project that I'm talking about where, because it's non-lethal, we can match for Pittman-Robertson funds. And so only 25% of expenditures come out of $3 predator fee. The remaining 75% are with PR funds. And so internally, we deployed 6 Argos backpack transmitters on Ravens. The majority of these funds go to the USGS. And so this is where I'm going to step aside and let Dr. Dettenmeyer speak to you for 10 or 12 minutes on the efforts and findings that they have had.
All right, I'm Seth Dettenmeyer, a wildlife biologist with the U.S. Geological Survey, for the record. I just want to start by thanking the commission for the opportunity to present today on this work. And then I also want to thank Staff Specialist Pat Jackson for the invitation. And so today, I just want to provide basically an update for the commission on the science and tools that have been created through the collaboration between USGS and NDOW that come with large financial support from the state's $3 predator fee. And I'm just going to start by highlighting the release of a special issue with the Journal of Human-Wildlife Interactions. This is a special issue that includes 22 papers on raven ecology and management. It covers topics ranging from the impacts on sensitive species, population increases, and management options. And there's no exaggeration that many of these papers that were accepted were made possible by the support of Nevada's $3 predator fee. I also mentioned that some of the papers are still in press, but they should all be available by the end of this year. Moving on, here's just a quick outline of the presentation that I'm going to give today. We're just going to start with the problem and then work towards potential solutions. So jumping back to the problem at hand, there is an issue with raven populations. Raven populations have been increasing in number and expanding across much of North America over the last 50 years. In order to better quantify these trends, we've modeled breeding bird survey data by ecoregion and by sensitive species distribution. And then within the few selected panels here, you can see those increasing trends. Also in the figure on the right, we see that the Great Basin has experienced some of the highest increases in North America. Even more concerning are the increases occurring within sensitive species habitat. The blue line there represents raven abundance at the broader scale, while that red line is the abundance within that species habitat. Focusing on the sage grouse, we see just how concerning the issue of ravens are for sage grouse conservation efforts. Next, raven populations, our models consistently identify anthropogenic resources as one of the largest drivers of these trends. Of these resources, additional foraging opportunities have contributed to a large part in increasing fitness of ravens.
Shown here are the results of a study we published in 2020, where we found that modeled raven densities were largely driven by distance to anthropogenic subsidies. And we see that relationship demonstrated in that figure on the right. If we look back to work conducted in the Mojave Desert in 2019, this is a study that was done on non-breeding ravens. Again, we're going to see that strong selection for areas of development, including dairies, agriculture, towns, and waste facilities. We also know that ravens use anthropogenic structures as nesting substrate. The figures here are representing two different studies. The figure on the left is from a study by Knight and Kawashima. There are a variety of substrates there on the x-axis with the percent available and used on the y. And here we see that power lines are highly selected for. On the right, we see another study that we conducted of nest selection probability as a function of distance to transmission line. Here, we also found that raven nest selection probability is highest, closest to transmission lines. In the sagebrush sea of the West, transmission lines are often the only available nesting substrate. This figure here shows the relationship between survival of juvenile ravens to departure from their natal territories and nest distance to the nearest anthropogenic resource. So that y-axis is showing you the percent survival, while the x-axis shows that distance to the nearest anthropogenic resource. Again, this is showing us that juveniles from nests that are closer to anthropogenic resources were most likely to survive to departure from those natal territories. The issue culminates in impacts on populations of sensitive species. From the literature, we do know that ravens exhibit hyperpredation. This is where we see increased predation pressure on sensitive species as a result of increased abundance of subsidized food resources. We also see ravens inhabiting previously unoccupied adjacent habitats where their predatory effects are known to spillover predation. Previous work that Dr. Coates conducted here in Nevada indicate that ravens are the top predator of sage-grouse nests and that nest survival rates decline as raven abundance increases. We also see that predation rates increase with shrub cover reductions. Another study by Pete Coates back in 2010, his models here are showing that within that study area, a 1% decrease in shrub cover is leading to a 7.5% increase in potential predation by ravens for a sage-grouse nest. Obviously, this is concerning given the increased size and frequency of wildfires across the West. Each year, we just seem to lose more habitat. It's exacerbated by the fact that sage-grouse are known to exhibit maladaptive behavior, nesting in areas of invasive annual grasses, given their strong phylopatry. So they tend to return to areas where they nested the year before, whether or not that habitat has been degraded. And this just makes them even more susceptible to predation by ravens. So at the USGS, our collaboration with NDOW, we're working on solutions that NDOW and others can use in a way of decision support tools for the management of ravens, and we've developed a science-based framework and an associated web-based tool that I'm just going to cover really quickly. So the framework that we've developed has 5 steps. They're shown here, and I'm going to walk you through each of these. The framework is adaptable in conservation planning, and you can fit in just about any species of conservation concern that you want to. Today, my talk is going to highlight just sage-grouse. The framework starts with just simply doing a desktop analysis, and we can use these broad-scale mapping tools that we've developed to identify areas where ravens are most likely to impact sensitive species. So they're going to include things like that map on the left, which is raven occurrence and density maps. And then because ravens mostly impact sage grouse through nest depredations, we want to identify the areas where the highest raven densities intersect with sage grouse breeding areas. And that's the map that you see on the right there. Those red areas highlight the high densities of ravens and sage grouse breeding areas. For the second step in this framework, we want to estimate site level raven densities at the site level. So this helps just verify our mapping results, and it provides a general baseline. The several methods that are available for getting at site level estimates, the first could be using distance sampling. A second option is to use a rapid assessment function that is another product of the collaborative effort between USGS and NDOW. The advantage of that latter is that you can get at site level raven densities doing less surveys, making it more feasible for agencies that may not have the resources to do the intensive monitoring required for distance sampling. Step 3, we're going to use those infill density estimates from the previous step and use those to assess the potential risks that ravens pose to sage grouse at that site. From the work that we produced in 2020, we determined an ecological threshold. We found that as raven densities increase above 0.4 ravens per square kilometer, they seem to have an impact on greater sage grouse nest survival. This is the ecological threshold at which ravens do start to impact sage grouse nest survival. In the figure here, I've kind of brought together that site level raven density estimates with their associated confidence intervals, and I just went ahead and plotted those with the ecological threshold. That would be that horizontal dashed line that you see. I show 13 sites there with raven densities on the y-axis, and the color of each of these estimates corresponds to a management tier, which I'll cover now. So in step 4, managers engage the tiers of this framework and identify potential management options that are available. Those tiers are being no action there at the lowest. Tier 1, habitat improvement actions. Tier 2, we move up to addressing anthropogenic subsidies. And then in Tier 3, direct actions. And I'll briefly explain how that works in a minute. So Tier 1 sites, these are where the risk to sage grouse is low and where we might want to just focus more on habitat issues. That may be enough to ameliorate any potential effects of ravens at those sites. Moving to Tier 2, the threat to sage grouse is more likely because of higher raven densities. You can see that estimate is now above that ecological threshold that I mentioned. And we may want to start addressing anthropogenic subsidies at that site that are supporting these elevated raven densities. By the time we're going to enter into Tier 3, there's a real risk to that sage grouse population, and managers may decide that it's warranted to do direct action in order to ameliorate that threat and to help conserve those populations. The final step is to do some post-action monitoring just to ensure that our management actions are achieving our overall objectives. And Sean did not authorize me to use this picture, but it fell into my slide deck anyway. So here's that framework just summarized into a single figure. As such, it's probably not that useful for managers. There's a lot to do on the back end in order to make this a functional tool. So what we did is we did take that framework and synthesized it into a web-based application that's going to streamline that entire process. It's going to run all the computational work in the background and then output science-based management options tailored by each specific site. We call this the SMART. That's the science-based management of raven tools. Here is just the landing page. Once the tool's been opened, managers can begin to design their raven surveys. and treatment sites. And the tool features an interactive leaflet map with full functions such as panning, zooming. Users also have the option to do predefined sites, or they can use modification in the tool where they can upload a feature. They can also draw sites on the fly on the map. The tool also includes guide layers that the user can use when designing sites. These include spatial layers on raven abundance and raven density, like the maps that I showed you previously. It also includes important sage-grouse boundaries, as well as the overlap of raven and sensitive species distributions. So that helps make the tool useful for raven management with a variety of target species, those of most interest here in Nevada being desert tortoise and sage-grouse. In this final screenshot here, the user has selected a portion of the sage-grouse breeding areas layer shown there in the green. These are areas that are impacted by ravens. That would be the red portion representing areas of raven density that exceed our ecological threshold. This just is a really handy tool for helping managers identify those areas where there might be greatest potential threat to sage-grouse and where you may want to start targeting management efforts. The second portion of the tool allows the user to just input site-level raven densities based on field surveys. This will output the density estimate and also provide confidence intervals for those sites. Once the density for each of these sites has been established, the next step is to select the threshold that represents the ecological impacts. Within the tool, we've already included sage-grouse, but there's also the option for desert tortoise. The user can also just manually enter the threshold. And as that threshold changes, you'll see on the right-hand side, those values for the sites are changing, as well as the management, potential management options. Finally, it's gonna produce a list of management options tailored to these sites just based on all the information that's entered. The managers can go through that and determine which of those might be most appropriate using local knowledge and their personal skill sets. These are just management options. And so that's basically it. It's a science-based framework for the management of raven populations wrapped into just a friendly user web-based tool. It's also includes the ability to pull up anthropogenic subsidy layers. We did include that layer within it. We anticipate that in the future, we're gonna also be able to include sage-grouse nest survival impacts. That way, when a user uses the tool, they can estimate based on the management option what the impact may be for that sage-grouse population. This is obviously a large collaborative effort, and I just want to thank NDOW. I want to thank the commissioners and Nevada's $3 predator fee for supporting the science and tools that I presented today.
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. Project 41 is a pretty long-lived. I think I was at a conference with Dr. Pete Coates in 2013, and he said something to the effect of, I have all these ideas with ravens, but we don't have any funding. And I'd like to thank the commission for their continued support and approval of Project 41. And it's not all just from NDOW's efforts and funding sources in collaboration with USGS, but science now has documented and publications on the fact that we have more ravens than we used to, that ravens pose a great threat to sage-grouse nest success. We now have models that state where raven densities are higher than they should be for sage-grouse and other sensitive species success, and models that recommend various types of management actions. And so in public meetings and private meetings, in court cases, if it takes to that, we, Nevada, are in a very, very defensible place scientifically to perform management actions with ravens for the protection of various species. And so a genuine thank you. Project 42, this was a population model for mountain lions. We had an outside presentation last year. I wanted to emphasize that those findings were that we had between 3,200 and 3,400 mountain lions across the state based on harvest stats and some GPS data. And that was identified as a stable population. And so I'll be revisiting that. These collaborators, it's with the University of Lincoln in Nebraska, should be having a manuscript out in the coming years. The methodologies they used to build that model were fairly novel. And again, and founded in science, the peer review process is the golden standard. And so to have Nevada's model captured in a manuscript that's peer reviewed just adds additional authenticity and reverence to those findings. Project 43, a lethal project. This is mesopredator removal to protect waterfowl, turkeys, and pheasants in a couple of different wildlife management areas across the state. It's predominantly to increase waterfowl and turkey nest success. We work with Wildlife Services to do ground and aerial efforts. And we can recommend continuing this pending funding availability. And this is another project where in our collaborations with Wildlife Services, we fell a little short on spending all funds available. On now to Project 44. This is the lethal removal and monitoring of mountain lions in Area 24. This started out well before my tenure began with NDOW. We have an underperforming bighorn sheep herd in the Delamar Mountains. Well, we started just proactively removing lions that transitioned to GPS marking lions and visiting their kill site and only removing lions that consume sheep. Come to find out they're really not eating all that many bighorn sheep. I think we've removed 3 or 4 sheep eaters since this project began. But we found some really interesting things, that they're really eating quite a few feral horses, which has some interesting findings and potential management implications across Nevada and the West. And so in fiscal year 2022, we GPS marked 8 lions. We did remove 1 that consumed bighorn sheep. I want to emphasize we have a 1 strike and you're out policy. And so we did exceed this budget. And the department's recommendations are to continue monitoring activity and remove offending individuals with that 1 strike policy. And then we have an outside presentation. This will be Zoom, so it might take a moment to transition, but this is one of our recent videos that we got from this project. I don't remember this individual's acronym or name in the spreadsheet, but this is an older male. And since we've GPS marked him, he's consumed 1 deer and 22 or 23 horses. This is a medium-sized, I believe, mare. And of all things, the spotted skunk showed up to chew on that while he did. So just neat. But anyway, I don't know what we need to do to zoom our outside presenter in. And I'll go on ahead and introduce them. There's a graduate student, and his resources are funded with the USGS. His name's Peter Iacono. And then the 2 other PIs on the project are Dr. David Stoner out of Utah State University, and then Dr. Kate Seneker, who's with the USGS.
Yes, hello. Peter Iacono. I'm a graduate student, as Pat mentioned. I'm sorry I couldn't be there in person today. Can you guys hear and see my screen all right?
Yes.
Awesome. Unfortunately, I have to travel tomorrow for a conference in Washington. I'd much rather be in Nevada than Washington. So thank you for allowing me to zoom in and share our project's update. So the 2 things we're really focusing on with these mountain lions are if these mountain lions prey switch after a horse removal, and do mountain lions select for horses over native ungulates such as deer, horse, or deer, elk, or bighorn sheep. So to start us off, we're going to focus on objective 1, which focuses on a horse removal that occurred in our study area in 2020. So our study area is right here on the border of Utah and southeast Nevada. The red delineates horse management and horse areas across the southwest. Our areas comprise of area 241 and 242 in the Delamar and Clover Mountains. And these brown areas delineate where wildfires had occurred, and that led to the subsequent horse removal. So in this reduction of prey, where horses were removed, we wanted to see how mountain lions responded in their predatory behaviors. Do they switch to deer? Do they consume more sheep after you have these horses reduced that are a big part of their diet? And we found that they did not switch. We looked at the probability of a kill that mountain lions would do before and after this time in relation to the gather, where the areas occurred, and the year, and we found no change before and after, as seen in these charts here. The chart on the left shows the percentage of horse in the diet on average from lions within the areas where the horse removals occurred and areas where the horse removals did not occur. And we see no significant change in their diet at all. We see a high variability. The black lines represent the average of horse in the diet. The gray shows the spectrum in which the individuals show horse preference. They overlap quite a bit, and there's no significance. This removal did not cause that, which is puzzling. We also looked at the mountain lion home range size as an indication if they responded to this prey removal. The mountain lion home range is closely tied to resource availability. The less resources, the larger the home range. Statistically speaking, we didn't see any change in the mountain lion home range. The dots represent individual lions. The lines represent lions that survived between the year before the removal took place and the year after the removal took place. Only 6 lions survived between the years, and we didn't see any trend at the population level, although some individuals did show a bit of a pattern that were able to survive. And we're seeing the average individual lion home range between these sizes, 112 kilometers squared to 300 and change, and that's equivalent to 27,000 to 81,000 acres. So one individual lion will occupy that size. Males are going to occupy more space than females, and we'll see them usually at around this size. And to focus on the horses, prey that they're killing, it's quite substantial. As the end of October, we have documented 336 horse predation events since the inception of this study in 2018, and it's not a seasonal occurrence. We see horse predation throughout the year and every month. As we can see in this chart here, it's predominantly foals, but they do consume subadults and adults. It's not tied to the birth pulse or a seasonal occurrence. I would like to point out that adults and subadults comprise of 29%, almost a third of the horses being consumed. So we're not, even though foals make up the majority of that, they're still consuming quite a bit of these larger prey. So just to highlight real quick, there was no evidence of prey switching. Horses were consumed year round. Foals are killed twice the rate of adults and subadults. And 70% of the cougars that we've collared have killed horses, and 30% are horse specialists, meaning that they consume horses above all other prey resources. Yep. And now focusing on that second objective, do mountain lions select for horses? So based on prey availability and what's on the landscape, do they consume horses more than they're available? And the way to do this is to look at our camera data. We have 52 cameras spread out across our study area, which is about the size of Rhode Island. And with this method, we can look at horses and deer and compare counts of them with the same tool. so that their counts and looking at their availability is consistent. And what we'll do is look at these hypothetical home ranges, which are delineated by these yellow and blue polygons, and see what cameras fall in with the home range. So we'll be able to take the mountain lion home range, see what cameras fall within the home range, use those cameras to see what prey is available to this lion within the space that they occupy in the home range, and then compare that to the data, to their diet. So we're looking to see, we're using the camera traps to see what's available, and we're looking at their diet to see what they're using and how those line up to figure out if mountain lions are consuming horses more than deer based on their availability. So where this is going is we're going to look at prey availability with the camera data, and with that, look at prey group size to see if that influences. Look at the prey age class and sex to see what's available on the landscape and comparing this to what the lions are eating. I want to look at lion kill rates to see if lions that consume horses more than other prey species have different kill rates. Do they kill just as much? Are they consuming less or more? And looking at that mountain lion home range as an indicator of prey availability and how productive the system is. But what I'm really interested with these cameras, and we're getting more information than we thought we would with them. It's good to have the prey availability, but they've been very useful to look at a lot of different species interactions, where they are on the landscape, how they're using the landscape, and kind of thinking about horse and native ungulate between the deer and elk competition. So I put together some of our camera data in short videos to get an idea of how these species are using the landscape at the same time. The last 5 pictures, we'll go through it again, is a horse and deer are feeding in the same area, and the detections are a few days apart if we look here towards the middle and end of April. I have a few more examples of these species interacting and overlapping. Here's one area in the Clover Mountains where we see deer, horse, and then elk occupying the same area. And all these detections are a week to 2 weeks apart on how they're overlapping and using the landscape. And we do have a few cameras on water sources, and here we can see 3 bucks move through in just a few minutes, but we have a group of horses that are occupying the water source for well over an hour. And this is all December 3rd. This is all in the course of a single day. And Pat, thanks for starting us off with that video. I included one in the presentation too, so I hope you guys are ready to look at another mountain lion video. That was an adult female, and she consumes horses above the population average. She's one of our horse specialists. So with that, I'd like to acknowledge Pat. Thank you for supporting the project. Bureau of Land Management, as Pat mentioned, Kate Schoenecker, my advisor, David Stoner, and especially our technicians here who have done an awesome job of holding down the fort. Thank you.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. 2 comments. You may have noticed from Peter's accent, he originates from Brooklyn, and we have spent hours in the truck practicing Nevada. We're just not there yet, but it's my hope that at the time of his defense we'll be there. But no, Peter's a wonderful individual and has worked extremely hard on this project, very sharp. And so I want to plant some seeds of thought with the commission. Since I began this job, I've been fascinated in the fact that feral horses are obviously in Nevada to the tune of over 60,000. That's an enormous prey base. Staff Specialist Mike Cox recently did an analysis and predicts that there's more biomass in horses in Nevada than all other big game combined. And so that's obviously an enormous amount of potential food what does that do to our native predator populations, maybe even spotted skunk populations? But obviously lions eat deer, but lions also eat horses. Horses compete with deer directly and indirectly for food, water, et cetera. And so there's an interesting interaction going on that through this and a couple other blossoming projects we hope to be able to elaborate on in future years. And so with that, on to Project 45, the PASSIS survey estimate of black bears in Nevada. This started out as a collaboration with Oxford and the University of Montana. We saw a presentation this time last year, as well as some findings on that population model. This project has, kind of melded with Project 46, which is a continuation of a larger camera grid that's now simultaneous with Project 45 across Northwest Nevada. And so it now recommends combining Project 45 and 6 and maintaining that larger grid to estimate populations of deer, horses, and any number of things. And so with that, the final outside presentation is with Dr. Sean Salterra, University of Montana, and he is here, so I will pull up his presentation, and I want to emphasize this is the last one. And it looks like my battery will make it.
All right, so I'll get going if I'm under the gun here. So first of all, Sean Salterra, postdoctoral researcher at the University of Montana, for the record. Based out of here in Reno, I'd like to thank the commission for finding room for this talk in their agenda, and also staff specialist Pat Jackson for the invite for the talk. And what I'm going to be talking about is a project that segues nicely from what Peter just talked about, but on the opposite end of the state in Northwest Nevada. Mule deer in Northwest Nevada, specifically talking about 10 hunting or 11 hunting units that are primarily in northern Washoe County, but also in Humboldt County, where this mule deer population has been underperforming here for decades. This is well illustrated by some of NDOW's population estimates for some of these individual hunting units, which have declined quite steeply in the past few decades. However, the causes of these declines really haven't been formally investigated and are fairly unknown, but there are some new technology and statistical models available which potentially will provide independent estimates of this population, and also can provide some insight into what are potential drivers of this population decline and underperformance. So the research objectives of our study is using remote data collection methods to estimate mule deer abundance in northwestern Nevada, and then also quantify environmental factors correlated with mule deer occurrence and abundance across the region, which we argue provides insight into some of the factors that are limiting this population. So starting about 2 years ago now, in late 2020, we initiated this field study. We used similar to the previous study, Project 45, we used a 7-kilometer grid of camera traps, 191 in total across the study area, covering most of the mule deer habitat in the area. And then at a subset of these sites were selected representatively to 36 of them to where we deployed these remote weather stations, which collect very valuable data, detailed data on temperature and precipitation and humidity across the study area. So here's a map from this past summer of the precipitation data that these weather stations have collected. The size of the dots, they're a little bit dark, but the larger dots measured more precipitation over the summer than the smaller dots. As you can see, there's a lot of variation that really wouldn't have been captured by the existing weather stations that are deployed across that were already deployed across this area. You see about, on average, these weather stations collected or measured 24 millimeters of precipitation this past summer. That's just under an inch, but that varied between less than 10 millimeters to over 40 millimeters And having this kind of detailed precipitation data will be invaluable for assessing one of the project goals of trying to understand what the impacts of this ongoing drought and persistent drought is in the region on this mule deer population, with the idea that precipitation drives primary productivity and vegetation, which could then be influencing this mule deer population. So we'll be linking that precipitation data with our camera data. So we've got these 191 cameras out. We've collected a lot of data from them. We're still in the process of classifying the millions of images that we've received from these photos, but just kind of preliminarily, you can see this is a similar map where the size of the dots is proportional to the number of photos that we've gotten of mule deer. And we can see that for what we've gotten through so far over the first 2 years of the study, as to be expected in this low density population, a lot of areas is either not detected any mule deer on camera or few, with a few hotspots identified. Particularly one of the big ones, not surprisingly, is down in hunting unit 021, where it wasn't uncommon to get, well, you can see from this is the counts from all the different hunting units that we're sampling. Again, this is all preliminary. We've got a lot of photos to go through still, but 021 definitely stands out as an outlier where we've got a lot of photos that look like this. But again, that's not surprising, where this particular area receives migrant mule deer from the Sierra Nevada mountains, whereas the rest of the study area is mostly residents. And then I'll also say that the count data that's presented on the other side is not number of individuals or even number per photo. It's just the number of photos with mule deer. So this would just count as a 1 on that previous map, even though it has 14 individuals. And how we're planning to move from just numbers of detections of mule deer on cameras to an actual abundance estimate for the region is we're going to be using this time to event model. And this is kind of a more recently developed model, and it basically works under the assumption that the time until you detect an animal on a camera is a product of 3 things mainly, and that's population density, so the number that are there in the area, but also the movement rate of the population, so how extensively they're moving around landscapes. If they're moving further and faster, they're going to be intercepting our cameras more frequently. And then also just the area that a camera samples with each photo that they take, basically what's called the view shed of the camera. So basically, if we know something about population movement and we know the area that's being sampled with each photo, we can try to solve this equation and estimate population density. So that's one of the reasons why we put so much emphasis on collaring mule deer in this study area, not just for getting survival and habitat use information, but also to understanding what their movement rate is. And so far, we've gotten last year 27 deer collared, mostly does at this point. We're going to be building on that effort this fall. And then another important aspect of the time to event model is to be able to move from that density estimate up to an abundance estimate. You need to multiply that density by the area of the study area. And what that means, it's very important to make sure that cameras are placed in a representative manner across the study area, that we're not biasing the locations of those cameras towards areas where we're particularly likely to detect mule deer or vice versa. So really, we've been deploying these cameras in this grid, irrespective of features that are going to repel or attract these animals to them. And so basically on ridge tops, up high, in the valleys and the flats down low, everywhere in between. And I mean, then this does result in a lot of cameras, as I showed previously, that might not detect any animals, but it's important, especially when we're working in a low density, with a low density population, that those areas without a lot of animal activity are reflected in the data. And then by chance, when you're working in these grids, some cameras do fall in more valuable areas for valuable resources for animals. So here's an example of a camera that was on water. And not surprisingly, we got a lot of horse activity on this camera. And so that brings me to the other way that we're approaching the issue of trying to understand what's driving declines of this or underperformance of this mule deer population, and that's these species interactions. So how their principal predator, mountain lions, or a major competitor, feral horses, is influencing potentially mule deer in this study area. So for these species, we're also getting quite detailed data from the camera traps, so we can map out horse detection similar to what we had for mule deer, or presence absence of mountain lions. And ultimately, having these data will allow us to kind of link detections of all three of these species in kind of a unified statistical framework to be able to look at whether there's any significant correlation across space. Again, this is going to be correlative, but the size of our study area and our sample size, we think we would still be able to draw some pretty strong conclusions as to what the effects of these species are on mule deer, or at least what the relationship is across space. So that's what we're working towards right now as we continue to get these photos classified for the first 2 years of data that we have. So outcomes of this study, again, as I've mentioned, we're going to be working towards, with this time to event model, this population estimate for Northwest Nevada for mule deer, potentially trends across the study area. Again, we've had these cameras out since fall 2020. We're expecting to continue this project for another couple years. And then depending on what else happens for these other species with collaring activities in the study area, we might be able to work to a similar estimate for those two species as well. There are some plans in the work to get collars on both horses and mountain lions. And then again, we'll have the really valuable NDOW flights counts to be able to compare our estimates to see how well we're potentially doing estimating this population non-invasively with cameras. And then finally, we're going to be working towards these quantitative estimates of the factors that are related to mule deer detection and occurrence on cameras. So whether we find a strong signal of precipitation or temperature from the weather stations that would signal some bottom-up limitation of primary productivity on this population, or if we see stronger signals of influence of competitors or mountain lions on occurrence of mule deer across the study area. All right. That's what I have, and I'd just like to thank everyone again, in addition to the $3 predator fee for funding this study. All right. Questions, Pat?
Thanks.
Staff Specialist Pat Jackson for the record. I'd like to thank all my collaborators and additional presenters to this. I'd like to also put a plug in for trail camera grids and its tools of usefulness for monitoring of wildlife across the state. Working with Staff Specialist Cody McKee and the local game biologist, we're using the same trail camera data to look at some elk population dynamics that I think that may be underestimated. And then likewise, just in a conversation yesterday with John Ivanek, Northwest Nevada biologist, he was interested in where some of these deer photos are being taken in Northwest Nevada so that he can have some more effective and efficient aerial flights. So it's a tool. A lot of other western states are using them to monitor any number of wildlife populations, and expect to see some additional findings and collaborations with that. But anyway, this has taken quite some time, and I'm here, as well as everybody else, to entertain questions.
All right, any questions for Pat? Commissioner East?
Okay. Let's see, Pat, I have a couple of questions on the various projects. I think it was Project 21, you said ravens removed was like 900 plus. What were you projecting? You said that was a shortcoming.
Yeah, Staff Specialist Pat for the record. We have a cap in the Fish and Wildlife Service in the way of a depredation permit for 2,500, and the take for Wildlife Services was 963.
Okay. All right, thank you. Let's see. Oh, shoot. See, this is what happens when you make me wait. With Mr. Detmeyer's project, the waste, how can you maybe manage that or address that waste with respect to the ravens? I know I'm not saying that very well, but...
Seth Detmeyer, wildlife biologist, U.S. Geological Survey for the record. Are you talking about like the dairies, agriculture, those subsidies that are available on the landscape?
Is there a way to address it?
Yes, there's multiple options that are available for dealing with that. The issue involves both like private landowners, state agencies, federal agencies. Obviously, a lot of the actions that can take place in order to managed for ravens are just outside of NDOW scope. Now, dealing with those waste facilities, there's some actions that can be taken. Like in Mono County right now, they're working to close the landfill out there. That will need to be relocated, so there are questions about, are you just moving the problem? But there are issues with ravens depredating sage grouse in that area. And the thought and the hope is that by closing that landfill, that will reduce the densities in that area and help conserve some of those bi-state populations. For private landowners, things that can be done are burial pits for like livestock, either making narrow burial pits if they're going to remain open. Ravens tend to avoid like going down into a narrow pit. If you're just piling or if you have a larger pit, then that's going to be something that's going to be taken advantage by the ravens. And so that's another action that can be done. There are studies right now occurring in the Mojave Desert using lasers at some of these waste facilities. And I've only heard some of the preliminary results. This is being conducted by the U.S. Fish and Wildlife Service down there. And they're basically using the lasers to harass the populations of ravens that are in that area. Birds typically don't like to have lasers kind of beamed into their eye. And so using those particular devices that they are down there, they're able to harass those populations. And from what I last heard, they are having some success with those birds leaving the area. They have seen some returns, but it looks like it's going to be based on how long they have that system in place, how long that harassment occurs. And that helps increase the avoidance of ravens in that area. So those are some of the ways that we can address those issues.
Thank you. That was a lot more than I expected. And I just have one more question, Mr. Chair. Pat, can you tell me, this is kind of a weird question, but how long will a lion feed on a horse? What's the time frame? I know it's probably different for different species, so can you give us kind of a range, if you know?
Sure. Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record, and quoting Cody McKee earlier, I could also phone a friend. In fact, I'll just wait on Peter to also answer that, and I can read it in, and if we need to, we could probably resume him. We have looked at that, and from memory, it depends upon a few things: the size of the horse, the time of the year, and then the individual. Looking at the last time I dove into that data, there was a younger, smaller female that she just didn't go anywhere. It almost looked like a mortality signal, and she stayed on that horse until it was gone. And then there was a older male that killed a horse, ate on it for a while, went on a walkabout, and a week later came back and ate again. So it is a fair amount of biomass, and so I would say over a week is probably the quick answer. We do have some other video footage. It's been very interesting. We've recently let kill sites go quite some time because the questions that we wanted to answer didn't require us to get there in any sort of timely fashion. It's just what did the lion eat, and approximately how old was its prey species. But now, adding some additional questions, we've shown up and have video footage of fresh things, and it's almost akin to like a large whale washing up on the beach, and the breadth and width of everything that just descends upon it has been pretty fascinating. Coyotes and golden eagles and spotted skunks and whatnot. So that can also play in, and just whatever finds it and consumes.
They share. Okay. All right. Thank you.
Additional questions for Pat? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I just had three different questions, one on ravens, one on mountain lions, and then one on the mule deer study. As far as the ravens, again, Mr. Jackson, I know you mentioned that 960 number or whatever removal. Just curious if those ravens removal came from those tier 3 areas that were like the most critical, or if it was spread across the spectrum, or just where those removals came from.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist. I appreciate that question, and the short answer is yes. This was also the first year in working with the USGS that we used that SMART tool, as we heard about, to identify more specific locations to go in and remove ravens. And then we'll elaborate on this come January. In fact, by that time, removal efforts may have already started, but we have requested an increase from 2,500 to 6,000 ravens. With the Fish and Wildlife Service, they are completing an EA and believe they will be done in time to issue that increase. And we will be using that SMART tool in collaboration with Wildlife Services and USGS to remove within that Tier 3, but then also reach that 6,000.
Good. And then on the mountain lion presentation, I thought it was kind of interesting with the couple of the slides on the removal of horses and the notion of whether lions then are switching to other prey species. So, and it sounded like from the presentation that in fact they're not switching to other prey species. So if there's been this removal of horses, this predation on horses, but yet no switch to other species, I'm just curious what the lions are eating then. I mean, obviously there's still horses on the landscape and whatnot, but I just found that interesting that they weren't switching to other species if there was less food available, less horses available.
Sure. So Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record, and I sort of mentioned on this previously, there's a fairly short narrative of there's horses and lions on a landscape, lions eat horses, remove horses, lions have to starve to death, go somewhere else, or switch to something else. The Bureau of Land Management in their roundups, from my understanding, rarely removes all horses from a landscape, and so there's some challenges in estimating any sort of wildlife populations, and I'm not referring to feral horses as wildlife, but it's also challenging to estimate horse numbers, and then also there's immigration of horses outside that HA. And so I find this very fascinating. There probably is a time where when the BLM removes enough horses, local lions would have a more negative impact on native species. But at least in this situation where the BLM estimated, I believe they had 800 horses within the Delamars and they removed 400, we didn't see that prey switching. And so like Dr. Dettenmeyer spoke to, there's a density of ravens where you really see a sage-grouse nest success fall off. There's probably a proportion of horses taken off of the landscape that then lions have to really focus on something else, but that's just conjecture and I don't know what that number is yet.
Yeah. And then the last question I had was the regarding the mule deer study, which I thought was great. But just curious how long the study is and when we would anticipate any findings and data on that.
Pat Jackson, Staff Specialist for the record. So as required by Policy 23, we bring the predator plan to the Commission annually for approval. So all projects are up for renew every year. It's the intention and hope that that project lasts 5 years. I would say this time next year we will have preliminary models built and some population estimates to share, but I would say in the next year we'll have some harder findings.
Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I didn't really have any specific questions. I just wanted to comment that, you know, these projects have been in the works for quite a while, and I really appreciate the work that's being done, the collaborations, the presentations today. You know, we've gone from this concept on a couple of them to development of models and stuff that can help us be more prescriptive and more efficient with this money. We hear criticism on too much money's being spent on predator control, not enough money's being spent on predator control. It's not focused, it's not put in the right places, and what I'm seeing, it's been a while in coming, but what I'm seeing is, you know, it just feels fruitful to me. It seems fruitful. I mean, the raven thing in particular, you know, the really being able to focus. We were really struggling on how to deal with ravens and sage grouse, and that makes a lot of sense to me and way above my pay grade. I understand, but building those concepts and fleshing them out and developing models is pretty remarkable to me. So I really appreciate these types of efforts. I think it makes everything else over time. I think that it shows the importance of these types of projects, and I do think that it will help with our predator management and being able to help us focus on exactly what the issue really is out there, whether it's need for removal or some management activities or whatever the case might be. So I just wanted to express my appreciation for these projects as they move forward to some kind of conclusion and some place where they become useful on the ground. So thank you.
I guess I had two questions, Pat. You briefly mentioned early on about one of the line programs about, and I was just curious on the timing of it changing where the contracted line hunters could not be guides in that unit. Is that something recent or is that?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. Since I've been here, we've done 2 renditions of contracts and it's been a minute since I've looked at all of that. They last 4 years and then have to be redone. And so at the first rendition, that was not something, and then working with law enforcement and some of their concerns. So for example, both Wildlife Services and our contractors deploy trail cameras with our blessing year round. And so that creates a challenge if someone goes into an area that they might guide for a different game species, and then they put up a camera to monitor lions, and then they have findings of other game species that law enforcement really wanted to avoid that, and I agreed. So that was new, yes.
I guess the concern is you said you're having a hard time finding contractors. Then most guys that run hounds, a lot of them are guides, right? And I'm just saying that might be something that need to be looked at again. And I don't know if you don't want to limit your amount of contractors because then I think your odds of the prices going up when somebody knows they're the only game in town are substantial. And then I did have another question. I think it was Project 22 regarding the line removal in 011 for the California Bighorns.
Yes.
I think you referenced one lion was killed in that, and the expenditure was $107,000. If I remember, that kind of went through pretty quick. But does that seem correct?
Pat Jackson, staff specialist for the record. That is what I reported out on. I didn't take a deeper dive and look at that. There may have been a lion removed in a similar area that got billed to that project. The way that Wildlife Services charges and the way that we do accounting and whatnot can differ. I mean, there have been other years where there have been upwards of 10 lions, but Wildlife Services has done the bulk of that work. And when they go up and have traditionally used neck snares and call boxes to remove lions around sheep in 011 and 013, I mean, we pay that salary whether he harvests or not. And so I'm glad you asked that. I always say, well, not always, but I often say that the counting costs more than the killing. The killing isn't cheap. And sometimes it costs quite a bit to get a particular offending individual, and I'd say that's a good example of such.
Yeah, it's a lot. It's a lot of money for one mountain lion. But that's all I had for questions. Any additional questions for Pat?
Yeah, not so much a question, but just, it was a really great presentation today. Thanks to Dr. Dettenmeyer and Mr. Soltier for coming out. That was good. Obviously, Project 44 is kind of near and dear to my heart. Since we went down there like 3 years ago, it's impressive to see the evolution of that project on the landscape with the cameras. I think they are an invaluable tool. We're seeing that there and also on Project 46. So hopefully we can continue to use those and develop these models that are scientifically sound and justify predator removal. So thank you.
All right. Thank you, Pat.
Mr. Chair?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm sorry. If there aren't any other questions from the commission, I would just like to take advantage of the opportunity to I guess, thank Pat and thank our presenters and share some key takeaways. I think for me and for all of us, I did kind of find it interesting when Seth was talking about the laser. It kind of conjured up images of Austin Powers' shark with a laser on his head. Sorry. There was earlier reference to some of the unique terminology in biology, and Seth talked about sage grouse as a maladaptive species and being phylopatric. And I think it's super important that we challenge some of our assumptions. And I heard Vice Chair Rogers say it's surprising to me that these lions aren't switching prey. And I think that's an assumption. I mean, there's a ton of logic in the notion that when the abundance of your primary prey is significantly reduced, you switch. It's also logical to think that sage grouse with an unsuccessful nest would try to find different habitat, but they don't. And it's also logical to assume that when mule deer show up on burnt winter range, that they would either keep going or they would find different winter range. And it's also logical to assume that if there's impediment on a migratory corridor for mule deer, that they would find some way around it. But all of those are examples of maladaptive species, or species that have strong phylopatric behaviors, strong site fidelity. And so sometimes when we have these assumptions that we're going to do a horse gather, so we have to kill a bunch of lions because they're going to switch and eat all the deer, having this kind of data and maintaining a balance in the $3 predator fee between those projects where we're doing lethal removal, but also getting the best available science to inform those actions, having that balance is what will make us most efficient and most effective in spending the sportsman's $3 fee. So as Commissioner McNitch points out, we're killing too many, we're not killing enough. This is the challenge that Staff Specialist Jackson faces all day, every day, is having the best available science to inform those actions and helping us all to check our assumptions and appreciate maladaptive species, phylopatric behaviors, and site fidelity. So thank you, Pat, and thanks to both our presenters today. Really appreciated your presentations. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right. So we will go to agenda item number 6D, Tag Allocation and Application Hunt Committee Report. Committee Chairman Tommy Caviglia. A report will be provided on the recent TAC meeting. The TAC committee met last night. We had two items on the agenda. One was to look at the potential for adding a junior antelope hunt. It's been asked for us for multiple years to look at that, so we took a look at that. The department put together a slide, and based upon that discussion, the committee didn't really see a need to proceed with that at this time, or didn't have a desire to proceed with that, so that will die. And then we looked at, on Commission Policy 24, some of the proposed changes to the junior hunt. And I guess we kind of decided that if any of that was going to happen, obviously Commission Policy 24 needs to get approved today or at a future meeting. But any of those changes probably, or they just wouldn't get implemented till the earliest in 2024. Those were the two main items at that committee meeting. And I don't know if the other committee member has any comments. I think that's pretty much it. It was a pretty simple, quick meeting. So, all right. Any questions or no? All right, we'll go to agenda item number 6E, Mule Deer Enhancement Oversight Committee, Chairman Keel, Game Division Administrator Mike Scott, Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae. A report will be provided on the Mule Deer Enhancement Program.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So we met as a committee this past Wednesday. It was also a fairly short and straightforward meeting, which was kind of refreshing based on the last report that I gave where we got bogged down and, really we're having a difficult time working through the habitat projects. But during that previous meeting, there were some really good suggestions that came out of that. The department and staff, Mark Fries in particular, with the Habitat Division kind of synthesized those projects, and I thought did an excellent job. The committee members, were able to prioritize those and move forward. So, there was a much more positive vibe in this past meeting than there was, I think, the previous meeting. We had some public comment that were really excited with where this program's at now as opposed to where it was probably a year ago. So that was refreshing to hear. And now I think we're kind of in a groove where we've got the framework for the program set. We've got projects coming into that. And I think we're on the brink of, a lot of successful implementation of these projects. So that was kind of my takeaway of the meeting. Mr. Scott?
Thank you, Commissioner Keel, members of the commission. Mike Scott for the record. Just to summarize what came out of the Oversight Committee meeting and the projects this year, we have 6 investigation projects that are going to go forward. Those are going to cost approximately $285,000, which will come out of the game division budget. Those range from some camera projects in the Spring Mountains, a number of collaring projects in Area 1, 12, 13, and 22, and then an age and tooth collection and Area 8 tooth collection and age analysis up in Elko County. So those are the investigation projects that are going to go forward. And some of them, as I tried to explain to the Oversight Committee, this whole project, whether it's habitat projects or investigations or even predator projects, some of these projects may find impediments where we can't go forward for one reason or another, and other projects that were not prioritized may end up with a green light to go forward. So it's kind of always going to be a moving target. But with regard to the habitat projects, we had about 10 projects or so. We came up with a 40% line where 40% of the projects that are the higher ranking projects we're going to go forward with. But again, different pots of money, different challenges that might come into some of those. It may change where lower priority projects may go forward, where some of the higher priority projects may be delayed in some fashion. But again, I believe there was roughly $2 million in projects, habitat projects that were approved. It might be slightly lower than that. But again, some of the challenges are with the different pots of money, and a lot of those projects are going to rely on heritage funds, but the heritage project cannot fund this whole thing. So we're seeking different sources of funding for a lot of those projects. And then there were a couple of wild horse studies that were suggested or requested, and we are going to go through the BLM with a wild horse and burro proposal to see if they can do those. But Alan Shepard, with Deputy Director of the BLM in Nevada, he's kind of made some suggestions in that regard. So hopefully those will go forward at some point, but right now those have been kind of put on the bench. And then lastly, there were 4 predator projects that were proposed. There's 2 coyote projects and 2 lion projects that we're gonna seek to go forward with using projects 37 and 38 to the tune of about $40,000 a piece. So we're going to try to go forward with those. And then additionally, in Northern Washoe, we're using projects 37 and 38 to do some lion removal and potentially some coyote removal already. So again, there's roughly $200,000 available, and we're trying to spend about $40,000 on each of those projects, but it could, again, it could change and be adjusted. So with that, I'd be happy to try to answer any questions.
Any questions? Go ahead.
Not a question, just a comment. I just want the commission to know, and I appreciate all the work that the staff put in prior to this last meeting that provided so much more clarity with these projects. It was easy to come to approve them and rank them, and like I say, that was a lot of the work that Mike and his staff did, compiling all that stuff. And so as a committee member, it made it just a lot easier. And the meeting prior, I was kind of concerned with the direction it was going, but after the last one, we're headed the right direction. There's going to be some good things happening, and I really look forward to seeing the direction we're going from here.
Yeah, thank you. And I just want to acknowledge Alan Genet and Mark Fries and Cody Schroeder in particular that made this whole project go forward a little easier this year. So a lot of work by the Habitat staff throughout the state and as well as the game staff. So appreciate how it's working.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Likewise, just a couple of comments. I wanted to echo what Commissioner Barnes was just saying. As a member of the committee, we've heard it said before in past meetings that it's been a build-as-you-go type of project. When Mr. Scott first started to take this on, and Casey, Commissioner Keel graciously chairing that, but it's been a ton of work, and again, the work from the chair and Mr. Scott and support has just been unbelievable. And again, as a result of this week's meeting and where we're at today with some definitive projects that we're really looking at, it's refreshing. So I know we're headed in the right direction. And again, I think that's attributed to the work of the committee and certainly the really hard work on the ground with Mr. Scott and staff and the chair of that committee, Commissioner Keel. So hats off. I think we're heading in the right direction, and still got a lot of work to do, obviously, but I think we at least now have our arms somewhat comfortably around this and moving forward. So anyway, thank you.
Thank you. I just want to applaud you, Mike, because when I brought this to you and we talked about it, and there was no design for it, and I think you have. I'm sitting here smiling because I feel like it's headed the right direction when the chair of the committee says it was a good meeting and he's got faith, and my word's not his, but I just really applaud the department and the committee for all the hard work, because it was such an important initiative for me as the former chair of this board, and I'm just really, really pleased to see it moving forward in the fashion that it is. And I'm hoping we can see some really significant results and document those results and look at innovative ways that others can also take on tasks like this, because I know it's not been easy. So thank you for your hard work and your dedication.
Thank you.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, seeing none, we'll close agenda item number 6E. I want to take a quick break.
Mr. Chair, if I might just add one quick announcement. So I think it was last week, the Interim Finance Committee did approve 2 new positions for the agency, both in the Habitat Division, one at headquarters to assist in technical review, in particular, some of the development tasks that we're going to be talking about later today, but also Habitat field position for the Winnemucca office. And so, although not directly related to the Mule Deer Enhancement Program, but we often acknowledge some of the capacity challenges, and I'm encouraged that the Interim Finance Committee approve those positions, because it will give us some added capacity to address some of those Habitat projects.
Okay,
thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Let's take a 10-minute break, and then we'll get started on the policies. All right. Let's get rolling again. So agenda item number 7, Administrative Procedures, Regulations, and Policy Committee, Committee Chairman McNinch. A report will be provided on the recent APRP committee meeting.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'll keep this very brief. The APRP committee did meet last week to discuss the 3 policies that we hadn't really gotten off the starting block with, and those were Policy 11, the Wildlife Heritage Grants, Policy 23, the Predation Management, and Policy 62, the Mitigation Policy. We had conversations regarding those. We're bringing those forward for a first reading, and I'm going to let Kaylee get us started when you're ready. And we've got 7 policies that we need to finish up on. 4 we've discussed in here before. The other 3 are first readings, and this will be our last batch. So it's been a long process. Some of these policies had not been reaffirmed or gone through for probably over 30 years. So it was time, and I appreciate everybody's persistence and grinding out and getting this done. So with that, I'll turn it over to Kaylee.
Thank you, Commissioner McNinch. He is correct in that we've put through our final 3 policies, so the APRP committee hopefully has completed their work as a committee, and everything that's left will be on the commission agenda. I just wanted to start off by saying thank you to all of you for your patience through this process. I know it's been a long one, but I think we're going to be in a really good place after these last few are adopted. So with your permission, Chair Cavilla, I will start with Policy 11. The APRP committee did review Policy 11 twice now. The Heritage Committee also reviewed Policy 11 and decided to make a few changes and updates to the Heritage Grant Manual. So there's only one change to this policy, as you can see. Most notably in the Grant Manual, we updated NRS 501.3575 after the 2021 legislative session. The committee decided to cap principal projects at 50% of the amount of available funds per year. Other changes revolved around clarifying the application process, and the commission will see the changes to the grant manual in January. But if you have specific questions on that, Staff Specialist Mark Freese is here, and so is Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae. Other than that, I'll stand for questions on Policy 11.
Okay, any questions on Policy 11 from the commission? All right, seeing none, I will take it out for any cab comment on Policy 11. Okay, is there any cabs on Zoom at all still? No? Okay, any public comment in Reno on Policy number 11? All right, seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, I will bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'll make a motion that we move Commission Policy 11 as it's presented to a second reading.
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner McNinch, second by Commissioner East. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carried. Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Perini absent. Okay, we'll go to 7B, Commission Policy 23, first reading. Our predation management, first reading, APRP Committee Chairman David McNinch for possible action. The commission will review Commission Policy 23 and may make any necessary changes and may decide to move it to a second reading.
Thank you, Chairman Cavilla. I did want to first note that I noticed a couple different versions of Policy 23. I noticed the current version as it is. I noticed a clean version of the proposed Policy 23, and then following the APRP committee meeting, I noticed a tracked changes version of Policy 23. So there were a few different versions noticed, and I apologize if that confused anyone. My intent was to make it clear for everyone. So starting off, the commission is seeing Policy 23 for the first time. It did go through 2 APRP meetings, a complex review by the department and Commissioner McNinch. And just as a recap, portions from Policy 25 that were removed, because as you'll remember, you passed Policy 25 at the last meeting, but I just wanted to go over the portions that we removed from policy 25 because they were in policy 23 now that this is in front of you. So starting on page 2, under predation management policies, A4 was removed from policy 25. So you can see that clearly in this policy. A5 was also removed from commission policy 25. A8 was removed from policy 25. And then under predation management plan and report procedures, the first paragraph was removed from policy 25. That is the portions of policy 25 that were removed because they were repetitive in this current policy. And then I also would like to go over a couple of the changes that the APRP committee made at their last meeting. Number 1 is that we removed in predation management policies B, in number 1, the last line, we removed large and medium-sized carnivores and just replaced it with predators. And then in predation management plan and report procedures, under predation management plan fiscal year procedure and timeline 1U, we added the language so that it will say a status update of the previous year's plan, comma, by project, colon, cost expenditures, amount left over, how many years it has been ongoing, and the status of the project over the lifespan. And I do believe that Staff Specialist Jackson had some of that in his report that he gave you today. So if you guys want any changes to that, we can definitely talk through that process. But going forward, that will just be the status quo. Oh, and sorry, I had one more change from the APRP committee, and that's under need. We removed the 2 words public expectations. We can stand for any questions.
Any questions for Kaylee? All right, seeing none from the commission, any cab comments in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment in Reno? Okay, seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, we'll bring it back to the commission then. Commissioner East?
If there aren't any questions, I would make a motion. Yes, okay. I'll make a motion to move policy number 23 to a second reading.
Second.
Okay, so I've got a motion by Commissioner East, second by Commissioner McNinch. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried. Oh, Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. And before we move on, when I did ask Kaylee to bring forward the track changes. It was almost to be careful what you wish for. I knew it was going to be complicated, so I appreciate you doing that. That wasn't her, that was me. It's complex to read, but I do appreciate you getting that out to all of us. I might regret it on policy 2062. We'll talk a little bit about that, but that was my request, and she was just asking. She just did what I had asked her to do. So if it created confusion, that one was on me. She's been doing a great job.
All right, so as far as I could tell, the motion carried unanimously. No, you're good.
Can argue past yes?
Yeah, with Commissioner Perini absent, so Commission Policy 23 will go to a second reading. As previously mentioned, we're going to skip Policy 24 right now. So we'll go to 7D, Commission Policy 60, Water Application Guidelines, second reading. APRP Committee Chairman Dave McNinch for possible action. The Commission will have a second reading of Commission Policy 60, Water Application Guidelines, and may make any necessary changes and may decide to repeal, revise, or adopt the policy.
Thank you, Chairman Caviglia. Commission Policy 60, Water Application Guidelines, was first heard by the Commission at the August Commission meeting. The policy was simplified. There were no other major changes to this policy, and it is now up for adoption.
Okay, any questions on policy number 60? Seeing none, any cab comment on policy number 60? Seeing none, any public comment on policy 60 in Reno? Okay, seeing none, any Zoom comment? Okay, back to the commission. Commissioner Keel?
Yeah, I'll move to adopt Commission Policy 60, rather, as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Commissioner East. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Perini absent. Okay, we will go to 7E, Commission Policy 61, Water Rights, second reading. APRP Committee Chairman Dave McNinch for possible action. The commission will have a second reading of Commission Policy 61, Water Rights, and may make any necessary changes and may decide to repeal, revise, or adopt the policy.
Thank you, Chairman Caviglia. Commission Policy 61 was heard for the first time in August as well by the commission. The department has since been working with Commissioner Barnes on this policy. I do have a couple of changes from Commissioner Barnes, as well as a few minor editorial changes from the department that I will walk you through right now. In the second paragraph under purpose, we would like to add to the very end of the last sentence, parentheses, here forward, quote, wildlife, unquote, end of parentheses. So just in other words, if we say wildlife resources, we're also discussing wildlife. Under policy number 1, the second sentence, whenever, will read, whenever waters with significant wildlife values is identified and a willing water seller is identified, the department shall, subject to available staff and financial resources, apply for and or purchase such waters for the benefit of fish and wildlife.
Can you go over that one again, Keely?
Yep. So the second sentence under number 1 starts with whenever. It will read, whenever waters with significant wildlife values is identified and a willing water seller is identified, the department shall, subject to available staff instead of manpower and financial resources instead of funds and money, apply for and or purchase such waters for the benefit of fish and wildlife. Okay, and then on page 2, under number 2, the second sentence starting with the department will read, the department shall collaborate with private reservoir owners whenever possible to secure cooperative agreements for public access, angling, and minimum pools. And then on the second to last line in number 2, we're just changing the word is to are. On number 3, the second sentence, starting with whenever, will read, whenever waters possessing significant wildlife and wetland values are identified and a willing water seller is identified, the department shall, subject to available staff and financial resources, apply for and or purchase such waters as are necessary to support wetlands for the benefit of fish and wildlife. And then at the end of the very last sentence in number 3, we're going to add are pursued to the very end. So it will read, water management processes are pursued. In number 4, we're removing the term through all available means in the first line. And we actually did that throughout the policy. That one was just missed. And then that sentence will now read, it is the policy of the commission to ensure that wildlife have access to the water from springs and seeps necessary to maintain existing and anticipated distribution and abundance. The department shall, subject to available staff and financial resources, : So throughout the policy, we're changing manpower and money to staff and financial resources. And then lastly, on the last page in letter E, the first sentence will read, the department will evaluate filing protests with the state water engineer on new applications or changes for waters of significant value to wildlife and where the proposed use will remove waters from the lands or deny wildlife access or availability thereto, throughout the rest of the sentence.
Do you mind going through that one more time?
Letter E.
Yeah, letter E, yes.
Yes, okay, so the department will evaluate filing protests with the state water engineer on new applications or changes for waters of significant value to wildlife and where the proposed use will remove waters from the lands or deny wildlife access or availability. The rest of the sentence will remain unchanged.
All right.
That concludes the changes we had. I would say I'm available for questions, but really Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae is available for questions.
All right.
Mr.
any
Chair, I have
questions?
one more minor edit on the first page under number 1, in-stream flow, the second sentence that begins with the word whenever, where we have whenever waters with significant wildlife values are identified. Just are instead of is, if that's still on the copy you have.
Commissioner Barnes.
Okay. There was a lot of back and forth when we were working with this, trying to get some wording and kind of make it more current. And part of my concern is that as we go forward, waters is such a huge issue. And it's going to keep being such. And I just wanted to make sure that what we put together is going to ensure that wildlife has the water necessary and that we could keep the water on the ground, because now we're seeing a big push for water being removed. And so I tasked Alan with some of that. And he sent me like 3 or 4 different things, and we didn't like it, and we kept going. So I was kind of curious to see actually how some of this was going. He says, we're changing a little bit of wording, he said. But we did a lot of work on this, and I think we've pretty much got what we need. We'll look at it again, I'm sure, before we adopt it. But there's been lots of work, and I think it's accomplishing what we're after.
Yeah, for the record, Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae, and I greatly appreciate Commissioner Barnes' input and advice on going through this. As we contemplate water in the state of Nevada, there were some statements in there that were outdated, and probably looking forward is, the values of these waters to wildlife. We want to work with those people and those partners on the landscape that have that same value in trying to keep the water available, to keep it on site, because we've seen challenges from multiple directions of trying to take water from those sources, pipe it, and take it off. And so any opportunity to work with any of those partners, agricultural, industry, anybody else that has a value in trying to keep that water on the landscape and available to wildlife, that's our intent. So working with Tom, I think we ended up in a really good version here and an updated policy.
Any additional questions or comments? All right, seeing none, I will take it out for cab comment in Reno. Any cab comment? Reno. Okay, seeing none, any public comment in Reno? Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? All right, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNinch?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess I'm not uncomfortable. I mean, we're to a position where, we're looking at adopting possibly, but I'm not opposed to having the changes come back in one more final version with the strike through and stuff so everybody could see it. And Kaylee's gotten us to a really good spot. So, it should be relatively straightforward. And I'm for another review in January. So I guess that's where I'm leaning, but I'll ask you guys if you're thinking the same way a little bit. So, okay. So with that, I guess that I would make a motion that we bring policy 61 back for a third reading at our January meeting, incorporating those changes that Kaylee just went through.
I'll second it.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner McNinch, second by Commissioner Barnes to look at policy 61 in a third reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Perini absent. So we're going to go to item number 7F, Commission Policy 62, Mitigation Policy, first reading, APRP Committee Chairman David McNinch for possible action. The Commission will review Commission Policy 62 and may make any necessary changes and may decide to move it to a second reading.
Thank you, Chairman Caviglia. Commission Policy 62 was heard by the APRP Committee at their last meeting and is now being heard by the Commission for the first time. The only change that was made by the committee was an editorial change on NRS 701.610 to 640. There was just some weird punctuation marks in there, but we got that changed in the version that was recently posted and is sitting at the counter in the back. I did want to just run through briefly the changes that were made through this policy, and then we do have staff available for questions at the end. Some of the clarifications included in this policy include editorial changes in the policy background section and throughout the policy, reference to the department participating in the NEPA planning for development projects, identification of indirect and cumulative impacts in addition to direct impacts to wildlife and habitats, simplification of the mitigation hierarchy to include avoid, minimize, and mitigate to emphasize avoidance and minimization efforts prior to mitigation, a clearer objective statement, development of best management practices, required design features, and other avoidance and minimization measures for use in planning. Addition of reference to the Federal Land Policy and Management Act regulations that guide BLM public land administration. General cleanup of the policies section, and clarification of procedures for implementing this policy, specifically to the mitigation hierarchy. That's just a summary of the changes that were made. It does look like a lot. I think this policy is in a lot better place and it is more clear this way. And we do have staff available for questions.
Okay, any commission questions or comments on Commission Policy 62? Commissioner East.
I'm sorry, Chairman. I need to abstain from voting on Commission Policy 62. I just wanted to let everybody know. Thanks.
Okay. Any additional questions or comments? Okay, seeing none, I will take it out for any cab comment. Okay, seeing none, I will take it out for public comment in Reno. Seeing none, I will take it out for public comment on Zoom. No? All right, I'll bring it back to the commission. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So when we had our committee meeting, I was working off of my phone, which didn't show the same what we're looking at today. And I have to be honest, so I asked Kaylee to do this exact thing with policy 23, And now that I'm seeing policy 62, it's a little overwhelming, I'll be honest. So this one's complex. There's a lot going on here. I guess I want to gauge the commission's opinion about it in terms of, you know, your comfort level for the next hearing. Do we need to bring back the cleaner version like Kaylee has tried to do with me several times? You know, you guys tell me. I understand how complicated, you know, track changes can be, and there's a lot that's been done to this to try to get it updated. So you know, I guess I'm looking for your thoughts on, was this good enough to make you feel comfortable, or should we come back one more? Well, we're going to come back another time because this is our first reading, but is there something you'd like us to do with it?
Commissioner Barnes?
I guess for me, this one would be similar to the last one. I would like to see a clean version come to us so we could, you know, we have this one we can reference the clean version too when we look at it again. But I would like to see a clean version come forward to look at it one more time.
And that's easy. That's a button, a couple button pushes, and you're done with that. So we'll make sure to bring something back, and you know, unless there's something substantive that everybody'd like to see. So, any substantive changes? Okay. Well, with that, then I'll make a motion that we move Commission Policy 62 to a second reading, and we'll, with the understanding that we'll bring back a clean version, and you know, so we have a better look at it that way.
Second.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch, second by Vice Chair Rogers on Commission Policy to move Commission Policy 62 to a second reading. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries with Commissioner Preeny absent and Commissioner East abstaining. We will go to item 7G, Commission Policy 66, Management and Use of Wildlife Management Areas. Second reading, APRP Committee Chairman David McNinch for possible action. The Commission will have a second reading of Commission Policy 66, Management and Use of Wildlife Management Areas, and may make any necessary changes and may decide to repeal, revise, or adopt the policy.
Thank you, Chairman Caviglia. Commission Policy 66, Management and Use of Conservation Lands and Wildlife Management Areas, was last heard by the Commission at the August Commission meeting. This policy was simplified. It is the clean version in front of you, and it is now up for adoption.
Any questions for Kaylee from the Commission? All right, seeing none, any CAB questions or comments on Policy 66? Seeing none, any public comment on Policy 66? Seeing none, any Zoom public comment? No. Okay, with that, I'll bring it back to the Commission. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, with that, if there's no further discussion on it, I'll make a motion that we adopt Commission Policy 66 as it was presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, so I have a motion by Commissioner McNinch, second by Commissioner East to approve Policy 66 for adoption. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carry. Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Preeny absent. Go ahead.
Thank you. Real quick, so this will be Kaylee's last round with us unless we move something forward out of the January meeting. So I just wanted to publicly thank her for all of her efforts and the department for all of their efforts. There's been a tremendous amount of time and effort put into trying to update these, and I really appreciate the work that's been done. I know we're not quite finished, but we're really close. And Kaylee's going to have her hands full here shortly. So thank you for all of your hard work and coordinating and managing me. And best of luck with your baby. It's an exciting time. So
Thank you. And thank all of you again for your patience through this process.
Thank you, Kaylee. All right, let's go to agenda item number 8A. Commission General Regulation 500 Subdivision Map Review, Wildlife Specialist Jasmine Kleber for possible action. The commission will hold a workshop to consider amending Nevada Administrative Code 502 to provide for the department review of tentative subdivision maps and inclusion of recommendations for methods to avoid or minimize impacts to wildlife, mitigation measures, best management practices, or required design features, and provide for collection of associated fees to the department for carrying out such reviews.
Good morning, and thank you all. Jasmine Kleiber, for the record. I'm Wildlife Staff Specialist in the Habitat Division. I oversee our technical review program. So during the last legislative session in 2021, Assembly Bill 211 was passed that amended Statute 278, which is on planning and zoning, to include some provisions for the Department of Wildlife to review tentative map for subdivision development. As part of that amendment to NRS, the Department of Wildlife is working with the Commission now at this point to develop regulations for implementing the subdivision review as outlined under Assembly Bill 211 and under NRS 278. So the current proposed language that you have in front of you today specifically relates to land use planning in that of subdivision development. Proposed regulation language defines and interprets several terms relating to the review of these tentative maps. It also sets forth certain requirements on developers to provide information that will be used in the review of these maps. It also provides that the department will have responsibilities in providing written comments and recommendations as part of the review. It establishes certain fees for the review of the maps and then provides for a couple of other matters related to that review. So hopefully this is clear enough on the screens that we can see. But under the proposed regulations for sections 1 through 6, I've provided some summaries here of what's included in that language. There are definitions for subdivision and tentative map. Both of those definitions are already currently established under NRS 278. However, there were other terms that were included in Assembly Bill 211 and now in NRS that did not have definitions. And so under this proposed language, we've provided interpretations working with LCB for those terms. And they include infill development, substantially vacant, and vacant. I would like to add that we were not proposing actual definitions for those terms, simply what our interpretation would be for the purposes of wildlife review. Also, under these sections, we have spelled out the requirements on developers for what is to be provided with a tentative map. So under the regulation language as it currently stands, we're asking that a developer provide the tentative map and include topographic features, a location relative to the nearest city or major highways for reference, cross streets, other landmarks, so that we can better understand where the development is located, an expected timeline for development, as well as the size of the development in acres. Assembly Bill 211 as well as statute indicate that the fee structure is partly based upon the size of the development in acres, and so we're asking for that to be identified up front. A map of the 100-year floodplain and public land survey system township section range description, the legal description of where the subdivision is located. Contact information for the developer, as well as our master plan specific to the developer submitting plan, so that we can have an idea of what future development may be on the horizon in that area as well. And then the fee, which would be required at the same time as submission. A submission of the map, the tentative map. So under sections 7 and 8, we have outlined the requirements on the department as part of the review process. Provide that notification in writing so that they could fulfill those requirements prior to our review. We would also be providing recommendations or comment on any methods for avoiding or minimizing impacts that might occur as a result of development. best management practices and required design features, or in this case, really just design features that could be evaluated by the governing body who would be permitting or authorizing the development to move forward, that they might choose to include or that we might be able to work with developers on to minimize or avoid impacts to wildlife as they're developing. Also, in the event that there's a development occurring in an area where we don't anticipate there to be impacts, we would still provide notification that we don't anticipate there to be impacts occurring as a result of the development. So we would provide that in writing where applicable. And then the development, this is a requirement on the department, again, not the developer, but we would be developing a form, a submission review form that we would make available via our website. So it would be publicly available at any time. And the intent of that submission form is to capture the information that we saw on the previous slide so that we have it all collected in one place and can ease the transition as they're submitting maps and fees and track all of the information in one place. Now, the fee structure is actually outlined in the bill language from 2011, and now we're simply including it in the regulations for clarity and to provide information to developers as they work through submission to us. As written, there would be a one-time initial fee of $250, that's a flat rate fee, and then there would be an additional $5 per acre. And that's partly why we're asking for acres to be identified up front. It's not always as easy to identify on a tentative map or a plat map that's submitted from an engineering firm. And so we're trying to be as clear as possible that it would be a $200 fee plus $5 additional per acre and have that be understood. Now, should there be modifications made to a tentative map that we were not aware of as we conducted our initial review, there would be an additional fee just for the modification, and that's simply a $5 per acre fee. And so with that, I'm happy to answer any questions I can at this point or provide any clarification.
All right, I'll bring it back to the commission. Does anybody have any questions? Commissioner McNitch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I do. I had a couple. So, Jasmine, did you say that that $250 for the fee is set in NRS?
I don't recall if it's set in NRS. It is established in the Assembly bill, and I do think that it was added to Chapter 278, but I would have to go back and confirm that.
As a specific amount?
Yes.
Okay, because that's probably less than 2 hours worth of time when it comes right down to it. And we talk about funding and resources, and I've been involved with some of these processes in my career, and I know how complicated they can be and how much time they can take. So, I guess we're a little hamstrung on that one. So I just wanted to find out a little bit, but just recognizing that probably won't cover the department's time and effort. So we're getting into that unfunded mandate, and we argued for that, for the fee to be in there. So I guess we're grateful to have something, but probably not quite enough to cover the cost. I wish, to be quite frank, I wish the developers were paying that way instead of the department. But the other question I had with the a lot of I know up here in Washoe County, a lot of the entities, they have a concept of one-stop shop where everything's dropped off in one place and then distributed from there. So when you're adding another entity into that process, I don't know if you've had conversations with the county or the city of Reno, city of Sparks on how those pan out, but I know that it's a sensitive spot where people are having to go from point A to point B to point C to point D to drop things off. And I know that can be an issue. So I don't know what conversations you've had in that arena.
Yeah, Jasmine Kleiber again for the record. That comment actually came up during the CAB meetings with a couple of different organizations and has also come up prior to this since the passage of the bill and the amendment to statute with the counties, most notably with Washoe County, and we've had that question come up a couple of times. But at this point, as it stands, the way the bill language reads, The tentative map would be submitted to whoever the governing body or planning commission is. And then that planning commission or governing body would then forward that map to the Department of Wildlife. And they do so for other government agencies across the state as well, including Public Utilities Commission, NDEP, and others. And the idea here was not to circumvent that process, nor was it to increase the burden on a developer. But from our perspective, it made it more streamlined to ask developers to provide this information to us for tracking purposes and to better understand what's going on with a development, rather than wait to be hit by the Planning Commission with a map that doesn't have any other accompanying information and be receiving payments from a developer directly but not knowing what it's for. And so this was an attempt really to gather everything in one place. But unfortunately, submission of that tentative map is still required. And I shouldn't say unfortunately, but it is required to go to the Planning Commission still for distribution to all of the other entities. So from that perspective, it's not changing the way that the Planning Commission is doing things. It's simply asking developers to also submit to us a fee and that submission form that includes the other information.
Yeah. So I have a couple more comments. So there's also, I know the city of Sparks it's been a while since I've been involved with these, but they had a quick start process, for people that wanted to come in before anything was approved. And I throw that out as a concept or an idea that might help bring those developers to you, offering some kind of a, hey, if you want a preliminary review, it might help facilitate getting those to you and maybe takes the edge off. You're basically telling them we can get a jump start on this process with us. So I throw that out there. The last thing had to do with enforcement. So if we have a developer that does not bring in a plan or doesn't comply, are there any enforcement provisions anywhere for, are these recommendations or are these requirements once you send something out? If you decide that there's a migration corridor that needs to be maintained, or are those things that a developer must comply with, or are they just recommendations?
Thank you, Jasmine Kleiber, again, for the record. That's a question that has come up several times as well throughout the CAB meetings and other discussions. These are simply recommendations, and this is consistent with how we participate in all development that occurs across the state. We don't have any enforcement authority to require any developers to do anything specifically. What it does, though, allow us to do is to provide this information and these recommendations to the planning board or planning commission or other governing body. What they do with those then do become potentially enforceable. So should a planning commission determine that recommendations we make seem appropriate, they can include that as part of their conditions of approval for the permitting process or other requirements in that way. But from the Department of Wildlife specifically, there is no enforcement component to this. I would add that this is going to become state law should regulations be adopted in the future. And I think, generally speaking, it's been our experience that most entities with authorization authority for any kind of development project don't usually grant authorization if a developer of any kind is out of compliance with state law.
Well, I appreciate the clarification. It makes sense to me now that you've said it, that it would go back to the Planning Commission, could be incorporated. This is still, in my mind, a real positive thing, so I'm not down on it. Don't read that into anything. I kind of just asking for clarifications, but to have those provisions possibly included into approvals through another entity, I think it's a big deal, and I think that there's some real opportunity here to avoid what's happened out at Somerset and the Verdi area and stuff. That's been tough to watch.
Yeah,
So-
if I may, Jasmine Kleiber again. We have had success in that arena just here in Washoe County in working directly with developers to establish funds for mitigation. Those funds have been used on wildfire restoration just north of Peavine. And we do have a provision currently existing in the proposed language to remind, if you will, or make available the option for developers to come to us before they're required to submit to the Planning Commission. Simply for that reason, often that folks do want to come to us and get get a head start on planning and better identify if there are any red flags that they might address ahead of time. And that works both as a benefit to wildlife, but also a benefit to them to prevent any potential delays down the road.
Any additional questions or comments? Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, back on the fee again, it sounds like it's part of the Assembly bill, and forgive my naivety, I guess, on these types of items, but are those fees, which it sounds like it's a nominal fee, are those a recommended fee by the department, or is that just whoever wrote the bill and how it was approved? Just curious how that comes to fruition.
Thank you. For the record, Habitat Division Administrator Alan Janae, and so it is directly out of the bill language, and it's into law. And the way it was written is that the amount of such fees for the department to review a tentative map must not exceed a flat fee of $250 plus an additional fee of not more than $5 an acre. As shown on the tentative map. So it was in the bill language, and it is in the NRS 278-330 is not yet finalized. The language isn't in the law library right now, but that's the way it was finalized and enrolled. So that's the way they wrote it, and we're kind of stuck with it. We did have conversations explaining, the realities of what that covers, and they understood that at that time, and it was still passed.
Mr. Chairman, if I might, just for context, before this bill, the department didn't have a consistent opportunity to provide comment relative to impacts of development, potential impacts of development on wildlife. Ms. Kleiber talked about NEPA, and I think there were some really well-intentioned comments from the CABs that spoke specifically to needing more teeth to Commissioner McNitch's enforcement question, but there were some comments about requiring maintenance of access, and I think those are all well-intentioned comments, but they're well beyond the purview of our department or what's covered in this legislation. And so as this legislation was introduced, we saw it as an opportunity to do two things. One was to have a consistent voice for wildlife, analogous to the voice that we have in NEPA, and analogous to that process, NEPA isn't required to adhere to that data or the best available science. They're only required to consider it. So there aren't teeth necessarily in those federal regulations either. But the first piece was that awareness. The second piece is the cost recovery. And so we talk about the funding model for the agency, and we know that approximately 95% of our budgets derive from users and user pay type system. And so is it fair to have those fewer than 3% of our citizens and 8% of our species to continue to pay for department activities to interface with developers, or should developers who have potential impacts to wildlife be responsible for part of that cost recovery? And so to that genesis of that $250 and $5 per acre, there is no clear hard science. We talked about if that number were too large, it could have killed the opportunity to achieve that awareness and have this consistent process to provide input and get any cost recovery. So it may not meet the full cost of implementation of the program, but it will offset and subsidize what is currently being paid for by sportsmen and women fees. So it'll give us some opportunity to recover those costs and also give us a consistent voice in a formal and consistent mechanism statewide.
I have a couple comments and questions. The first is an easy one. I think in section 6, number 4, the very last, it references a subsection for fees, and I think that should be subsection 8. That's just a typo, I believe, if I'm reading that right. And then another comment regarding the fees, at least from my experience in Southern Nevada in land development, $250 plus a $5 per acre fee is absolutely nothing. We pay for permits that's absolutely minimal for land development. So, and unfortunately we are limited to that. So I don't see an issue with that at all. The big question I have, though, is we did receive a letter, I think it was yesterday, regarding, I think it was a coalition of counties. And they brought up one item, and I couldn't print any of it out because I was on a laptop, but they reference, in our language here, and I'm all for this, but I just want to make sure we're not getting ourselves in a pickle. But they reference in the bill, and I looked up the bill and read it, that and I could be reading it wrong, but the way I read that bill is that it's not necessarily on the developer to submit this information to the department. The way I read the language was, and we kind of referenced it a little bit, but the planning commission or the governing body or whoever it is, that the clerk of the governing body is responsible for submitting that information. The way I read the bill language, that's what I thought it said. And I've just got to ask the question, we're putting this burden now upon the developer. I don't believe the bill said that. And I want to make sure I'm not missing something. And I don't want us to get ourselves in trouble we're going above and beyond what was basically allowed for us within the bill, if that makes sense.
Mm-hmm. Yes, I too reviewed that letter yesterday, and I went back to review language again. And it's something that I think probably need additional review and discussion internally at the department right now. But the way that I understood it, the tentative map is what was to be furnished by the developer to the Planning Commission or other governing body, and then they were responsible for submitting that to us, but not all the accompanying information or the fee. And by asking the developer and putting the onus on them, back to what I was saying earlier, it was a method for being able to better understand what's going on with the development and get everything in one shot. So we weren't getting fees from the developer for projects we weren't yet aware of because we hadn't received the map yet from the Planning Commission. And also the information that is required to be submitted for a development is set out in NRS, but most of it is geared toward water, transport, and effluent. And that's not applicable for us, and so we simply try to outline what is more appropriate for wildlife review. But again, we will need to review the language again and ensure that we're not getting crossways on what the bill language says.
If I might, Chairman Caviglia, I just want to add that, and Staff Specialist Kleber alluded to this, but we put that provision in the regulation. It says may, and it's just an encouragement to the builders to submit information ahead of time and more information than might be required by the bill, so that we have more information to go off of and hopefully get them in a better place during that planning process. And then I also wanted to remind the commission that this language has gone through LCB, and we did meet with them as they were drafting this regulation. And so there's no overstep in this regulation. They made sure that everything in this regulation is in accordance with the NRS and does not overstep our authorities.
If I may.
Commissioner Walter.
Yeah, and on that, I just want to let the department know I'm happy to help in that discussion, and along with our DAG. However, my interpretation of the statute, together with, or the main statute, NRS 278.335, together with its accompanying statute 278.337, specifically subsection 3, is that the department is not prohibited from asking for additional documentations from a developer, that the county is required to send a tentative map, but I do not interpret that at this juncture, and happy to discuss it as a prohibition from asking for additional documentation.
Yeah, and I guess my question is item number 3. Is the one that I'd had the question on specifically, and it's just the process itself. it's the way it's written, when I'm reading it, it's kind of putting the onus on the developer. And when I read that bill, it really wasn't putting the onus on the developer. And that's just my concern. And because you have the potential to have some individuals that have a substantial amount of money behind issues like this that are not prone to battling something like this either. And I just want to make sure we're completely covered right before we, and if everybody says we're good, I'll take their word at it, you know.
Most of my primary concerns we've already discussed, but a couple really tiny things, I think. When you talked about revisions to the tentative map and the additional $5 an acre, it's a little unclear to me, at least in the language and in the presentation, whether that extra $5 an acre was for the whole resubmitted project or for just the additional few acres. And it sounded like you might have said it was just for the additional few acres, but I was hoping to get a clarification on that.
Yeah, no, the intent is actually to capture any additional review. So if there are areas that have already been reviewed, we are not trying to double dip, if you will, and have them pay for that again.
Okay. And then I don't know if it's in your purview to ask for any sort of a GIS information or if you need it, but I was curious as to if it's just not a part of the standard process, I imagine, for planning, but if that was useful or if there were reasons that you didn't want that information.
Yeah, Jasmine Kleiber again. No, and I appreciate that question and concern. Generally speaking, when we review any kind of development, we are typically getting a paper map or a PDF map, and we have in the last several years started asking any developer for any kind of project if they could submit GIS information, simply because we are able to plot it on a map and dig a little deeper into what resources may potentially be affected. With a paper map, it's often hard to see what is actually on the ground and identify what resources might be there. So we're not trying to avoid that in this language, and I would be happy to ask for it as one of the critical pieces of information.
Thank you.
All right, any additional Commissioner East?
Oh, there we go. Okay. I just wanted to let everyone know that as with Policy 24, I have a client conflict and will be abstaining from the vote or discussion. Thanks.
All right, any additional? Okay, I will take it out for cab comment in, okay, Mr. Krim.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. We had two things that we looked at when we looked at this policy. As an overall, the whole thing is probably a pretty good policy, but I think the average public, if a developer is going to submit early or after the Planning Commission or the city or whoever submitted, they need an exact place where they're going to submit these these electronic forms or paper forms. They need to know where to send them, not a particular person, but an exact spot, not just the Department of Wildlife, because they're going to end up having a call to find out which department to send it to. So that should be posted somewhere in that language. And another thing is there should be a turnaround time listed in there somewhere too, because a developer wants to know if his plans are going to be gone for 2 weeks, 3 weeks, a month. That's something that they need to know. They deserve that kind of information. I deal with this stuff on a day-to-day basis in my day job, and I have a 2-week turnaround for plans constantly. So I think a turnaround time is something that needs to be spelled out, so it doesn't sit on somebody's desk for 3 or 4 months and slow a project down. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Krim.
Jasmine Kleiber for the record. The turnaround time is established currently in statute as 15 days, and that time frame is applicable to all of the entities that are reviewing tentative map. We didn't put it in the regulation simply because, well, we had it in there originally and LCB removed it simply because it's already been established. The 15-day timeline starts once the Planning Commission or governing body has forwarded the map.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment?
Hello, Jacob Thompson from the Clark County CAB. For the record, I'm here in place of Chairman Paul Dixon. The Clark County CAB liked the overall purpose and intent of this Commission General Regulation and are happy that NDOW is working to ensure that it has a voice in the development process. But we had several points of clarification that we were interested in seeking, and a few questions. Some of the questions have already been answered by, have already been asked by the Commission and answered duly. So the first question that we had was, or point of clarification we saw was, we feel that it would be helpful to clarify what size property is included in this proposal. Is it any size property at all that is going to be subdivided into smaller parcels, or is there some limitation? It seems maybe even silly to do this process, engage in this process for a very, very small parcel of land. The second question that we had was, and this is probably coming from a perspective of ignorance, that we're not entirely sure about this, but is the intention to regulate the creation of literal subdivisions, like the subdivision in Henderson, Nevada, or the subdivision of any land, like a 500-acre ranch divided into 50-acre ranchettes, et cetera? Would this govern all types of land subdivision, or is it specifically directed at the creation of literal subdivisions? We are also curious if there would be any property subdivision that's excluded from NDOW review, which is tied to our first point as well. We believe that, fourth, I guess, that there should be a statement of purpose for this, or an objective for this, that would help make the point of the Commission General Regulation clearer, a statement of why we're doing it and how does it benefit the state of Nevada. The wildlife in the state of Nevada would be helpful, we believe. Questions about corrective actions that NDOW can take were already answered, but in relation to the answer that was given, I'm curious why in Section 7, subpoint 3, best management practices or required design features are listed. Required seems to be stipulative, that it indicates that something must be done instead of is recommended. And so I would, I guess, ask a question about the inclusion of that word. And finally, we feel that it would be helpful to clarify, as was asked in some of the questions from the Commission, about existing environmental assessments that are being done and how NDOW will collaborate with other environmental organizations, state agencies, and planning commissions. All those clarifications we think would help folks understand how this regulation is working and what it intends to do. And the last thing that I just noticed is this is in Section 6, subpoint 6. It says that a developer or other interested party may request wildlife information from the Department of Wildlife before submitting information required in this section. So it's all the information they're required to submit, which seems to impose another burden on NDOW that is in some ways an unfunded mandate on the agency that we may consider also seeking compensation for.
Thank you, Mr. Thompson.
Yep.
Any additional CAB comment in Reno? All right, seeing none. Any public comment in Reno? Seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom?
Hello. Go ahead, Jennifer.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the Commission. For the record, I am Jennifer Berthium, Government Affairs Manager at the Nevada Association of Counties. I'm online today to comment on Agenda Item 8A. As you mentioned, NACO submitted a letter on this matter, and I just want to quickly highlight our concerns on the proposed regulations associated with AB 211 from the 2021 legislative session. The proposed regulations appear to go beyond the parameters set forth in AB 211 in the following ways. by allowing the Nevada Department of Wildlife to review infill development if there is any wildlife value regardless of surrounding by development, requiring a developer, not the local government, to submit maps with required items directly to NDOW within 5 days after submitting to a county. And finally, by going directly to the maximum map review fee of $5 per acre and imposing an additional $5 fee to review modifications. NACO encourages the board to review the language and intent of AB 211 when considering these new regulations. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you. Any additional public comment on Zoom? All right, with that, I will bring it back to the commission for further discussion or. Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Well, first of all, I think you guys did a great job of putting something together. This is such a complex area to work in, and I think what you've put together is, it really is. It seems fixable. It's doable. It seems like it'd get accomplished what the intent of the law was. So. There's been some concern with the extent that the language is gone. We can certainly, we're not approving this today, so I guess I would ask our DAG to give us a reading on have we crossed any boundaries officially, or in your opinion, it sounds like we have LCB's stamp of approval. And I think that's certainly saying something, but in light of the comments in the letter, we can, we have a DAG that can provide us with his opinion. But I think it's a good thing. It's been a long time in coming, and I think there's a lot of places. It's not an anti-development thing. It's let's see if we can work some of the problems out that we've had. I mean, we've got desert tortoise issues down south. We've got mule deer issues here. I mean, there's a number of things. So I guess that's kind of where I'm standing initially.
I didn't get the letter. I guess A, I didn't get the letter. B, I'm not going to give you a formal opinion here that would get me into a lot of trouble. I would be happy to review the issue for you, though. I didn't see, I was referring to Chairman Cavilla's comment. I think your comment was about, I want to make sure I got it right, that your concern was that the statute did not identify who was to pay the fee. Was that your concern?
No, it was specifically regarding, and it was outlined in that letter, and I'm not a lawyer at all. I don't pretend to be, but their concern was that the onus of providing this information and reading the bill, and I read it really quick, was on the bill itself said it was on the governing body that was receiving the tentative map to provide that information to the department versus putting that onus on the actual developer.
I see.
And I read it really quickly last night. I think we got the letter yesterday. I would just ask that we just look at that specifically because they brought it up. That was really the only concern I had.
Yeah, I didn't get the letter. I'd be happy to look at it, though. Sure, and give you an opinion.
Thanks. Yeah, I think the specific concern or the issue that would be addressed is the first sentence in 278.335, and then the subsection I mentioned in 278.337, and whether or not that requires only the county to send those maps, or if NDOW has the authority to request additional information or maps from a developer.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess it's following Commissioner McNinch. I think it's overall a really good thing. I just want to make sure we dot our I's and cross our T's, right? So.
If I might, Mr. Chairman, I mean, I'm reading the well, not the specific NRS, but kind of the Legislative Council's digest, the intent, which I guess maybe this is where NACO's coming from. requires a tentative map to be forwarded to the Department of Wildlife for review unless the proposed subdivision is infill development, which is proposed on a vacant or substantially vacant tract of land that is surrounded by land that is already developed. The question is who's making that determination? And I think the department's language is trying to put that, hey, somebody's got to make that call. The developer's going to make that call. So I understand where some of that might come from, but I think the departments with their language is trying to establish, hey, if we have that, then we'll just kick it back out. It's our review to, we'll try to make a determination if it's something we even need to look at. That happens. So I don't know. It's complicated.
Yeah, and I guess there is infill development too that has, there could be major acreage that's infill development that has wildlife benefit, right? So, and that was just another part of their letter as well. I think maybe we look at all those items again, but I don't have, myself personally, I don't have a problem trying, somebody has to define what is infill and what's not. I absolutely agree with that part of it. So I don't know if how we want to proceed, I guess.
Well, I'm not sure. Do we need a motion to ask our DAG to give us a review? We're not approving anything, so we could make a motion, but I think that DAG Burkett.
You don't. You can just ask me to review the issue.
so-
I'll write you guys an opinion, and I'll get you back before the next commission meeting.
Yeah, I think that's all we need to do.
Okay.
My thought on it.
So I think DAG Burkett has a direction, so we will, we'll keep looking at the, oh, go ahead, Alan.
Yeah, just quickly for the record, just so that you understand, we're still continuing in this process. We've met with industry previously as we were developing this regulation, but in between now and the next commission meeting, we'll be again hosting another meeting with them as well as doing a small business impact. And so we'll have more information to bring back to that next reading. So working with DAG Burkett and industry, we can probably bring you some better refinements or considerations and have many of these issues worked out by the next time.
Okay, thank you. All right, with that, I will close agenda item number 8A. And I was kind of thinking we'll take a quick lunch break and come back at 1:30. Does that sound all right? Okay, see you at 1:30. All right, if everybody could take their seat, please. Everybody ignore me. Where's Shane at?
Recording in progress.
I'm waiting on Shane. We'll give him a minute.
Can you hear me now? Okay. No, it's on now.
All right, we'll get going again. Commission item 8B, Commission General Regulation 502, Junior Hunt Turkey Program, Management Analysis, Megan Manfredi for possible action. The commission will hold a second workshop to consider amending Nevada Administrative Code 502 to limit the number of successfully awarded tags in the Junior Hunt program. The regulation also removes hard close dates for submitting a turkey harvest return card and allows for junior turkey bonus points to convert to adult point category once a junior is ineligible to participate in the Junior Hunt Turkey Program. Okay.
Thank you, Chairman. Members of the Commission, Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. I'll give a quick recap of the changes being proposed in this regulation and then give the floor to Data and Technology Services Division Administrator Munoz for a presentation on the Junior Hunt data. The department has proposed changes that would allow for a junior turkey applicant to roll their earned bonus points, junior bonus points, into the adult turkey category once they are no longer eligible to participate in the junior program. It would also remove the hard deadlines for submitting a turkey harvest return card, allowing for the applicant to pay the $50 fee, submit a late survey, and still apply for the spring turkey if the original deadline was missed. Additionally proposed is a change to the Junior Hunt programs that would limit the number of awarded tags through the junior programs to 3. This change was discussed at the Tag Allocation and Application Hunt Committee over the past 2 years with the goal of spreading around the opportunities for the Junior Hunt program to more individual juniors. And with that, I'll give the floor over to DATS Division Administrator Munoz.
For the record, Kim Munoz, Administrator, Data and Technology Services Division. So this is the presentation that was given to the TAC when they were trying to make the decision about what to do with the junior program. So the goal of this whole thing, as Management Analyst Manfredi had mentioned, was to get more juniors in the field or to spread the wealth out between the juniors because we've got increased demand, which means that increased juniors are not getting out there. So that's what the TAC was looking at. How do we get more kids in the field? So a couple of disclaimers about this presentation is the data is split between the old NDWS system and the new CalComI system. There is some missing 2017 harvest data because this was in the middle of the transition between the two systems, and the actual harvest data is in 3 places. So in one of the slides, you'll see a missing gap in 2017 on the harvest data. Some of the data is from the main draw, some of it's from the second, and some of it's combined. I tried to note that in the particular slides. And also note that on the harvest return card, not 100% participation is done with return cards. So when you look at that, that's not every single junior that had a junior tag did their return card. So I added this slide. The TAC did not see this slide. So I decided to take a little bit of a different look. Instead of looking at junior tag holders, I actually looked at data of hunters that actually have a junior license. So for this particular year, we have 9,785 customers with a resident junior combo license as of October 12th. That data was pulled. Out of that, currently 240 of them are not eligible as the program, the junior hunt program, works right now. Of that, the 6821 applied for big game across all species and all tags out of those datas. 52% of them were not awarded any tags. 47% of that number were awarded some type of tag. And then I broke down how many tags they got this year. Out of the whole number up top, only 4,324 of them applied for the junior mule deer program. 38% of those were not awarded, 62% were awarded. And on average of that number, we had an average application of 4.36. So then I looked at, again, not the junior program, but just hunters with junior licenses with the other tags that were awarded. And this is how it broke down for this particular year of tags that they pulled. Out of the return card data that we have for this 4-year average, 8% reported that they did not hunt. This particular slide shows a breakdown by ages of the juniors, and this is between the average for the main draw and the second draw together, just so you can see where the ages are that they're putting in for 18, 19, and 22. Average number of junior mule deer bonus points that were used is 0.108% when they get awarded. That's how many bonus points that, on average, that are being wiped. So this is for the main draw only for the last 10 years of how many applicants that we're getting in versus awarded, not awarded, or ones that got awarded as an alternate. So you can see in the later years, the numbers are going up while the mule deer tags have been decreasing, which we had 1,677 juniors not draw a junior mule deer tag this year. So this is just the breakdown for this year alone. We had 62 that were successful, 62%, and 38% that were not successful drawing a tag. I call this out, so we took a look at the average of the ones, or how many choices they're putting in on their applications. So 28% of them are only doing one choice. We've got 23% having two choices, 20% three choices, 16% four, and only 13% of the applications for junior mule deer are putting in all five choices. These are the harvest statistics. Again, this is where 17 is missing. So the darker purple is they harvested, the lighter color is did not harvest. Then we took a look at, out of that harvest statistic information, how many are harvesting, and this is a 10-year look as well, how many are harvesting bucks, how many have harvested does, and then the fawns, male and female. Also, again, from the harvest data for a 10-year total, how many are doing rifle versus muzzleloader, archery, shotgun, and then other. Again, this was something that I added that the TAC did not see as well. I went ahead while I was looking at the harvest return card information, and I pulled the number of days hunted that they, and so this is just for the 2021. The bottom would be the number of days. So 1 day hunted only, we had 364 say they only hunted 1 day. So you can see how that breaks down going out to the full season. These are 18-year-olds that have applied over the last 5 years for the adult resident mule deer, so not the junior program. So we do have juniors that are applying for the resident, and more than likely they're probably putting in with a family party, I'm making an assumption with that. This was the number that have reapplied over 1 year, 2 years, 3 years, 4 years, and 5 years. The limit is to draw 5 tags as it sits right now. So last year we did do a survey with the juniors and we asked them a couple of different questions, and this is what the TAC had looked at. And they had, one of the first questions that we asked is, what determines your decision on what specific units you're putting in for? And the vast majority, the 402 response, was the distance in relationship to their home. The next one was the timing around the hunt with school events or family events. And then you can see a significant drop when we go into the others, which was equipment limitations or inexperience, lack of experience, or family blockers. The other question that we asked them was the weapon types that they preferred to or planned to hunt with. And so over 50% of them were rifle, with muzzleloader being the next popular one, and then bow being the third. Then we asked them if they applied for more than just the mule deer tags, and they said yes, and that was obvious from the earlier slide that I showed you. This particular question was which species would they most prefer to draw, and so as you can see, mule deer and then elk were their preferences. And we asked if given the opportunity, when would they pass up an opportunity to harvest? And they basically said they'd pass up a buck in the hopes of a bigger buck, or they'd pass a doe up in the hopes of having a buck opportunity. And then only 105 that responded said that they would harvest any first opportunity that they had. So I went ahead and I took a look at what were the top 10 units of the first choice that people were putting in for. This mirrors what we see in the adult units as well. So this pretty much goes right in line. The first column there would be how many said that that was their first choice, and then the quota for 2021, and then the draw rate at the end for that. So you can see there's a lot in for where we have very little quotas. And then I went ahead and took a different look, and look at it a little bit differently, where we have units that have a higher than 80% draw odds on these junior tags and where those quotas were. So area 10, as you can see, 100% of the people that put in for that will draw, have drawn that unit. This particular one, I looked at the juniors drawing multiple tags while they were within the program. And so we did have 9% of this time frame that I looked at where the 9% of the juniors drew all 5 tags that they could draw. This is the number, if we were to put this change into place as of 2022, of juniors that would have aged out, that they were awarded, but we awarded them the tags because of the current rules, but if the rule would have been in place this year, they would not have gotten a tag. So 421 other kids would have had an opportunity to go out in 2022. And then this is the breakdown of ages where kids, the juniors, have either been awarded a 4th or a 5th tag. So 15, 16 years old, and 17 years old. And with that, I will, between Megan and I, we will answer any questions that you might have.
All right, Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just curious, on the number that you were just quoting a couple of slides ago, the 421, I'm sorry, what was that number again? So based on what we're proposing,
right,
had that been implemented this year, 421 individuals would not?
Right, so 421 of the juniors that got awarded this year would have aged out if the rule that the change that we're applying or proposing to you was in place this particular year.
Gotcha. Thus lending itself to that many more opportunities to the other.
Correct.
Gotcha.
I guess in other words, this 421 would have been, these are the kids who would have drawn the 4th or 5th tag this year.
Additional questions or comments? Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you. There's a lot of information there. So how many tags are there tags not being awarded currently?
So we had 126 Area 10 tags not be awarded in the main draw that went to the second draw. All tags, all junior tags have been awarded this particular year. We had, I had first come, first serve. 6 have gone first come, first serve this particular year. But they've all been awarded out. There's nothing gone unused.
Okay. So how many, I know I saw the slide, I've got it right here somewhere, but how many kids put in for just one area or 2 areas? I know I saw that slide somewhere.
I'll go backwards.
So there's 28% only select one choice, and then 23% only select 2 choices. And so then there's very little, that 13% select the full 5 choices, or utilize all 5 choices.
So how many of these are putting in or getting in that second draw, do you know? Is it hard to say?
So you're meaning they put in for the main draw and they also put in for the second draw? Is that what-
Yeah, I guess I'm trying to understand. I mean, we try to wrap our minds around all these statistics is difficult, but I guess where I'm headed is that I'm not sure how many of these choice 1 and choice 2 folks are going to do a second draw knowing that they're going to get a tag in Area 10 because they obviously didn't put in for it. It's a 100% success rate. So, you know, and that's why maybe some of these other guys are, you know, the 421 that would have drawn a 4th and 5th tag, they're probably, my guess is that they're putting in for any of those areas, you know, but probably 10 would be in their last choice or something. And, you know, they're not missing out.
I would assume with that logic that the people who would fill out all 5 choices would know if they can fall back on the Area 10 in the second draw. I don't think that's the mindset of the people only applying for 1 or 2 areas or 1 or 2 choices.
Yeah, I appreciate that. And that's kind of my point, I guess, is that, you know, there's a big group of people, big group of kids that we're really not providing additional opportunity for. They're probably not the ones that are putting in. So, you know, who is? And it's those the ones that are more willing to put in to just go wherever, you know, and take advantage of the opportunity that's being provided. And that's kind of seems like what's happening to me. So I've really struggled with this whole the whole idea. I really appreciate trying to provide more opportunity and making it. And I guess I just see it as, you know, we've got something that's in a lot of ways good. So I'm kind of thinking, keep it there. You know, I'm not following how we're improving it. So we also, with that 421, if we move forward, that would have missed out this year, that's 420 less kids that had opportunity. Even though they've taken advantage of the last 3 years, that, you know, they're out, you know, and then whether or not they draw on the other, I'm sure they are if they're that ready to go. But anyway, I'm processing still.
Commissioner Wise.
I was just curious, is it encouraged that the junior is filling out this survey, or is it generally sent to the parents? I imagine parents are helping, but what is your hope and expectation?
We're assuming that the parents filled it out.
Additional questions or comments? I mean, this is a tough one. That's why TAC looked at it for so long. It is an extremely difficult one. That's why we sent the survey out. And geography, I mean, per that survey too, that is the limiting factor. A lot of people, you know, your two major population bases within Nevada are not necessarily, I guess, in the best meal areas in Nevada. You know what I mean? So it's hard. Those kids really close to the Reno or Vegas, those units are extremely difficult to draw. And then those people might only be willing to go so far to hunt, you know. Going up and hunting Elko or Area 10 from a guy in Vegas is a journey, and 10's not the best unit in the state either, and a lot of people look at that as well. It's just not. It's an absolute zoo of a deer hunt. So this is a super tough one. I don't disagree at all.
So I guess I keep coming back to, who are we providing the opportunity to that doesn't have it?
Commissioner East.
I don't know if that I can answer that particular question, but I think when I thought about it, and from my personal experience with my kids, distance and school activities were definitely an issue. I mean, we were driving at 2 o'clock in the morning to get to somewhere, and we decided at one point that, you know, hunting is a lifetime, but football is a couple of years. Neither of my kids were going to go on and play college football or professional. So we just decided, okay, we're going to put not going to do this for a couple of years, but I think there's kids out there that maybe get introduced to it at 17, and if they want to draw a tag, they've got maybe 1 year at that age, or at 16, they've got maybe a year or two if they can get into the system. And so it just, I guess for me, I was looking at, I'll just tell you, I was all over Facebook and looking at these, big game hunter pages the last couple of weeks, months, and the kids are having a ball out there. There's a girl who shot a great buck. It was her 4th buck, and she's like 15 or 16, and it's like, okay, she's had 4 chances, but there's kids out there, there's 420 that didn't this year. And that's what I was just looking at was, is there a way to make this more equitable? They can go into the main draw. They can get a first come first serve tag. There's lots of different opportunities, I guess. And I was just looking to make it more equitable. That's where I'm at.
Yeah, and that 421 was the number that would have been discounted, would have been excluded this year had it been in place, is my understanding. So that's 421 kids that did draw this year that wouldn't have. Right. And so the question is who's backfilling those tags? Who is it? It's somebody in this pool right here.
So in the draw, there was 1,647 juniors who are not awarded. So that 421 tags would have gone to somebody in that pool. We don't know first. It's the very first slide. Or this.
Yeah, and I guess what I'm so I guess it's reasonable to assume that some of those folks that some of those kids that had put in only 1 or 2 would have picked up some of those 421.
It's possible.
Maybe a small number of them. It would have been small, but I guess the point is that we've got kids in the field, whether it's their 4th bite or their 5th bite, the way it exists, and isn't that our goal? Because we're not recruiting anybody else into the system right now. They're there on that pie chart. They're just choosing to stay closer for whatever personal reason, which is fine. I chose to take my kid wherever he wanted to go, and it was a little brutal, a little painful. We did the 3 o'clock in the morning thing, and a couple of places we went were quite a bit further away than I remember. But those are choices that we made. So I guess that's where I'm settling on. I don't know.
Commissioner Wise.
Yeah, I guess I have a question about, this could be difficult to to look at, because I know some people are putting into units where it's going to be very difficult to draw a tag, and maybe that's the only place they're putting in. But I don't know if you showed a slide on metrics for maybe juniors who are putting in who have never actually drawn a tag. Do we have information on people who have maybe repeatedly put in and never had the opportunity to draw?
I did not pull any data like that.
Okay.
I guess the one slide you did provide, it shows the number of juniors that have drawn multiple tags. I mean, 35% of those within the statistics you provided have only drawn one tag within that. I guess within the years posted. I don't know exactly how you compiled that, but. And I guess I just kind of going along with the TAC discussions, part of it too was potentially giving those individuals within that 5-year period the opportunity to maybe draw more than one tag versus, you might give that person the opportunity to draw 2 tags by pulling those other 2 groups out of the system within their 5-year period. That was some of the logic we discussed as well. Additional commission questions or comments? Commissioner McNinch.
I don't know whether to keep asking questions about statistics. It's interesting as part of why my brain is heading there. So how many do we know? And again, I'm trying to absorb all the information, so I might be, but how many juniors that put in for, all 5 options or all 4 options didn't draw a tag? And we know that if they put area 10 in, they drew. So we know that, it would have to be exclusive of that area, but do we have any idea how many? That's a tough one, yeah. I know we're asking you really tough questions. We see you got our minds melting down in this stuff, so.
I guess I'll take it out to cab comment real quick. Are there any cabs in Reno that would like to comment?
Jacob Thompson from the Clark County Cab for the record. We had 3 concerns, questions related to this proposal. The first was that we hoped that second chance and over to the counter tags wouldn't count toward the 3 tag limit, perhaps as an exemption or exception to this current rule. Those would be youth who are taking tags that essentially other folks didn't want, et cetera. Second, we hoped that the number of tags would be species dependent, so that if a person drew a turkey tag, if a youth drew a turkey tag and a mule deer tag, they weren't left with 1 hunt left potentially over the remaining 4 years of their youth hunting career. And the third comment that we had was that we would hope that the program would consider grandfathering in existing youth and only being applied to new youth entering the Youth Hunter program. We really felt pretty strongly about this because parents and youth over the past few years have been making pretty detailed decisions about what to apply for, where to apply, et cetera, based on the expectation that they would have potentially 5 hunts. They may have decided to, had they known that they would be in a world where there were only allowed 3 hunts, they might have decided to not take their 12-year-old out if they thought the 12-year-old wasn't really that ready and maybe not drawn a tag with them. Or they might have chosen to not apply in a specific unit because of, concerns, proximity, et cetera. And so we hope that this would grandfather in or only be applied to future youth applicants, grandfather those kids in. Those were our 3 comments.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment? I guess I just want to check there's no cabs on Zoom still. Okay. Any public comment in Reno? Mr. Flowers.
Rex Flowers for the record. I don't have any children or grandchildren that this will affect. So I'm all in favor of limiting to 3 and giving that opportunity to bring more people into the sport. The 421 that would have been taken out this year, they still have an opportunity. They can still apply for the main draw. And if they don't draw there, they could apply in the second draw, and they can apply in the first come, first serve. So it's not like they are being set aside and not allowed to go forward. Thank you.
Thank you, Rex. Any additional public comment in Reno? All right. Seeing none, any public comment on Zoom? No? All right, we'll bring it back to the commission. Any further discussion? Commissioner Wise.
I would like to get some clarification from you guys on how this does affect either the second draw, what was called over-the-counter tags, or first come, first serve, and how those relate to the limits. Could you expound upon that a little bit?
If the commission does recall, or management analyst Megan Manfredi for the record, a couple CGRs ago, I believe it was CGR 499, we defined what awarded was. An individual being awarded a tag, it doesn't matter how you got it, you were given that tag. And so if we wanted to not include second draw and first come, first serve in this 3 limit to juniors, we're touching other regulations. It's, I think, business rules. It's going to be a bigger headache to implement.
Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah, I guess I've kind of struggled with this one a little bit too, but I know a lot of the questions that I have that you guys on the committee dealt with this, and I know you put a lot of time in on this. So I guess I'm kind of lean. I kind of believe in the process, and I kind of trust what you guys are thinking of. And I don't think you're against youth. So I guess, like I say, I'm kind of up in the air on this one, but I'm going to go ahead and trust the committee on this one, and because I know you guys did put a lot of time and you looked at a lot of stuff. You guys looked at the same thing, same questions that we're having right now and addressing. That's kind of why we have the committee process. So I guess I'd kind of be leaning in support of what the committee did at this point in time.
Commissioner McNinch.
I've got to go back to my original question. So you remove the 421 out, and you still have that pie. There's nobody else coming into that pie for that year. They're there. They're just there. And we're going to provide opportunity to the folks with 3 years, less than 3 tags, another bite at the apple, but we're taking the other ones out. I mean, I'm not sure, who are we providing the opportunity to? It's already there. So we're not giving 421 more kids, different kids outside of that pie, the opportunity. We're giving more opportunity to the other kids that are in that same pie that we just pulled from. That's where I'm struggling.
I guess that's the actual intent, is those 421 kids in the pie that maybe potentially would have only drawn one tag in those 5 years. Because we're not limiting the 5 years, right? There's still, the 5 years of application is still within that pie. Okay. It's just you're limiting the tags within the 5 years.
Yeah, I understand that. So if I didn't mean to mislead there. Yeah, I understand. So you got the 421 that were in their 4th or 5th tag that wouldn't have qualified this year. Those tags are going to go to somebody now because there's 421 of them, but they're all part of that same pie. There's not 421 new kids that we're bringing into the system. It's a closed system. Every year that system closes. Am I missing something?
No, I mean, you have but 37% of that pie is unsuccessful. Right. So we're trying to.
But for reasons that are very contrary to probably what those 421 did. Those 421 are willing to do whatever they can to get a tag. And I'm advocating that let them be kids for a couple more years and let them do their thing. And if somebody only wants to draw a tag for right over here at Mount Rose, they're not likely to draw in 5 years. That's just how it'll be. That's their choice. You know, my kid wanted to get out, so we put five tags in each time, and we drew. I mean, that was it. We had some, you know, we had Area 10 as our last selection, I think, several times. You know, we didn't get that
Mr.
far.
Chairman, if I might, first thing, you know, the data that we're looking at, I just want to acknowledge the power of the new system and our ability to pull this data, rapidly compile it, and do this analysis. And to the point that's being discussed right now, I think there's a geographic element that hasn't been taken into consideration, and we could probably query it by zip code and begin to look at where this demand is. Anytime we look at our license sales and our applicants, we see the state divided into roughly equal thirds. A third of the applicants come from rural locations, a third of the applicants come from Sparks, Reno, Carson, and a third of the applicants are coming from Clark County. When we look at this data right here, it's like you were reading my mind, and we look at the demand in 194, 196, which is representing a third of the state, and the draw rate is 5%, cutting from 4 to 3 tags, maybe that goes up to 7.2%. Is it going to appreciably increase the opportunity? When you look at where those large quotas are, Area 6, Area 7, Area 10, 11, 13, 14, 15, 16, and 17. Those are the areas that typically have the greatest supply for youth hunting opportunities. They're also the areas that are hard to get to. And so unless there's a fundamental change, the two reasons people listed for not putting in, 53% of the people put in for 2 choices. The reasons they listed for not putting in for more areas was the complexity with school schedules and the distance. And I would guess those 2 things are related. So it won't change where the supply is and where the demand is coming from. You'll still have those same exact hurdles unless people are willing to drive further and go to those places. You won't see an appreciable increase in the 5% draw rate in 194 and 196 just by cutting that from 4 to 3, in my opinion. I don't have any kids or grandkids that'll benefit from this either.
No, and I mean, everything we're talking about is a giant guess, right? We cannot get to the numbers that it's going to end up at. It's going to be, I think, impossible to get to that.
Well, I mean, everybody, I think everybody's picking up where I'm landing. You know, look, I very much appreciate the time and effort that TAC has put into this. I think it's been one of the best committees we've had that's taken these really difficult conversations and taken them outside of this process and just really put your nose to the grindstone and just really worked on things. And this is another one of those items. I'm just not seeing the benefit. I appreciate. I'm just advocating for that youth program, just like maybe people that would disagree with me right now. I think we're all on the same page. It's just which way are we coming in? And I'm just not sure that that making a change is going to be beneficial to accomplishing more than what we're accomplishing now already. And I don't know. Let them be kids for a couple more rounds. They're willing to do what they got to go get it. Their families are, and my hat's off to them. I think it's pretty cool that they're willing to do that. So,
Commissioner East.
Okay. Just a couple of things. This issue was brought to me a couple of years ago by, I think, some folks from the Humboldt Cab. And they were the ones who said, hey, we'd really like to look at that. I think it came back around at some point from somewhere else. So I know there has been interest. I'm disappointed we haven't seen the Humboldt cab, especially on this particular issue. So there's number one. Number two, I am in favor of what came out of Clark and grandfathering in the kids that are in the system now and just having it apply to those coming in, those 12-year-olds just starting to come into the program. I would be in favor of that. I'm still gonna stand by this. I feel like we have done so much work on this. We've heard from folks. I believe that we may see more kids come in if they feel like they have more opportunity. I don't know. I talked to some folks in rural Nevada and they're like, oh yeah, our kids hunt after school. Well, our kids can't hunt after school. They can't go before school. They have to wait for a weekend or a long weekend, or they have to skip school. And so I guess I just still feel like it's worthwhile to take a try at, but that's just me. And I'm gonna stand by what the TAC has come up with, even if I'm the only one voting in favor of that.
Well, I was in the same boat coming into this. I thought I might be the only one thinking otherwise. So, and I appreciate that, but I'm still not sure how changing changing the system gets those kids that have those conflicts out into the field. Because they're not there. They've already told you what they want and what they're trying to do. So it's not, I'm struggling to understand how's it going to get those kids into the field. And I guess what I hear you saying is that maybe next year they might see another opportunity, a different opportunity. I don't know.
If I may, or they get introduced to the sport at a later age. And so if they're 16 or 17, they've only really got 1 or 2 years to try it before they age out. I think that's what I was looking at. And I know that from the data, we see the kids in that 13, 14, 15 age group that those are our highest numbers, actually into 16. At 17, they kind of drop off. At 12, they're low. So, you're only taking out a few.
Yeah, I understand what you're saying. I see what you're saying.
And I guess the statistics too, that's only their first choice we're looking at, right? Like when we look up here and you're looking to draw odds of certain units, that's the first choice. That's it.
Correct.
And that's where our draw system gets extremely convoluted, is when you start spreading out 5 choices and those draw percentages, first choice to only draw percentage, right? It gets extremely convoluted to look at the statistics. It's extremely complicated. Yeah. I mean, I like it. I'm willing to try it. I was also on the TAC committee for a year that went over it, but I mean, this isn't a hill I'm going to die on either, but I do like the language myself. Commissioner Wise.
Yeah, I'm also willing to try this. It might not help the kids who are only putting in for 1 unit where there's really low draw numbers, but it might help create lifelong hunters out of some of the kids who want more opportunities as a youth, who are only drawing 1 tag that might now draw 2 or might now get to draw 3 that are then going to go on because they have this pattern and now have experienced hunting more than once and continue to be hunters. And I feel like the kids who are drawing 4 and 5 tags right now are probably in families that are already in hunting. They've had that opportunity. They've decided that they like it, and now can put in with the main draw. And so we may not be helping everybody, but we might be helping some. And so I am willing to try it, and would also potentially be in favor of grandfathering in some of the youth that are in the program now. So.
I guess a quick question as far as grandfathering the juniors in the program now. Your business rules wise, how difficult would that be?
Well, the challenge is going to be when we change systems from CalComI. So if we look at when this would take effect, we wouldn't make a change, right, for 3 more years. Because you're saying we're going to grandfather them in, so anybody applying in 23 wouldn't have this happen until season 26, if I'm doing my math right. It would be 4 years out. from them. So we know that we will be off the CalcMY system at that point. So I can't tell you how difficult it would be because that's an unknown.
Could we not just add language that it's to take effect in the 2026, 2027, or the 2026 season? Is that, I'm looking at our DAG.
Certainly could.
Okay.
But you would be splitting, for a couple of years, we would be splitting. We'd have different business rules for different youth. So if they were pre in the system, so when we get to 26, you're going to have, for how many, 2 more years, a group of youth that have one rule applied to them, and then you're going to have another group of youth that have a different rule applied to them. So I think that's where it's an unknown at the difficulty level.
Yeah, and I think it gets really difficult if you try to do the grandfather. But like the issue that Clark County brought up, that if somebody was picking and choosing what years to put their junior in for, then if they didn't apply those first years, their child wouldn't have had 3 tags by then, right?
Yeah.
So they'd be in at the end of the.
That's true.
I mean, my thoughts is to keep it clean. I think the grandfathering gets really difficult. I think you have to just pick a start date and go with it. Is my thoughts, but
Okay.
if this was to go through.
Okay.
Other comments or questions?
Oh, geez. I'm really struggling with my microphone today. Okay, well, if there's no more comments, I'd be willing to float a motion.
Okay.
Okay, so I will move to approve CGR 502, the Junior Hunt and Turkey Program, as presented.
Okay, I have a motion by Commissioner East, second by Vice Chair Rogers to approve CGR 502 as presented. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-1 with Commissioner Perini absent. Okay, going to go to item number 8C, Commission General Regulation 510, full come first serve exchange to obtain a tag, management analysis, Megan Manfredi for possible action. The commission will hold a workshop to consider a temporary regulation amending Nevada Administrative Code 502 that would include any money, goods, or services exchanged for procurement of a tag through the first come, first serve program as grounds for suspension from the program.
Thank you,
Mr. Chair, if I might, excuse me, Megan, this item and also E under the same agenda, so 8C and 8E are temporary regulations. So at the last commission meeting in September, we talked about the period of temporary regulations in that 6 months prior to legislative session. Any action that this body takes in approval of those regulations it's considered a temporary regulation, and we will be revisiting these in whatever form you all decide to in the future to make them permanent regulations. The other ones are eligible for permanent status because of the timing at which LCB issued those regulation numbers. So just so you're aware, C and E are both temporary regulations. So any action that you take would expire, I think, in November of 23. So you'd have to revisit them before next November. Thank you. Sorry, Megan. Go ahead.
That's all right. Thank you, Chairman, members of the Commission. Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. With the establishment of the first come, first serve program, the department was tasked with closing any potential loopholes found that would allow for an individual to create an unfair advantage through the program. The change you see today is proposed to help remove any additional incentives for a person to create that unfair advantage and then to profit of it in any way from its use, and also discourage individuals from seeking out the use of the unfair advantage to obtain a tag. The proposed regulation change will include the exchange of any type of goods or service to the list of activities that are cause for suspension from the first come, first serve program as well as any offer to obtain a tag for the exchange of goods or services as cause for the suspension. Included in the change is addition of the language "and all involved parties," which will allow the department to suspend the individual's account who is offering the service instead of just the individual utilizing the service. And then, as Secretary Wasley said, this is a temporary regulation, so if approved, we will probably see it again next year around July, August, once LCB can draft official language. So with that, I'll give it back to the commission to answer any questions.
Can I interrupt you again, please, Mr. Chairman? So this is the workshop portion. So that last vote that you took on that previous regulation presumably was to get some agreement back. That previous regulation that you just acted upon would need to come back before this body at a future meeting. This particular first come, first serve item, 8C, is agendized for action or for possible approval tomorrow, which is different than the previous reg. So I just wanted to make that distinction that you all were aware that this is the workshop portion. And so that last vote that you took on the previous reg was presumably to approve it in the form that it was in for you all, but it needs to come back for possible adoption at a future meeting. This is just the workshop portion.
I guess I have one real quick, Megan, to get started on this. So if this was to get approved today or tomorrow, actually, does this have to, if the commission approves it, does LCB have to look at it again before it actually goes into effect?
I'm being told no, but I'm going to defer to Management Analyst Musso.
Thank you, Chairman Caviglia. Kaylee Musso for the record. The temporary regs operate a little differently. So if this commission were to approve a temporary regulation, it's just in place. I think that once we send it to LCB notifying them that you guys approved it, legislators have a certain amount of time to either ask a question or they can't really necessarily deny it. They could ask that it be brought in front of them. And then if they don't comment on it within that certain time frame, then it's just active until November 2023. And then at that time, we have to go through the regular regulation process. That's a workshop adoption, and then it goes to Ledge Commission for formal approval. But the temporary regulations are just effective upon your approval unless a legislator has a question or wants to deny it.
So what is the time period for that legislator to ask a question?
I need to go look in my email because I can't remember off the top of my head, but I will go do that right now and then let you know.
I guess the one concern I have with it is if we're at the end of the year, right? We're dwindling down the time frame for tags to come into first come, first serve. And if there's if this is going to go over a few weeks, it's like, do we need to rush through this in 2 days? I'm just curious if we could get that answer. I would appreciate it.
I believe it's a number of days,
Okay.
not weeks, but I'll go confirm that for you.
Okay.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
Jack Roll for the record. There's a reason we've done this, and Kaylee and I looked at the time frame between you guys adopting and it becoming law. We have some coveted elk tags coming up. We have some coveted sheep tags coming up. We have things that are going to occur in the next few weeks that we want to cover. So that's why we're doing this. It's been past practice of the commission since 2011 to not workshop on a Friday, adopt on a Saturday. We've avoided that as a commission for a long time now. It used to be standard practice, workshop Friday, adopt Saturday. But with the timing of things going on, and we made a commitment that we were going to try to stay ahead of things and make everything we do the fairest we can for everybody and a legitimate process. That's why we're doing this today, and that's why we're workshopping some of this stuff today, adopting tomorrow just to stay in front of some very coveted tags that are coming up.
To add, Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record, to add to what Deputy Director Rob said when he said tags are coming up, we have passed that 14 business day threshold for the bull elk and the sheep and illegal weapon late seasons. Many of those start November 20th, and so these tags that will be returned for those particular species, which are considered premium in Nevada will be going first come, first serve. And so we wanted to get this in place before the majority of those are returned and into that program.
Yeah, I just would like verification that what we do actually is going to do it, if we're going to rush through something.
Thank you, Chairman Amelia. Kaylee Musso again for the record. I apologize for the delay. And I did misspeak. It is 35 days, so just over 4 weeks. However, I do believe that even if you guys adopted it this weekend, we're in the beginning of November. So this would go into seasons open in December and January.
Yeah, which, I mean, for really is like some cow tags, right? Some late cow hunts.
I believe so.
Yeah, wouldn't affect the trophy bull hunts or the sheep tags.
Not the November 20th ones.
Correct.
So I just have one question. I understand that the department's trying to address a pretty serious issue in a short amount of time. And I was just wondering, have there been any internal discussions about any additional notifications beyond what's required by statute for notice? I mean, is the department intend to publicize this in any way or anything of that nature?
I'm sorry, when you ask publicize it, you mean just create a broader awareness within the interested community who might be using first come, first serve? Or you mean with the short turnaround time between the workshop and possible adoption?
Yeah, I'm saying in regards to the public users of the program itself. Other than, posting the regulations, et cetera. I mean, have you guys had discussions about sort of highlighting this to the users so everyone is aware prior to use of the program, or?
We haven't necessarily, because I think, candidly, I think that perhaps we were remiss in acknowledging that it wouldn't, that unfair advantage or people looking to obtain a tag, I think we underestimated the extent to which people might go. And we're trying to now close some possible avenues where we believe, there's a likely scenario where people have been exploiting some of that opportunity. And so to Deputy Director Rob's point, in trying to make this as fair a program as possible, we want to close a possible avenue for exploitation.
Commissioner Wise.
Just to clarify my understanding of the law, if we have to wait the 35 days for the legislature, would the law not go into effect then until the date after the legislature has to approve, or would it be retroactive to the time that we approve it?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner Wise. Oh, go ahead, Jack.
There's multiple, Jack Raw for the record, there's multiple things going on here. We know that we're going to be coming back to you next year for more changes in first come, first serve. There's other things we recognize coming out of a legislative session. LCB works so many hours during a legislative session. For us to get bills drafted coming out of a legislative session is an extended period of time, a lot. And then we have to get them noticed, and then we have to get everything in place. We will have seasons starting in August to have first come, first serve tags. This regulation will be in place till November. Knowing how long it takes us to get stuff back from LCB coming out of a legislative session, knowing that we don't workshop and adopt in the same commission meeting. We like to see things in multiple commission meetings. Knowing once the commission adopts a regulation, we still are dependent on Ledge Commission approving that. Getting a calendar of a Ledge Commission and getting on that calendar is sometimes troublesome. I'm looking to get stuff covered between now and November. We're going to bring more changes to you next year again. This is going to be an ongoing process. Just suspending these people is not a hammer enough. We've talked to our Attorney General office. We're looking at implementing demerit points and fines along with some of these activities we're seeing as a deterrent. We're not done. It's just we need these incremental steps along the way. And this is a vital incremental step. And it will be in place until November. It gives us time to get other things in order. But I can't assure those tags in the August, September, October timeframe aren't going to be vulnerable to some things we don't want them vulnerable to. So we're trying to get things on the books now, knowing we're going to stay on it. You guys are going to get tired of this, but it's the world we live in. People look to get an unfair advantage over others, and we just have to stay ahead of it.
Kaylee Musso for the record, just to add to Deputy Director Rob, he didn't clarify the effective date, and the effective date is 35 days after you guys adopt it.
Commissioner Wise.
Yeah, thank you for the clarification. It does seem pertinent that if we're dealing with legislative sessions and what it's going to take to actually add to this law permanently, that we have something in the meantime, especially if it's going to hold us over until next year.
Yeah, I guess my thoughts though is, you know, I know what you hear from the previous commission, and I've heard from the public about workshop on one day, approving the next day. And there was like I guess a dark time on the commission when that happened. There's a lot of people that don't like it. If we workshopped it today, looked at it in January, you still have the 35 days after that. It's in effect in February, right? The other problem, and everybody that's been up here and has listened knows I've complained about the first come, first serve from the onset about people gaming it. And that was one of my biggest concerns, is we're going to chase our tail, and we're chasing our tail, and we're piecemealing it like it's just, you know, we're going to piecemeal it and add and add and add and add and add. And this is exactly what I was worried was going to happen, and it's happening. And I'm curious if we want to just keep piecemealing it, or wait and have the department bring the additional stuff you want us to look at next year, and make sure we get that all on the agenda towards approved prior to August. You know, this piecemealing stuff, it doesn't sit well with me. I don't know about everybody else, but those are some of my thoughts.
Chairman Caviglia, Jack Robb for the record. There's multiple things we need to look at and we can discuss. In regulation, one part of the regulation says if a tag is returned 14 calendar days before a season, it gets reissued. There's another part of regulation that says it's 14 business days, which is extended. We have stuff that doesn't marry up. We need to visit some of that stuff in the future. Even if we shrank that down to 7 days, we still have a tremendous amount of tags that come in under 7 days, under 5 days, under 2 days. And we want to get those tags in the field. I know you hate piecemealing, but this piecemealing is getting 1,000 extra people in the field this year, and got 1,000 extra people in the field last year. It's going to take some work from the commission, but I think we owe those 1,000 people to go through the work and keep it honest, fair, and get them in the field.
Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, point taken there, but knowing where we're at from a timeline standpoint, you know, again, are we better served holding off and getting some additional language, some additional teeth in this thing, and approving sometime in early 23 that would take effect in 23 versus, again, doing this now and having this be the option as we start to get into to 2023 tags. So I don't know. Yeah.
Commissioner Keel.
Yeah, thanks, Chairman. Yeah, I guess, if it's the right thing to do and it's needed and we know there's going to be more work down the road, then that's fine. But if this is truly necessary, I think we should get it in place now. I mean, if the department needs a tool to combat the unfairness that's going on in the system, I think we just deal with it today and move forward, and any of the additional stuff we can tack onto that. But I don't want to, leave a window of time now where people could be, leveraging the system in some way that isn't fair.
Yeah, and I mean, I think the window, with the window of the 35 days you're talking about, you might have some late cow tags, maybe, this will affect. That's about it. So it's this as if we rush through it in 2 days, I think has very minimal impact for this year's first come, first serve. But Commissioner McNinch.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So for clarification, so if we take action tomorrow to approve this, that 35 days starts. So this temporary reg is not in place until that clock runs out on the Legislative Commission or Council taking effect? So until then, it's just sitting out there. I mean, I can understand what you guys are thinking. I'm not as concerned. Look, I think when we started to spread these out over one meeting, workshop and adoption, the goal in mind was to slow that down and give people a chance to breathe and kind of build some trust that there wasn't any shenanigans going on. There was a time where there were probably some shenanigans going on, but those days are behind us. And I think that we've made it very clear by our actions that that's not our intent, but it doesn't preclude us from taking something, even if it's late in the game this year, it's properly noticed, it's properly agendized, unless I hear otherwise from the DAG. It's not ideal, but we're doing what we're required to do with our notices and our workshop, et cetera. And if we have a situation where, there's some benefit, I don't see where we're going too astray for an emergency or an important situation. So, look, I have a higher tolerance for dealing with regulations maybe than most of us do up here. So I'm not intimidated by the bringing them back over and over. That doesn't bother me. I mean, we're going to see some of these things again. We know that next year. So anyway.
Commissioner Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So if we did approve this as it is today, would we then have the opportunity come, a future meeting in February, March, April, what have you, to add additional language to this and start a new 35-day clock and have something in effect then prior to the season starting?
Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record. To answer that question, Commissioner Rogers or Vice Chair Rogers, it would need to be a separate regulation. We could bring back another temporary one, but because this is a temporary regulation period, the commission is going to see it again to establish it as permanent. So in that workshop, that's going to come either, August, September commission meeting, depending on when LCB can draft our language. There'll be additional language into it. This one was just this is what we need, put it together, get it in, which will cover us for, until next November, so we can get that permanent regulation language established. But as Deputy Director Rob stated, there will be additional corrections made to it. It's not just going to be this and, and again, chase our tail. Like we have plans to put in more and build this bigger to deter people continually and more so than it is at the moment. And so, yeah, and at that time, we'll have,
Right.
more of a discussion, longer time.
Oh, yeah. So based on that, then, any future stuff that we're considering would then be workshopped and be 2024
Correct.
stuff.
Correct.
it doesn't have to be 2024 stuff. It would just pile on with the stuff that we're doing through this next year, so.
It'll
Yeah.
depend on when the
When
commission adopts and then when the Ledge Commission can approve.
Because they're going to be busy with the legislative stuff, so, yeah, that's always the hang up, so.
Commissioner Wise.
Yeah, we've talked a lot about the timeline here, but we haven't actually gotten into the text. And so I think it's relevant that we maybe look at what the regulation is proposing, because I think that may play into the conversation about whether we're comfortable with the language or not, and whether we should table this or not. Yeah, if we could look at that and see if anybody has any thoughts on that, I thought that might lend itself useful to the conversation.
Commissioner Rogers.
My only, I guess, question on some of the language here, I just want to make sure that I'm reading it correctly. I'm interpreting that it's a kind of a two-strike rule, that if you're found to be attempting to create an unfair advantage, you're going to be suspended by the department for applying for the remainder of that season. If you're caught a second time doing it, then a person is prohibited from any remaining tags in any future hunting season. Is that correct then in my interpretation, kind of a two-strike rule?
That is correct, but it is only the first come, first served program. It does not limit a person from applying in the main draw. But if in the future, as Deputy Director Robb stated, if it becomes a demerit, then that does limit license suspension. But again, that's a future conversation.
Dag Burkett.
Thank you. I tend to keep my mouth shut. This is the public's business, but this regulation was something that I worked on extensively as well, the addition to the regulation, because it relates to specific instances that we've dealt with of individuals violating the first come, first served program. And the language, Megan and I worked on it together. I think we went through it 3 different times. And really the way I look at this regulation is you already have in place a very broad regulation that gives the department lots of tools to use to stop this kind of conduct. What this does is it gives you one more tool. It's just adding another arrow in your quiver that the department can use to stop this kind of conduct. And what this one does is simply say, hey, you can't go exchanging money for access to the first come, first served program. The first part of the regulation, which speaks to exchange, that's going to prohibit individuals from offering money, and it's going to prohibit individuals from offering services for money, prohibiting that kind of conduct on the first come, first served program. The second part of it, of the regulation, simply says you also, in addition to that, can go offering to get somebody access to the system for money. So that's what these 2 pieces do, and they're just giving the department 2 more tools that they can use to stop this kind of behavior based on specific, real-life, actual occurrences that are going on. And it gives the department the opportunity to do it now, which is the great thing about this opportunity where we have temporary regulations. You can be flexible as a commission, and you can do things quicker to give the department opportunities to stop behavior quicker. And so this is the wonderful thing about our system, is you can do that. Now, the consideration issue is important, the process issue is important, but the process does exist. You're following a process that exists in Nevada law. The process allows you to consider it one day and to the next day adopt it. So the process is, as long as you're happy, and here's the value I see. I'm going to go ahead and lobby for it. The value I see is that you've already got a substantive regulation. You've got a commission regulation in place that talks about suspicious activities. You guys passed this. You've already got this general regulation in place. All you're doing is making a small amendment for one more tool that the department can utilize to stop this kind of behavior. Thank you.
All right. I'm going to take it out for cab comment. Do we have any cabs in Reno that would like to comment? Seeing none. Do we have any public comment in Reno? Seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom? Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission. Take this on, you get.
No.
Chairman, I feel like you. I feel like, we piecemeal some things and I agree, but I also see a value in getting this done to give that tool to the department. And so I would be in favor of supporting this temporary regulation because I think there's more coming with first come, first serve. And I'd like to I think we'll have a laundry list of things. Well, you guys might, because I may not be here next year for that, but I would be in support of this for that particular reason.
Yeah, I mean, I have no problem with the language. I do know we've got other items that are going to come up. The piecemeal part rubs me wrong, obviously, but I'll leave it at that. Sure.
Okay, unless there's other discussion. Okay, unless there's other discussion, I will move to approve Commission General Regulation 510, first come, first serve, exchange to obtain a tag as presented.
Question, should that be like move forward for adoption instead of?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
That'll be tomorrow.
Yes, move forward to adoption, yes.
Then I'll second that.
Okay, sorry.
All right, we got a motion by Commissioner East, seconded by Commissioner Barnes to move Commission General Regulation 510 to a reading again tomorrow. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Preeny absent. And being like I feel like I want to keep things spicy, we're going to go back to item number 7C, Commission Policy 24. I actually intended to do this right after 8B, but got carried away. We'll go to Commission Policy 24, hunting opportunities among various weapon classes and hunter groups. Third reading, APRP Committee Chairman David McNinch for possible action. The Commission will have a third reading of Commission Policy 24, hunting opportunities among various weapons classes and hunter groups, and may decide to repeal, revise, or adopt the policy.
Okay, thank you, Chairman Caviglia. Kaylee Musso again for the record. Policy 24 obviously did have a clear nexus to item 8B CGR 502. I do want to reiterate the fact that any changes done to the system will not be in place for the next season. The soonest they'll be in place is in 2024, if not later. The Commission, as a reminder, did make a few edits during the September meeting to include clarifying the party hunt quota minimum section and the spike elk definition. And then it sounds like on page 6, the committee is all right with going forward with item 3C. Juniors can apply for 5 years and be awarded a maximum of 3 junior tags before the age of 18. We do still need clarification on whether the commission wants to move forward with items 3A and 3B. But I have Game Division Administrator Mike Scott up here to give you additional information on those.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, members of the Commission. Mike Scott, Chief of the Game Division. So we talked a little bit last night in the TAC committee meeting about 3A, which would be to split the junior hunt into any legal weapon and a muzzleloader archery primitive weapon combination. As you saw in Chief of DAT's Kimberly Munoz presentation, one of the goals is to increase opportunity for juniors. This would increase that opportunity for juniors, but I don't want to be the one advocating for this. I'm just letting you know that that would increase the number of tags available for particularly those 421 kids that might not be in the system anymore. So, does anybody have any questions on that? Okay, then I'll move to item B, 3B. Junior deer tags will be considered antlered deer tags, except in areas that have open antlerless deer hunts where they will be considered either sex tags. This was added at your desire. One thing from the land of unintended consequences and the nuance of demand success, I just want to point out what this will do to junior tags. And so we have the arrays that we use when we make our proposals for quotas. And in the arrays, it has the percentage of harvest of does that youth harvest. And so if I right now, we have 4 areas that have doe hunts: Area 5, Area 6, Area 7, and Area 10. So those areas would not be affected, but all the other areas in the state would be affected by limiting the number of does, or limiting the juniors to antlered harvest only. If I switch the harvest of does in, I just have Area 6 array up, but if I switch the array from 25% harvest of does, which is what the 3-year average is, the number of tags is 317 that the juniors can draw. That's the quota. If I switch it to 0, it drops it to 263 tags. 238 tags. And that's what will occur in all the areas that currently do not have antlerless deer hunts. There's going to be a reduction in tags. And the reason that that's going to happen is because the number of does on the landscape will increase. And it's not that much, and it's not as much in a lot of these other areas. But what it does is it reduces the buck ratio by having more does on the landscape. And since our arrays and quotas are based on buck ratios, you're going to see reductions in buck tags. Does that make sense?
Yeah, I guess I'm a little confused. I mean, if you had more does on the landscape, wouldn't you allow for more bucks with the way you guys model it?
No, because it drops the buck ratio. So there's a lower buck ratio.
Buck to doe ratio, got it.
Limit the number of tags even further. And it's minimal, and that might be mitigated by the fact that success rates will probably drop as well, because those juniors won't have the ability to harvest those does. And so success rates may go down, which will mitigate that drop, but we certainly won't see any increases in tags.
Did you have any additional items beyond that one?
Yeah, they already approved that one. Okay. No, I don't.
And I guess before we get going, I wanted to bring it up, and Jack kind of brought it up last time, and I think just because we're on policy 24 and it's right in there and we need to address it. Under first come, first serve, we have conflicting NACs regarding the days required prior to submitting the tag, and right on here we say 14 business days, and we have conflicting NACs on that. I guess I've talked to the department. The intent is to look at those NACs in the future, so I don't know if we want to just look at that as well. There's a lot to this policy. It's a huge policy. So I'll leave it at that and leave it for questions. Mr. McNitch.
You knew it was coming. So, I've been really struggling with where to find my position on some of this stuff. There's levels of consensus. You're all in, you're all out. I'll take one for the team and support, even though I support the team, even though I don't support where we're going. That kind of stuff. And resident to residents, non-resident to non-residents, I struggle with that a little bit. What's the idea of first come, first serve is to get rid of tags regardless of to who, in my opinion. But I'm willing to kind of come off of that if I needed to. 3C, juniors can apply for 5 years and be awarded a maximum of 3. Clearly, everybody knows where I stand on that at this point. So the doe hunt, addressing that with regards to the youth hunt, it really doesn't set with me. We're trying to take a step forward and provide youth with what we just did, and here we're going to take so theoretically 2 steps forward. I'll just pretend to be there for a moment, but this just seems like 4 steps back. I mean, do we want kids to have opportunity or not? And the way the policy's written, I wouldn't support it. Not like this. I just feel like we're, I don't know. I feel like there's too much conversation around the youth hunt. What are we trying to do? I mean, our recruitment, is it important or not? R3. What's our intent? So, what are we benefiting by? What are we addressing by getting rid of the doe tags in some of these areas? I'll ask the one question just to make it official: is there any biological concern with having these doe hunts in those units?
Mike Scott, for the record. No, there's not.
And I guess my thoughts on the doe hunt, that one is solely, it's like the resident to resident, non-resident to resident, the first serve. That is solely sportsman's perception. There are a lot of sportsmen that absolutely don't like the junior hunt, period. They don't like that the juniors get 25% of the tags. They don't like it at all. One of the biggest gripes I get about it is in the units we don't hunt does. The juniors can kill does. I understand the way the tag formula works out. We give them more tags if they can kill does, but I guess also the tag's it's not a guarantee of a kill, right? They're not guaranteed a kill. It's just they're guaranteed to get to go hunt, right? And I know a lot of this, I think, this is from firsthand experience with people that I know the last couple of years where our herds are struggling. They'll go out and hunt, and then on the last day, it's like, well, I'll just go kill a doe, just to kill something. And that's firsthand experience with people, And for me personally, I don't necessarily like it. I'm only one individual up here too, but those are my thoughts on that.
Well, so if I might, for just a second, maybe our conversations, and maybe I got a little taste of sarcasm, and I don't like taking things down a serious path. But if there's so many people that are against this youth hunt, why aren't we talking about getting rid of it? I think it'll be the beginning of the end for sportsmen and what they like to do. But if there's so many people against it, why don't we talk about it? See where it goes. I think there's a lot of people that would continue to support it. But if it's such a nemesis, if it's such a bad thing, let's have the conversation and see where it goes. I mean, it's like politics these days. It's like, my God, we got to make a stand somewhere. And that's what I'm doing. So I appreciate your perspective, Commissioner, or Mr. Chairman. And, I feel like everything's real short-sighted these days. And it's like, for a long time, the conversation in this room was, what can we do to get tags to kids? That's all we talked about it all the time, as much as predators, which was quite a bit at the time. We talked about it all the time. We increased, Jack could tell you when he was a commissioner, it was continually adjusting the quota up to accommodate, and everybody was very much in favor of it. But if times are changing to where we're tanking, let's have the conversation and see what happens. I don't know.
Commissioner Barnes.
Yeah, just as I look at this regulation, we were talking about the quotas and decreasing, but we're at a point in time right now where we have constricting mule deer numbers. Hopefully, before too long, Mike's going to get this thing turned around, and we're going to have increasing deer numbers. And so that number is going to change. Instead of shrinking, it's going to be increasing, and then that opportunity is going to be there. So I guess that's kind of when I look at this, I'm looking at because we're talking pretty much mule deer. We have constricting herds, and so there's going to be reduced opportunity for all sportsmen, whether they be through the general hunt or youth. That's just the world we're living in now. But hopefully we can get this thing turned around, and we're going to increase. So as I look at that's kind of what I'm looking at is here we are now, but where are we going to be hopefully in a few years from now?
And real quick, I guess I'd like to see what the commission's thoughts are on number 3A, because that, Mike Scott's actually the one who brought this up to the TAC committee, was the option to kind of break up the junior hunt with an any legal weapon hunt and then a primitive weapon hunt, which that in itself would put more tags into the junior program also. I just don't know. We haven't really talked about it either at any of the meetings. I was just curious kind of where everybody's head was on that as well.
Yeah, I'll speak to that. Thanks. And I might have to ask Mike Scott a question too. I didn't want to jump all the way ahead to the quota setting discussion, but what are your thoughts on like these primitive weapons? Obviously, the success ratio is quite a bit lower with those hunts. I think it is going to allow an increase of tags issued in the primitive hunts. Would that be a fair assessment?
Commissioner Keel, members of the commission, Mike Scott for the record. It would allow more juniors to participate, and the idea would be there would be a reduction in any legal weapon tags, but a pretty sizable increase or potentially sizable increase in the primitive weapon tags. So you would put more people in the field, but their success rate on the primitive weapons would as with other weapon class or other, the general hunts, those success rates are generally lower. So my thought is that without killing any more deer, we would put more juniors in the field.
Right, I guess, and I should have stated more clearly, it's not a one-for-one primitive to all weapon. You would be able to, in total, get more youth in the field by doing this, yeah.
Any additional questions? Commissioner McNinch?
Just so you know, I'm not opposed to everything. I do agree with 3A, so it makes sense to me. So I can't wait until the news hits the thing that Dave's against junior hunts after my last comment. I mean, never mind the fact that I'm spilling my guts and eviscerating myself up here over it,
Mr. Chairman, the data that Division Administrator Munoz showed us before reflected the overwhelming percentage of harvest that occurs with a rifle. And so the question that Commissioner Keel asked and that Game Division Administrator Scott answered, I think it's all predicated on the assumption that there would in fact be the demand. And at this point, we know that the rifle portion would be fully ascribed, but we don't have any idea how many youth hunters would be willing to limit themselves, if we made that division, limit themselves to only primitive weapons. And I think we'd need to know that before we could speculate with any accuracy that it would in fact put more people in the field, because it could in fact have the opposite consequence and leave more people on the beach if there wasn't a large number of youth willing to limit themselves to primitive weapon only.
Yeah, and I agree too. The one concern is probably your younger juniors. I don't even know if they can pull back a legal bow right at 12 or 13. A lot of them probably can't, and I don't know how many of the younger juniors are going to shoot an open sight muzzleloader either. And I don't know if that's you know, the policy states that it's a may. If it's something that we want to look at down the future, it could be approved as the may, and then potentially do a, I don't know if there's any way to do some sort of a survey or anything too. Or just not pursue it. That's why I wanted to bring it up. I figured it was, that one alone was worth its own discussion. Commissioner Barnes.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I think for me, you just hit on something that was pretty important in 3A with the may. We may not do it, but we may. But it's already in there. If at some point we decide that's what we want to do, it's already available to us. And if we want to leave it the same, we can leave it the same.
Yeah, and I guess just thinking out loud, I don't know if the department, you could potentially even just do it. I don't know if you could do it in a couple units even as a trial and see what the response is. I don't know how, I don't know if you could do that or not, but just thinking out loud.
Yeah, Mike Scott for the record. We could certainly talk to Kimberly Munoz and see if that's possible to dip our toe in and try some areas. But I'll let her speak to that.
For the record, Kim Munoz, the answer is yes.
Okay. Commissioner Walter.
Well, just going back to some of the data we've been looking at today and Tony's comment, you know, I do appreciate it as an option. I have heard some support in regards to this, and not much negative feedback. I would, however, you know, I recognize that's from a very limited class of individuals, and so I would just question for the department, you know, how many youth, how successful was the surveys you've put out, and how easy would it be to try and get some feedback on people interested in the option?
I'm sure somebody can. I don't know who. Maybe Megan can. Or so I think it's a really good question, Commissioner Walther, and I think the way that, you know, I would suggest that we move in that direction is to do as some of you have suggested, and just kind of ease into it, do some test areas and start with like 5%, which is that May piece. And if we tested what that demand was like, but there's that data, 92% of the youth are using rifles at this point, but there are some muzzle loaders. But the question is, would those muzzle loader hunters be willing to limit their ability to harvest with a rifle? And would some of those rifle hunters be willing to exchange lower possibility of success for a higher possibility of drawing a different area? And we wouldn't know that, but I think starting with a small percentage and testing that demand would give us that answer, and easing up to an opportunity that's commensurate with the expressed demand.
Sure, and I agree and think that would be a good approach as well. But what I'm specifically wondering is, how easy would it be for the department to survey youth hunters to get ahead of that opinion? In other words, putting out a survey asking, would you be willing to give up general rifle to have more opportunity to hunt primitive?
Sorry, for the record, Kim Munoz, can you repeat the question? I had two people talking to me at once.
Well, I'm wondering, so I'm assuming that this survey was associated with applications, correct? Or how did those go out?
Yeah, we looked at, I believe it was 2 years worth of junior applications, and we sent them out to the emails that were on file. If it had a linked account to it, it went to the linked account email. I don't remember the exact number of accounts that we sent out. It was a couple thousand. And as you can see, only 651 responded. I believe that we left this open for about a month. And I think we sent 2 emails to remind them to fill out the survey.
Okay. I'm just suggesting it might be good data to get.
I guess any additional commission questions or comments, or I'll take it out for any cab comment.
Joe Krim, Persian Cab. We had a long discussion on this, and we thought that breaking out the weapon classes was gonna, it's not necessarily gonna deter some kids, but it's not gonna add any new ones into it, because I had personal experience with a youth this year that hunted 3 different weapon classes, and I know what he's never gonna hunt again. And it's not rifle, I can promise you that. And he wasn't successful. But we thought that keeping the weapon classes together would not, it wouldn't deter recruitment. It would actually help the kids, because they have now 3 options. If they try the archery and they just decide that it's just too tough, too hard, whatever the case, they can't do it, then they switch to the muzzle loader. I had a grandson that carried a muzzle loader 2 days in the hills, and he gave that thing up because they're heavy. He tried to get me to carry it. I said, nope, that's yours, your tag, you're carrying it. So, but he still went into rifle, and he didn't get a bad taste in his mouth. He just knows he's not gonna hunt archery and muzzleloader at 13 years old. He's gonna wait until he's older and make his own choices, and I just think that those kids need those options just to keep that retention value there, just so they have the options. That was the gist of our 35-minute conversation on that one piece. Other than that, we had no problems with the rest of the policy. It was just that 3A. Thank you.
Thank you. Any additional cab comment in Reno? Okay, seeing none. Any public comment in Reno?
Rex Flowers for the record. I'm in favor of limiting the doe harvest to only those areas that have doe seasons. I appreciate the material that Mike Scott was able to present, but he presented Area 6. They gave 350 tags, I believe it was, in Area 6. We don't have 350 deer in 014 or 022 or 021. So in a large area, maybe it works. But in these areas that have minimal deer herds, and the sportsmen have been fighting to try and keep what little resource we have left, we value each and every doe. And I know that has been a big bone of contention in Washoe County amongst the sportsmen, that they want to see that ended. We have no issue if you have opportunity for the youth because of carrying capacities or the game management objectives that say over a certain amount of deer within a herd, then you afford some does to be taken. But thank you.
Thank you, Rex. Any additional public comment in Reno? Seeing none. Any public comment on Zoom? Nope. Okay, back to the commission. I guess to stir the pot even more real quick, back to the 14 business day item. Does anybody want to, do we want to discuss that as well? I think we should.
Mr. Chairman, Kaylee Musso for the record. I did just want to clarify that I did add the business day into this policy. It did not used to be there, but after review of NAC 502.421, which is the alternate list procedure, business days is stated in that regulation, which is why I added it into this, because the business days is correct in this policy. I'm not sure where Deputy Director Rob has seen calendar days, but in this particular instance, it has to be 14 business days.
There is an NAC, Jack and I have discussed it recently. There's this alternate NAC that's conflicting.
Yeah, so Management Analyst Megan Manfredi for the record, as Management Analyst Musso says, the 14 business days is found in the alternate NAC. The 14 calendar days is found in the first come, first served program, which are conflicting.
So I mean, that will come up on a future agenda. I've already talked to Deputy Director Rob that I think we need to clarify that. Being as I like to talk, 14 days to me, 14 days is a multiple of 7, which is not a business day. That's a calendar week, right? 14 days is a multiplier of a week. Those are my thoughts on that. I just figured I'd get it out right off the bat. Commissioner Wise, I'm sorry.
That's all right. I guess my question would be, what is most correct in terms of the time between you can no longer, or the time window for tags going into first come, first serve, and all of that. Is there what is the significance of 14? Should it be 15 business days, 10 business days, 14 business days, or is business correct? What is your perception of what is the most correct?
Jack Robb for the record. This dates back to 2011-12, and the 14 days was a guess at that point. And it was a guess because we had never done reissuance of tags. We went a period that people could return a tag and they didn't get reissued. And it was predicated upon our prior vendor, no knowledge of what the flow would be. I think it deserves a new discussion with current vendors, with current knowledge. We were guessing at the beginning, and I don't think we need to guess. I think we can make informed decisions. We just need to pull some data, and as we've seen multiple times a day, data is powerful, and we have the data. We just need to look at it and have some further discussion. I know we want to get these policies behind us. Kaylee's really been pushing and Dave's been pushing, and that's appreciated. But I think we may need to back up a little bit and look at some things, and this may be an outlier of things not getting done, but I'd rather spend some time, review all the data instead of making another guess like we're trying to now. Let's look at the data and make informed decisions.
Yeah, and I, like I said, Jack and I have had the discussion. We do intend to bring those two NACs to the commission to get them squared up, because I think they should be. So, and I mean, I guess the other option too is we could always, I don't know what everybody wants to do. We could pass the policy today, I think, and bring the policy back up again. I think we can do that, or we can wait. I don't know where everybody's at. I don't.
Mr. Chairman, I think either options are on the table. It is, I mean, I certainly would support moving it forward without adoption, but only from the standpoint that it's not complete. In some respect, it's not to delay what might be the inevitable for me. So if the commission's more comfortable taking action on this today and opening it back up later, did I say regulate? This is a policy, so it's not a problem. It's not difficult to do, so it's easy.
Commissioner East.
Thanks. Yeah, it appears that the last time this was even reviewed was in 2006. And so I think we've gone a long time with this policy. This is, guidance for the commission. It's not a regulation. So I don't have a problem with coming back to the business days, if that's what we want to do. 14 business days is a long time. It's 3 full business weeks almost, minus 1 day. So whatever the department feels is the most appropriate is what I would go with. I do want to just address the section 3 under the mule deer, and I'm okay with A. I think there's been some good conversation about it. I think we know where juniors are going to land. They're going to land in that rifle category. They have 3 seasons right now. If you look at it, they have the opportunity to try it. And maybe we just ask for more data down the road to see, where are they being successful. We see where they're successful here, but I don't know. I'm not ready to just add in those hunts on their own. With 3B, I think this, I've gone back and forth on doe hunts, on female hunts, period, because I don't like them. And I don't like them for personal reasons. I think those hunts, unless they're management tools, for me, I think there's just a philosophy that probably is handed down in your family that, you either don't hunt female species or you do. And in my family, we haven't. And so I think for me, I would like to see this left. I get just because I think that we haven't decided that it's we've only decided it's a management hunt in certain hunt units. That's where I'm at. Sorry for the convoluted conversation.
Any additional thoughts or discussion or?
Mr. Chairman, I made my pitch. I think this junior deer tag, the does, I think we're going to see, I don't know, Mike, I can't venture a guess, I suppose, but it's going to be hundreds of tags come out of the pot. If we had, what was that last batch? It was over 70 plus, right? Just at Area 6.
Commissioner McNinch, Mike Scott for the record. Yeah, that was just in Area 6, which has a doe hunt, so it wouldn't be affected. But
gotcha.
A lot, the Area 11, 14, 17, some of these areas that still have a significant number of tags, but that aren't 6, 7, and 10. Yeah. They're still going to have some reductions, but it's going to be less than those big areas. But there's definitely going to be some reductions. But again, that could be mitigated by lower success rates. And so, certainly I don't believe that we're going to see increases in tags, but we might see some modest decreases.
Okay, thank you. And I guess I'll go back to my real point, which is, the reason why some of these areas aren't producing isn't on there, and we're having a hard time. So leaving does in there, it's a sad thing. Sometimes it's a necessary evil, I guess, for lack of a better way to put it. So by leaving does out there, I guess mentally it makes us feel better that we're trying to do something to help that population. We might be killing them with kindness by doing that. And that's a concern for me. That's a true concern. We might be leaving animals on the ground that continue to accelerate the spiral of that population. And I really believe that. And I don't know, maybe I'm just out in left field, but if we've got other problems out there, keeping sick or unhealthy does on the land because they've got a carrying capacity issue or habitats, whatever might be going on, isn't going to cure our numbers problems. It's just not going to work that way.
Commissioner East.
But Commissioner McNinch, isn't that when we institute a management tool? That's where I see it. I see that the youth took 3,200 does last year and $14,000.
And I
It's
appreciate
less
that
than a third,
perspective. Yeah, and I
you know?
appreciate that. And I guess that's the other point. I don't know. There was a slide up here that talked about how many were taken. I think it's minuscule. I don't think it's not biologically. And I'll go back to just allowing those kids those opportunities. So to take an animal.
Commissioner East, Mike Scott for the record, that was over 10 years.
Oh, this is over 10 years.
Yeah, that's a 10-year reduction, not 1 year.
So wait a second. It's $14,000 over 10 years, and 3,200 does over 10 years. By juniors, that seems not right.
Oh, wrong one. This one.
Is that an average? How did we only kill $14,000 from juniors over 10 years?
It doesn't look like I put the.
1,400 a year? I guess is that right?
Yeah, that was a.
Wow.
10-year.
That's so low. That seems low to me. Okay. So it's 300 a year, basically. 1,400, 300. So it's about a third, a little less than a third, a quarter. Okay.
And I guess just to follow up to Commissioner East, like our logic too, when we said that to keep the juniors open to harvest does in the units where the department sees the management need to kill does. That's why we left it open, not just they can't kill does at all, but if there is a doe hunt, absolutely. I have the same thought process as Commissioner East regarding that too.
And I do appreciate that. I really do. I understand the thought. But I'll take it back to the recruitment process. It might be a function of, and these numbers might be low. I don't know, but you might have somebody that a youth that they're wanting to come back might depend on that last day of hunting and taking something. I don't know. We don't know those things. And I'm not trying to over advocate for this stuff. I'm just saying that I feel like we're really swinging hard at a program that is really important and really critical to recruitment, and introducing people, providing those opportunities. And I just see most of what we're trying to do, in my view, are could be. Maybe you guys are right, but could be pulling the other way, and it concerns me. That's where my position is. So that's why I'm stuck where I'm at. I've really struggled over, coming into here. Well, I haven't really struggled with it. I've been struggling to try to try to understand what opportunities we're opening up with these policies and regulations. And I just don't understand them. They're just not making sense to me. That's why I'm stuck where I'm at. And I don't mean to harp. I love pain. I must really love pain kind of way. I really do appreciate you bringing this back. We did need to get it addressed. So.
All right. Well, I'm going to make a motion then. I'm going to make a motion to approve policy 24, or to adopt policy 24, I guess with the acknowledgement that we'll have to address the days associated with first come, first serve at a later date, as presented.
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion by myself, second by Commissioner East. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries 7-1 with Commissioner Perini absent. And we will. Do we want to take just a 5-minute bathroom break real quick? Or do you want to just go for it?
Oh, yes, please.
Okay.
You got a yes, please.
Let's do a quick one, 5-minute bathroom break.
Start looking that way.
subcontract sometimes to a company called Fresenius. And I have a whole bunch sitting over in our warehouse, and I called all four of them, and they go, "Oh, my meeting, like, it's okay, it's okay." That's the big, most of them have tons of supplies still, so those are their monthly resupplies. So.
But you don't like it to get low and.
Yeah, and probably the third and fourth ones are probably gonna be in the dark.
Oh, dang it. Oh, man, I'm so sorry.
So, I forgot how long these can go. Otherwise, I would've just went and did them all this morning and then came to this at like noonish, you know? But it was like. It's all the deliberations they do back and forth. It's like. Yeah, I used to do that when I worked for the city of Reno for almost 20 years. Yeah, and no matter how many times I tried to explain something to them, because I was the IT manager for 5 years, so I was all the policy and procedure and stuff, and having to stand in front of the council and present my items to them, and they just had some dumbest questions. I just like, it's not gonna affect that, it's not gonna affect that, it's already budgeted, it's blah, 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 blah. And then they deliberate. Treatment they maybe would have got. Some of the directors, they're mean. If I like somebody in their department, like, I need to go sit down in council and text me when we get to my item. So that poor employee just sits there and goes, "We're next." I'm like, that's messed up.
Seriously, that's what they do in DC.
Yeah.
Like all
They got their little underlings.
have all their staffers there, and then and sometimes they even have the staffers go on the back. And it's like, man.
Yep, it's like, come out here and pay your dues,
Right.
you know? Put in the punishment.
Yep. So it's your fault.
Yeah, all right, if everybody will take their seat, we'll get going again. All right, let's go to agenda item 8D. Commission General Regulation 506, possession of golden eagles under certain circumstances. Wildlife Diversity Administrator Jennifer Newmark for possible action. The commission will hold a workshop to consider amending Nevada Administrative Code 503 to allow for possession of a golden eagle under certain circumstances.
Good afternoon. This is Jennifer Newmark. I'm Wildlife Diversity Division Administrator. I'll be presenting today language for Commission General Regulation 506, which allows possession of a golden eagle under certain circumstances. And I'll apologize ahead of time. These are wordy slides, so I'm going to go through them really quickly, but this is the first time that you're seeing language, so I wanted to try and make it as clear as possible. So the proposed regulation before you is the result of passage of Senate Bill 125 during the last legislative session. This changed NRS to allow for possession of a golden eagle under these 4 circumstances. If that eagle is obtained for rehabilitation in accordance with federal law, if it's obtained in another state in accordance with federal law, and that would include through the federal depredation lottery system, if the eagle is legally possessed in another state and the master falconer permanently moves to Nevada. And then 4th, if the eagle is transferred to a master falconer from another master falconer in Nevada or another state, and the department authorizes the transfer. So that's the background of why we have the regulation before you today. So I'm going to just walk us through each section one by one, and then you'll notice that there are a couple of proposed changes from the department, and I've listed those on the slide as well. So Section 2 just specifies that in order to have a eagle in your possession, you must have also an eagle permit, and we'll talk a little bit later on about the application process, but this permit would be issued by the department, and it would authorize a master falconry licensee to transport, transfer, possess, or use a golden eagle in falconry. Section 3 starts out saying, except as otherwise provided in this section, a person shall not possess a golden eagle that is obtained from the wild or use a golden eagle in falconry unless the person, and the department is suggesting that we strike that is obtained from the wild. The intention of this is that eagle possession is prohibited except under those 4 circumstances. And so this is a bit, it's the origin of the eagle isn't an issue here. So those stipulations, again, to have a golden eagle, you must have a valid master falconry license that's issued by the department. You must have a valid eagle permit. You must have a current and valid hunting license. And if you're rehabilitating an eagle, you have a valid permit to rehabilitate raptors. And again, under this rehabilitating an eagle section, it currently states that if the person rehabilitates a golden eagle, has a valid permit to rehabilitate raptors pursuant to NAC 503.315, the department is suggesting that we add or must be assisting a raptor rehabilitator pursuant to NAC 503.435. That assistance would allow a falconer to to work under a licensed rehabber in order to work with the bird. Section 3.2 discusses non-resident use of a golden eagle in possession in Nevada. That non-resident must hold a valid master falconry license issued by the appropriate agency of the jurisdiction in which that person resides, and they must legally possess a golden eagle and have the ability to use it in falconry. They must possess a valid non-resident Nevada hunting license, and they must obtain written authorization from the department to practice falconry in Nevada using a golden eagle, and we'll touch on that in a little more detail in Section 5. Section 3.3 regards a person moving to the state. So if a person is permanently moving to Nevada and lawfully possesses a golden eagle in their former jurisdiction, they must obtain a Nevada master falconry license, they must obtain the eagle permit, and they must do this no later than 60 days after becoming a resident of Nevada. The department is suggesting 30 days just to be consistent with the rest of the falconry regulations. Okay, moving into the permit application, this would be for the eagle permit. There's the typical customary information such as name, address, date of birth, social security number. You must provide a current and valid master falconry license and a current and valid hunting license. If you're rehabilitating a golden eagle, you must provide a copy of your rehab permit or proof of assistance to a raptor rehabilitator, and that language is new if you were to consider adding that other NAC referral into that previous section. In addition, during that application, they must include 2 letters of reference from persons who hold master falconry license and lawfully possess a golden eagle in Nevada or another state. And those letters of reference must include an assessment of the applicant's ability to care for and fly golden eagles and a concise history of the author's experience with golden eagles. Another requirement in the application is a narrative explanation of the applicant's direct experience with golden eagles or other large raptors, proof that they have the correct facility to house their eagle, and then the statute or the regulation reads any other information that the department determines is necessary and related. An eagle permit is valid for 1 year, and it may be renewed by submitting an application with all of that above information. Okay, moving into non-resident specifics. Again, they must be licensed as a master falconer in another state and legally possess a golden eagle. And if they wish to practice falconry in Nevada, they shall submit to the department on the department's form the date or dates on which the person wants to use the eagle in Nevada in the practice of falconry. And then the department will confirm that the requirements in Section 3 are met, and then they will sign and return the form to that person. And then while that person is in Nevada and during the hunt, they must have in their possession their master falconry license, documentation of their legal possession of the golden eagle, a Nevada non-resident hunting license, and a copy of that form. Okay, so the regulation also discusses the conditions in which a golden eagle must be maintained. A master falconry licensee with an eagle permit must ensure that any golden eagle in their possession is in good condition. And the language further states that a golden eagle is not in good condition if they have more than 5 primary flight feathers that are broken, more than 4 tail feathers are broken, the body weight of the bird indicates malnourishment, or they have an excessive parasite load. If these conditions are found, the department could remove the eagle, or the department may provide the licensee with an opportunity to improve the condition of the bird within a 6-month period. They must provide the department with written confirmation from a qualified veterinarian that the golden eagle is in good condition within that 6-month period in that scenario. Or again, the department may remove the eagle. And then just a note that these provisions do not prohibit a licensee from rehabilitation of an eagle with one or more of these conditions, because obviously in rehab, sometimes those birds are malnourished, and that's the whole reason that they're in rehab. Section 7 talks about the housing. Housing must be at least 12 feet in length, 12 feet in width, and 8 feet in height. And then Section 8 moves into rehabilitation provisions. So under this section, a person who's rehabilitating an eagle shall not possess that eagle for more than 2 years after the date on which that bird was received. They shall not release the bird into the wild without declaration. It is rehabilitated by the department, a licensed veterinarian, or a licensed rehab, raptor rehabilitator. If it's not rehabilitated within 2 years, the department must be notified within 30 days of the expiration of that 2-year period. And then the department may authorize possession for more than 2 years in that scenario. And then finally, a rehabilitated golden eagle must be released in a location that is as close as possible to where it was taken from. Section 9 talks about denial, suspension, or revocation of an eagle permit. If there's a material misstatement or falsification on any document, if the applicant failed to provide or maintain the housing and care for the golden eagle is required, if they failed to ensure that the golden eagle was maintained in good condition, if they've been convicted of violating any provision of NAC 503.200 through 503.470, which are the falconry regs, and this regulation before you, and if they have been convicted of violating any law or regulation of any state or federal government relating to animal welfare or wildlife. And then, as is typical, it can be appealed to the commission. The civil penalty in Section 10 states that the department shall impose a penalty of $1,000 for violations. And then the Section 11 makes all the conforming changes to the rest of the falconry NAC changes. So I know that was a ton, and I tried to go through it really quickly, but I am ready to answer any questions.
Thank you. Any questions? Vice Chair Rogers.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm just curious, not too terribly familiar with falconry. Does the department issue, or I should say, how many licenses for master falconers does the department issue every year?
I believe, hold on one second, I looked this up before I came. We have 63 current master falconers in the state of Nevada that's currently licensed.
Commissioner East.
Okay. Thank you, Ms. Newmark. I just had a couple of questions. I too thought the 60 days after becoming a resident was a little too long, so I had wanted to note that, so I'm glad you saw that 30. I have another question in that Section 4. Does the license state where the eagle will be housed? Or, because that seemed to be missing here in this. I know that the address of the applicant, but where does the eagle live?
That is a good catch. It does not state specifically where, it only specifically states how, like you have to prove
Right.
that you have the correct housing.
I would like to see that added, that residence of the eagle. And then under section 6, I think I felt like if this eagle is in such poor condition, should there be a check-in before 6 months? It just feels like 6 months might be too long, but I don't know. I don't know how long it takes to rehabilitate an eagle. I'm with Vice Chair Rogers. I don't know much about this particular species, but I feel like 6 months is maybe a little too long.
I would maybe offer that depending on the circumstances, for a bird to fully recover, they might need to go through a molt cycle. And so that can be a longer process. However, if it's more comfortable to have a check-in, like at a 3-month increment, and see some of you want to see progression, I guess, if you will, but sometimes that might be hard to assess at that 3-month period if you need to wait for a complete molt cycle.
Okay. We can come back to that, I guess, if somebody else has that thought. And then the last was under section 8, the 2 years, I guess, is that typical, the 2 years, or should it be less or more? 2 years is a long time, but it's not a long time.
Correct. So thanks for that question. It gives me an opportunity to clarify that it is a typical time frame for rehabbing eagles. This comes in conjunction with other states that have programs in place where, for example, if you have a young eagle that comes in, they're malnourished, they're in a rehab situation, the rehabber was able to feed them and get their body condition back in shape, but they don't often have the time or the expertise to train them to hunt. And they've missed that opportunity to learn that because they were in captivity during that critical, period of time that they would have been hunting with their parents. So the falconer will then take that bird and literally train it to hunt. And it can take up to 2 years for them to teach them how to soar and then how to swoop. And it's an interesting and long process.
Okay.
Yeah.
And
So we feel that's reasonable.
Okay, thank you. And I forgot, I had one other, but I think we're going to hear from others about the release in the same kind of place, because I do agree that could be detrimental to the bird if it was released, let's just say, in a place where there are wind turbines or something else. So I would want to hear more about that.
Yeah, the reason that we put in as close to possible is for those situations. If you took a bird in and it was injured in a wind farm, you're not going to obviously release it at that wind farm, but ideally you would release it back into as close to possible as the territory it was in before, because if you take a bird to a new area, there's other resident eagles there, and it can be detrimental to the success of it being released and surviving.
Okay.
So it's just generally we want to get them back as close as possible. And typically, if you get a bird from another state, so for example, California has had a program for falconry rehabbing eagles for a long time. They've asked if we would be able to have our Nevada falconers be able to rehab their birds because they get so many in. We wouldn't want the California birds to be released in Nevada. They need to go back to California.
Okay. All right. Thank you. That's it for the moment.
Good. Okay, any additional questions? Commissioner McNinch.
Sorry, it is what it is. So, Jen, I had one quick question, and it has to do with Section 4. So when we're doing a renewal, it's referring them back to this process where they have to get, where's J and K? 2 letters of reference from persons who hold master falconry licenses. Did you want to send people back through that on a renewal? There's a couple provisions, like J and K in particular, that were, when we're sending them back through, it seems like we've already got them in the system, so.
Yeah, I agree. I think that's a good catch. That they wouldn't need to provide necessarily new letters of reference. It would almost just be their the same letters being provided a second time as a photocopy. But we can clarify that and revisit that. So maybe that's not necessary.
I had some places that may or may not be technical issues. We might lean on DAG Burkett here too. That's just fair warning to be ready to go. Under section, this is section 4 again, section 4, 1, in between on J, and then down to 1, J1. Assess the applicant's ability to care for golden eagles and fly golden eagles in falconry. Should we do an and right here? And contain a concise history of the author's experience? Is that necessary on that one?
I'm going to defer to Dag Burgett.
Yes. Semicolon and makes sense.
Okay. Okay, and I started to write a suggestion for how to maybe present that J and K issue on renewals, but I had a hard time doing it, so I kind of bailed on that a little bit. I did the 60 versus 30 days that you noticed. I had circled that later on as it refers back to this, and there seems to be a conflict there. So I think your 30 fixes that for me, at least in my mind. You see, I had a couple of other things like that I have to go through. On section, gosh, I'm already in section 12. Hate to progress too fast. On section 12, subsection 2, the department shall not issue a license or permit authorizing a person to possess a raptor unless the facility at which the raptor will be housed satisfies the requirements, blah, 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 inclusive, and section 7 of this regulation. Section 7 refers to the housing unit, but it's also specific to golden eagles. So I guess my suggestion would be, do we need to modify this and say, and the facility requirements outlined in section of this regulation?
Yeah, I think you are correct there that it should say something to the effect of, and section 7 of this regulation, if it's a golden eagle. Is that what you're saying?
No, well, I was, the department shall not issue, because this portion, sections 12, I think, is just referencing, is just talking about raptors in general, correct?
Correct.
It's not specific to golden eagles, but section 7 was specific to eagles and the housing requirement. Right. So if we're going to refer back to section 7 here, I think our intent is to only refer back to the facility requirements of that section, not pertinent to golden eagles specifically. So
I can check with LCB. This was language that was added from them as to why they would have added it. I think though that section 7 is specific to golden eagles, so perhaps if we do say, and if it's a golden eagle, and section 7 of this regulation, that solves it.
So were you trying? Okay, well so that opens up the other side of this. So you were trying to address the facility requirements here. The department shall not issue a license. You want that section to be specific to golden eagles or to all raptors?
It's conforming language for all. So this is back to this section that would be, it includes the original housing requirements plus the section 7 for golden eagles. So if it's a golden eagle, they have to meet that extra requirement of the bigger enclosure. And if it's another raptor, they don't need to.
Okay, then I see what you're saying. So, okay, you've got that working in your mind there then.
I think so.
Okay, I see what you're saying. All right. And then on, this is section 12 again, excuse me. Subsection 6, B1. That's on page 12. And it reads, to possess feathers, falconry licensee may possess feathers for each species of raptor he or she lawfully possesses or has possessed, except that a master falconry licensee who has an eagle permit may only possess primary. So does this language limit master falconry licensees with eagles, with eagle permits? You see what I'm saying? Raptor feathers that are molted or are, so I'm reading 6 now. Raptor feathers that are molted or are from raptors held in captivity that die may be retained in exchange for falconry licensees for imping purposes only and subject to the following conditions. A, and then B, a falconry licensee may possess feathers for each species of raptor he or she lawfully possesses or has possessed, except that a master falconry licensee who has an eagle permit may only possess primary.
So if I may, it's specifying that if you have an eagle permit and you have an eagle in your possession, you're only allowed to retain the primary wing feathers and not more than 12 tail feathers as it's currently written. So if you, but if your master falconry licensee also has, let's say a goshawk, they could still, under this provision, have feathers from, as many feathers from that goshawk.
Okay, so that thing at the end of a golden eagle, I think probably settles that down for me. I guess I didn't take that I didn't read it that way initially, so okay. And then I thought I had one more here somewhere. It's that 60, 30-day thing. Okay, and this is in section 14, it looks like. So we're on page 17, number 7. So where it says and sections 2 to 10 inclusive, it's one of those areas, there were several references to and sections 2, but I'm wondering if this one needs to be an or.
That I would have to check in with someone smarter than me because this was conforming language that was added by LCB, and so I'm assuming that it needs to be an and, but.
Yeah, because it's basically saying if the applicant has been convicted of a violation of any provision of NAC 503.200 to 503.470 inclusive, and then the language says and section, so it's saying that it would have to have violation of both of those. Is that the intent, or is it one or the other?
Thank you for the question, Commissioner McNinch. Kaylee Musso for the record. The way that I read this language means that the department could deny the issuance of any falconry license if they've been found to have not adhered to sections 2 through 10, so essentially the Golden Eagle permits, as well as any of the provisions in NAC 503.200 to 503.470. I believe that's just a little bit more restrictive. It could be an or. I'd want to clarify that with LCB, but this does give us a little bit more authority in that we could deny any falconry license if we found that they've mistreated eagles in the past.
Okay, so the way that it reads to me is it's saying it has to be both in order for it to apply. And if you want more power, it seems to me like it would need to be an or, then it could be one situation or the other situation. Am I reading that wrong?
I read it like Dave.
I just want to clarify that with LCB before we.
Yeah, that's fine. I'm just pointing it out. I think that was it from me. You guys have heard plenty from me today, but that's, Jen, this is a real complex, big regulation. So I don't envy you guys this is, you talk about adding on, I'm worried that maybe this is one of those that had a lot of add-ons over time and, might be ripe for really digging into at some point to see if there's a way to make it more streamlined. I don't know. We'll talk about that later. Today's not the day.
Commissioner Wise.
Yeah, I have a couple of questions, and you'll probably find that mostly this is because I'm very unfamiliar with the falconry process. But in section 4J, the two letters of reference need to come from people who lawfully possess a golden eagle. Does that mean they have to currently have an eagle in their possession in order to qualify as a reference?
I would need to check the federal CFR. So this is language that mirrors the federal regulations for this component. And I don't know that it would necessarily be that they have to have an eagle right now. They have to have had a legally permitted eagle, and they must have that experience.
Okay, that makes sense. I just wanted to kind of clarify that. And then I just had a question in section 7 on they specify a very specific size requirement for housing. And I'd just like to get your insight in that, just because I know there are other things that indicate that maybe it has to do with the size of the bird.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we put this in here to recommend this larger size because golden eagles are a huge bird and they are more powerful than others, typically falconry birds. So this just provides more opportunity for that bird to be housed humanely with adequate space for them to stretch their wings and be able to move around.
Okay. We've got that one taken care of with somebody else. And then this is something I'm very unfamiliar with, but in section 12, number 6, we just talked about the actual language, but in 6B1, we talk about limiting primary wing feathers and tail feathers of the golden eagle. I am not familiar with imping, and so I don't know if that's a good limitation or not. I know there were concerns brought up about whether that was enough. And I know with other wildlife things there, you may lose some, this, that, or the other, but maybe you can shed some light on that limitation.
At the time that these were written, we thought that 12 was reasonable. I think there's room for it to not specify such a low number. I know there was some comment in the letter that was submitted to all of us about if you have more than one bird or if you imp and it isn't successful, sometimes you might need more. So I think there's room there to consider either increasing that number or just not specifying and saying they may have primary wing feathers or tail feathers.
And I think that was all I wanted to get clarification on. Thank you.
All right, any additional questions from the commission? Okay, seeing none, Commissioner East, sorry, no?
I just, based on Commissioner Wise's question, why would you possess the feathers? It's new to me, so.
Yeah, so I'm going to probably butcher this explanation because I'm not a falconer either, but this is for imping purposes. And what imping is if you have a bird that has broken a feather, whether it's a wing feather or a tail feather, it impacts their ability to fly and sometimes even to fly safely. So they might not be able to land as well as before. And that's a common thing to happen to a bird when they're out hunting in falconry. And so what you do with imping is you take either a feather from a previous molt or a feather that's from another bird, but that's closely matched, and you glue it onto the feather, and it helps to allow the bird to fly in the wild or even in a rehab situation. Those broken feathers will naturally molt out and heal themselves, but it's a long process. And so if it's in the middle of your falconry season, you can do this imping process and still use your bird.
Okay, thank you. That makes sense.
Okay. I don't see any additional questions. I will take it out for cab comment in Reno.
Jacob Thompson from the Clark County Cab. For the record, just real quick as it relates to the previous discussion that just happened, we feel like it would be helpful to define the phrase imping in the proposed regulation. That's it.
Thank you. Any additional public comment or cab comment in Reno? Okay, seeing none, now public comment.
For the record, my name is Corey Dalton. I'm a master falconer in Nevada. Part of the regulations that you got the letter that was sent to you, yeah, the IAEA and the NAFA group, which is our equivalent to the NRA or whatever, they have a lot of experience in what they do. So they sent in a lot of different suggestions to kind of help out. So one of the things that they spoke to me about was that a 12 by 12 can actually be too big in some cases, because if you're rehabilitating an eagle and it's loose in there, it can actually generate enough momentum in 12 feet to collide into a wall and die. So they would like to see that maybe just simply adopt the regulation that's already in place for a normal falconry, where it just states that either it's a chamber for the bird to actually fly in that's big enough, or if the bird is tethered down, it just can't touch the walls, so you confine it a little bit. Because if you were rehabbing something and you go into a 12 by 12 and the bird was loose in a 12 by 12, it doesn't have the maneuverability to gracefully stop itself if it goes from one wall to another, because it's freaking out because it's a wild bird that's in the rehabilitation process. So some people thought that just leaving the explanation for the tethered bird to where, as long as it doesn't strike any of the walls while it's tethered, it can't generate enough momentum to actually injure itself further while being flown loose. I know there was some concern about the non-residents, kind of wondering why, if they just simply come here with a goshawk or something else and they fly, it's totally just normal. But if they come here with an eagle, all of a sudden there's a spotlight on everything they do. They feel it's kind of overly cumbersome to NDOW and game wardens and so forth. I know Jennifer brought up that it's to alleviate phone calls, maybe. I've had people call in on me just flying my couple of small species Harris hawks. They yell at me that what I'm doing is illegal and that's an eagle, and they really are very confused. So they were kind of wondering what the spotlight was for them to identify when they want to come here and hunt. They also, like Jennifer was saying, that maybe reduce the language about the releasing location to where maybe they just say, this is where I'd like to release it, and now could say yes or no, that's, appropriate, versus close proximity, because that's not really a defined distance. I mean, it could be 30 miles, could be 50 miles, because they'll fly, 50 miles in a day. So the location could, like we said before, it could be the problem. It could be wind farms, it could be starvation, it could be there's a local disease, it could be there's too many power lines, a lot of different things. And then the feather thing, she addressed that, which is good too, that when you imp the feather, a lot of things can happen. So imping, there's actually a small, either a little metal rod or a dowel rod that goes inside the feather, that sometimes the glue fails.
Thank you. Commissioner McNitch.
If I could, I'm interested in hearing what Corey has to say. He comes in on occasion, and I know that they've worked with the department, and if we could give him a little leeway to make his comments. We don't talk falconry very often, so
no, and
if there's some leeway there,
I don't have a problem with that at all. He sat here all day through all our other discussions, so
I was quiet.
If you've got additional items, go ahead.
Those are really, the falconers are really trying to be able to help out. One of the big things was definitely the ability for us to, accept eagles from other states that have not enough falconers. Say it's right over the hill in California, right there in that greater Sacramento area, there's a lot of golden eagles there. And a lot of the rehabbers there, they just run out of falconers that can help with that process. I know there's already a set of rehabilitation federal guidelines and regulations and all that already in place to maybe look at and make sure that we're going to conform to those. We've worked hard on this, and even Jennifer back when we started this process said, it's brand new to Nevada. We haven't had eagles ever. And so it's kind of a moving target for how the regulations are actually going to work for us, whether it's going to be something that needs to be adapted in a couple years because they've learned something both on the falconry side or the NDOW side, or if things are going well as they are. It's also a very involved process just to become a Gold Eagle permittee because there's a lot of criteria that many falconers in Nevada don't have. So you talked about the 63 master falconers. Very few of those guys have the large bird experience as part of that criteria. So it's not like you're going to be dealing with a whole lot of people. We've always had a very good relationship with NDOW and game wardens. I've had a game warden come out, find me in the field and go stomp around with me. And he had an amazing experience learning actually what we do. That was Mike McCusker, and he learned quite a bit when he was out there with us for an hour and a half kicking around. We are a small group. We're usually pretty quiet, and so we're not very understood in what our processes are and what we do. And in fact, they're on the agenda tomorrow for some bird quotas and stuff. But I definitely appreciate that the department is giving me a little extra time here to kind of work through this because it's been a very long process, and in some cases it started 20 years ago for some of the falconers. Go ahead. Do you have something? Oh yeah. So we're happy to have gotten to this stage. It's a huge deal for us to be able to both help in the depredation area as well as the rehabilitation area of the eagles, because any eagles that basically don't have a rehabber that somebody can be given from a rehab facility or a vet that's licensed in that way just gets euthanized. So it's a terrible thing because a lot of the eagles don't need a lot of rehabilitation, but yeah, that 2-year process is because it can be a long process. And if it's, say, it's starved because half its wing is missing from an electrocution or some sort of injury that caused the bird to molt, it can take a year for that bird to grow those feathers back. And when they do grow back, you hope they grow back healthy and strong. So that's why it can take 2 years, because if the feathers come out and it's still a result of whatever the injury was, the feathers that are growing out may not be strong in the first place. So it could take, honestly, a second molt to correct it all the way. So, but I definitely agree that the second go around and during the reapplying process, I don't know that maybe they just keep the letters on file, because what are you going to do in year 4, year 5, year 6? You're going to keep asking a renewal to keep submitting letters that he's still qualified versus unqualified. But that was all I had to say. I appreciate all the work that Jennifer did and all the NDOW help and support and everything that we've gone through. And I just appreciate everybody's time. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, any additional public comment? I don't think we have any other public. Any public comment on Zoom? All right, we'll bring it back to the commission. Any additional questions or comments? And I don't know, I mean, there was a number of items we asked for Jen to look into, so I don't know if do we want to even take any sort of action today, or just ask her to take a look at those items and we'll bring it back to another workshop? All right, we'll plan for that.
Thank you.
All right. Agenda item number 8, E, Commission General Regulation 509, License and Vessel Product Refunds, Program Office Alejandra Medina for possible action. The commission will hold a workshop to consider amending Nevada Administrative Code 502 and 488 to allow the department authority to provide refunds on licenses and vessel products. Go ahead.
Thank you. Alejandra Medina, Program Officer for the record. Yes. As a reminder, this is a temporary regulation, so today would be the workshop. Hopefully, we would have the adoption in January, and then it would come back in front of the commission following the legislative session. So this CGR came to fruition when the licensing division came to realize that, as NAC is written, the department's business practices in respect to refunds did not align with regulation. Our intent is to amend NAC 488 and 502 adding that the department may return all or a portion of any fee collected. Should the commission adopt this regulation, refunds will be at the discretion of the department based on the creation of an internal policy that would follow the passage. And with that, I stand for questions.
All right, any questions? Okay, seeing none, any cab comment? No cab comment? Okay.
Jacob Thompson, Clark County Cab for the record. Just curious under which conditions a partial refund would be offered to a person?
Partial refunds can be done in many instances, and most of them are because we have in regulation fees that are non-refundable, and that's where you would see partial refunds. For example, if somebody were to want a refund on a hunting license because they have since turned 65 and they were on auto renew and they want to get that $15 senior discounted combination license, we would not refund the $1 processing fee that the state is entitled to per NRS 353-1465. So that would just be one example.
Okay, any additional cab comment? Okay, any public comment? I don't know if there's any public left. Any public comment on Zoom? Okay, I'll bring it back to the commission for discussion or motion or.
Yeah, thank you,
Keel?
Chairman. Yeah, I'll move to adopt Commission General Regulation 509 as presented, or move forward rather for adoption.
Okay, a motion by Commissioner Keel, second by Commissioner McNinch. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Okay, motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Perini absent. Agenda item number 9, public comment period. Public comment will be limited to 3 minutes. No action can be taken by the commission at this time. Any item requiring commission action may be scheduled on a future commission agenda. I don't believe there's any public here anymore. Is there any public comment on Zoom? All right. That brings us to our last item, and the commission will take a tour of Lennar Pond. An informational presentation will be made, but no action will be taken by the commission. The public is invited to participate and will be required to provide their own transportation. The group will depart from the meeting location. And I don't know if we have enough daylight left or.
Mr. Chair, Jack Robb for the record. Staff does their best to anticipate how long these days are going to go. That's why we started early today at 8 o'clock instead of 9 o'clock in anticipation of this field trip. I'm looking at 4:24. It could take as long as 45 minutes to get to the pond. I do really believe it is worth seeing. It gets sundowns at 6 o'clock today. We're going to the most congested part of town at the heaviest traffic part of the day. I'd say it's up to individuals whether they want to go or not, but I really would encourage people to attend. But it's up to you. We can table it and do it tomorrow after the meeting for those that are available also.
I guess I'll take the flavor of the other commissioners. What do you guys, would you guys like to attempt to go out there today? I know Commissioner Barnes, he might be gone either way, but he's got to drive tonight. But let's see what everybody else thinks. I mean, I don't have a problem doing it tomorrow. I think if we did it tomorrow, we'd have more time to look at it before it got dark. And do we have any items with, as far as the agenda with pushing it to tomorrow?
You can move it to tomorrow. You can take agenda items out of order, so you have the right to move it to tomorrow.
Should we do that now or tomorrow morning?
You can do it now.
Okay. Do we need to take that out to public comment then before we take action?
Yeah.
Okay, I will take it out I will take out the tour item since it doesn't have a number. Any cab comment? No? Okay, any public comments? Okay, back to the commission.
So, Mr. Chairman, I think, so my understanding is that we just went back to agenda item number 2, and we're just revisiting agenda item number 2. Is that the best way to approach this? Okay, so so with that in mind, then I would make a motion that we place the tour to Lennar Ponds listed under today's agenda to be at the call of the chair, as well as the other item that was earlier today. So,
I'll second that.
Okay, so we got a motion by Commissioner McNinch, second by Commissioner East. All those in favor, please say aye. Aye. Opposed? Carry. Motion carries unanimously with Commissioner Perini absent. And we will see everyone again tomorrow morning at 9. Thank you. It was a long day.